won the Tour de France on the most number of occasions, is actually number 1.
I know, but that's cheating, because that's the number you always get if you're the previous winner. Anyway, 8 minutes. Looking down on the main field then. Put off the back of the peloton. Well, there's a lot of pressure going on in the back of that field, Paul. Anybody thought they were going to get just a gentle ride to the rest day because of all the action yesterday? I think we might be wrong here, because that breakaway has been given too much of a lead. Ivanov is off the front of that now, and there's only 23 riders left in the chase.
Well, actually, I can't really see the logic of Ivanov making a move like that at a place like this. It was a very hard attack. He's got a couple of teammates in there. You mentioned about the fact they were making a great operation for the team classification, but a move like this is actually going to break up the impetus of that large group, which before he started his agreement,
and to try and split up what is a very big breakaway group at the moment.
Well, it's not really quite the time to do it as we go back to the Porte d'Aspet. This is the main field coming over the top. No more prizes left available. Juan Antonio Fletcher is the man going over the front end, just trying to make this a little bit more sensible, and they've done that now, Phil, because they brought it inside of the 8-minute mark.
That's much more manageable, yeah. There's the field over the top of the Porte d'Aspet. That's the second category out of the way. We still have the first category climb, the Col du Monte, which is next. And then we have the Porte de Baillis, which comes after that, the Or category. And then the final climb today, the Col du Père-aux-Sourdes, which climbs away from Luchon, a famous Pyrenean town, so well known as the Tour de France has been coming through here over the years. 1910, I think it was the first time we started the climbs of there. Well, just looking now at Sergei Ivanov, common sense has prevailed. He wanted people to join him, but he's got the lot all coming up to the back wheel here. And this a reasonably good breakaway. The order over the top, by the way, of the Porte d'Aspet, time out there, is Laurent Lefebvre ahead of Patrice Algon, Juan Manuel Garate, Sergei Ivanov, Ruben Perez. Those are the 5 riders over the top. The 6th rider they've had to take to the photo, so they're not.
This is the Tour de France, and no professional bike rider wants to abandon the Tour. They want to get to the finish any which way they can. It's like trying to climb Mount Everest or trying to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. You want to get to the top. You don't want to stop. You don't want to stop halfway up.
In fact, only 27 riders have been forced out. We'll switch back here, as this will be Garate going for the summit of the, and he gets it from Laurent Lefebvre, just to put Laurent in his face. So Garate's got 2 of the climbs today. Lefebvre's got 1. That was just a quick sprint. We just caught that one, didn't we? Our director there almost missed the shot. Anyway, the Col du Monte at 82 kilometers to go. Juan Manuel Garate over first, leading us off the Col du Monte. Time for a little bit of food for Manuel Garate. Lefebvre's riding well, Paul. He's really looking forward today, because the next we go through Marignac next at 69 kilometers to go. So we've got about 10 kilometers or so to descend for the sprint, and then we'll start the climb of the 20-kilometer climb of the Porte de Baillis.
Well, that's really going to be, I think, where we'll see this leading group of 25, Phil, start to splinter and fraction, because at 20 kilometers, that is a very long climb. Yes, it's only an average gradient of 6.2%, and early on it's really an undulation, because the early kilometers are around about 4 and 5%, but after that it starts to get very grippy at 10, 8, 9.5% for most of the second half of that climb, and that's where I think we'll start to see that group really splinter. And we may well see a lot of riders left behind from the main field as well, because everybody is realizing just how difficult that climb is going to be, and that's, I think, when Rabobank will start to turn up the screws.
Well, I think we should see quite a good battle there, which will be a mid-term battle today. Cadel Evans feeling he was, it didn't suit him, that climb of the Baillis today, but he might go better when we get on to the bigger climbs in the middle of the course. He's also got the chance now, Paul, that Discovery Channel have got to take charge as well now, because they've got a man in second place overall. So it's a 2-pronged attack now against Rasmussen. There's the top of the Monte as we continue to wait for the arrival of the boys with the yellow jersey, bringing it. Pizzato didn't start. I've not heard anything to suggest he's ill, but he obviously wasn't enjoying his ride yesterday. Still just over 8, just on 8.5 minutes. And we're joining the 5 new breakaways here at the front. They've just got clear on the lower slope. They've just started the climb. And the names are David Arroyo, Inigo Landaluz, Bernard Cole, Johan Schopp and Sergei Ivanov have pushed on just as the slope started. Just sitting here at the back at the moment is Schopp of Boyd Telecom. As we look out across the top now, we've got 20 riders behind, by the way. Well, as I promised you before we went to break, it's time to look at our profile today, and we've chosen Carlos Sastre because he needs to improve on his 6th place. Here's our Hampton Hotels Pro. Has decided that breakaway of 5 is a little bit too serious, and Denis Menchov has crossed the gap alone here with a very good cadence. He's not quite there yet, but he's going to be very, very shortly. He's timed at 10 seconds. He's coming. Good chase here by Denis Menchov. Well, there we are, Paul. He's only had 1 win this year, staged in the Tour of Catalunya in Spain, but he was 4th in the Dauphiné Libre. He seemed ready for the Tour de France. He's had to play second fiddle to Rasmussen, but he's free to fly right now. Where's the most famous number? 51 in the Tour de France, and that was the number, by the way, that Ocaña was wearing when he crashed in 1971. We shouldn't tell him that, should we?
Well, that was not very lucky. It's always regarded as a very lucky number because, in fact, Bernard Hinault won the Tour de France for the first time with this number. So too did Jacques Anquetil. So too did a certain Eddie Merckx as well, and that's why everybody regards it very much as a lucky number. A lot of people think it's the number that has most won the Tour de France, but in fact that's quite wrong, because the number that's won the Tour de France on the most number of occasions is actually number 1.
I know, but that's cheating, because that's the number you always get if you're the previous winner. Anyway, 8 minutes 16 seconds, and it's now 6 riders in the lead as they've climbed, let me just see, it's just 49 kilometers to go. Then they must have climbed a couple of kilometers up now.
I think that's a kite, Phil.
That one is a kite. I'll get that one right, yes. And it's got no strings attached. It's a black kite here in the Pyrenees. As we've got 6 riders up front. Menchov has now joined. Then we go back to 20, and then the peloton. Looking at the peloton now on the lower slopes of the Porte de Balès. It's a 19-kilometer climb. There's a breakaway of 6 ahead of the original breakaway, which totaled 25. And Sergei Ivanov, who was in that leading group, has just dropped away from it and looked pretty tired. The mountain suddenly reared elder, so he's struggling a little bit on these lower slopes. Time in hand, though. So come on, Christian. He's having a wonderful Tour de France in 41st place overall. This is Cole of Austria for Gerolsteiner, one of only 3 teams with all of their men left riding. Still pushing on the pressure here at the front, and he's gone to the back now, Denis Menchov, and here comes Vinokurov, and helped by Sergei Ivanov, you see, Paul. Maybe he wasn't tired, maybe he went back to bring him up here.
Well, I tell you one thing, Sergei Ivanov, I don't think did get dropped from the front end of this main field. He went back to get Alexander Vinokurov. What a performance of Alexander Vinokurov, Phil, because he won the individual time trial, got blown away by 26 minutes, and now he's actually looking for a stage win.
Well, that's a great piece of team tactics by Ivanov. He slowed dramatically, but he wasn't slowing because he was tired. He slowed because he was waiting, and he's brought his teammate. Now he's swung over to the left, and that might be goodbye, Sergei. As he comes down, he's gone. He did a brilliant job. He's put his team captain back in position here to come back from the dead and win a stage.
That, I tell you what, that just goes to show how much a man can push himself for a team leader. Now this man went right into the red zone. If you've got a Formula 1 car or a NASCAR, this guy was turning there, Phil, at 8,000 revolutions a minute. There's no more oil left in the engine. What he's got to do now is try and let the engine and the turbo cool down a fraction, because he's still got to get to the top of this climb.
Exactly, and he's got to beat the time limit too, and he's after this climb he's got the Périsor before he comes to join us here in the Val Luron. Well, he's put his man where he wants him now. His job is done, and he split that breakaway up at the same time. There's no longer 25 riders on this mountain as a group. They are quite literally spread all over the place. It's David Arroyo, Denis Menchov, Landaluz, Bernard Cole, Schopp, Vinokurov, Daniel Navarro has got up there as well, and Juan Jose Cobo, who is also another rider having a great season.
Well, very often we always used to talk about Tommy D as being Tommy Danielson. I think in the Tour de France this year, Tommy D is Thomas Dekker, who is turning out to be a super domestique. This is Johann Schopp.
Looks like he may have got dropped now.
Swiss rider on Bouygues Telecom. They're still looking at 8.5 minutes between the leading group of riders on the road, Phil, and the yellow jersey group. But that yellow jersey group, last time we looked at it, had seriously been reduced.
Yes, it is Schopp who's just gone through. Well, he's been dropped from the breakaway, has he? Or is he going clear? He's going clear of the breakaway.
Well, he's decided this is a big chance for him. Alexander Vinokourov has actually brought back into the race, and it changes the strategy here of Denny Menchov, because coming back into the race, Phil, was in fact Haimar Zubeldia. But this is a move now. This is why Team Astana are very dangerous, because this is Andrei Koshekin, 7th overall, 7 minutes behind. But Team Astana are not going to go out of this for this Tour de France, Phil, on the back foot. They will throw everything at Michael Rasmussen that they can.
I tell you what, Koshekin, like all of this team, never stop trying, never stop prizing, feeling, just seeing who is watching and waiting. This is the rider this year, hasn't won a race this year, but he did finish 3rd in the Tour of Romandy, which is a mini Tour of Switzerland in May, and he did finish 3rd, and he led briefly the Dauphiné Libre, and that's about where you want to be with your form before you come to the France. They opened it. Here we come now. This is Kim Kirken, also in more than trouble now as they continue to climb here. Well, this has been a great leveler, this one, as they're now on the slopes here. Kirken made a good move getting into the breakaway. He's got a bit of work to do, though, to stay here. The lonely roads of the Porte de Bayes at the moment. That was King Kirken of Luxembourg in the T-Mobile. The peloton is splintered. It's just a handful of stars chasing now at 7:19. And this rider here is leading. Oh, Kim Kirken, in fact, Paul, has now made an inspired move from that breakaway to try and reach Schopp.
Well, I'm amazed at the performance of Schopp here, Phil, because if I look at the overall classification, this rider here from Bouygues Telecom is in 147th place overall, 2 hours, 17 minutes and 53 seconds behind Michael Rasmussen. But all of a sudden, I think he's enjoying the 3rd week of the Tour.
I think he absolutely is. And, you know, that's when you take your chances. Go into the early moves if you're a long way behind, because the riders won't put so much effort in to catch you. But he's not looking like a man to be over 2 hours behind right now. He's climbing well. Now, there is a sight of Alexander Vinokourov, who's also made this breakaway. He hasn't been too happy. Haimar Zubeldia, number 71, he started the day only 12 minutes behind. He's got 7 minutes back, so the peloton behind with the yellow jersey won't want to let him run too far. Now, where would he be, Paul, overall on 7 minutes? He'd be right up in the top 10 now if it's finished at this moment. Composition of the chase group there. Everybody is just about everywhere just now. Just coming back up here is Ludovic Turpin of AG2R. They've hooked up as well. They lost their man who gave them some glory last year, Cyril Dessel, today, who finished 7th, best Frenchman. He abandoned today.
Well, Garate getting himself back into this race. This is still the lone leader, but not very far behind him. I would say the official time check must not be more than about 15 seconds. And there he is, the T-Mobile rider, Kim Kirken, former champion of Luxembourg, riding across the gap. He's making himself also a very nice move up the overall classification today, Phil, because if he was to finish with a 5-minute gain on the day, he too would be popping inside of the top 10 tonight.
Which is where he was before he started yesterday's stage, but then he got wiped away on the plateau like so many riders did. Well, here comes the referee. We're in trouble now because we're too close to this rider. He doesn't like our camera here as he moves us away, but we're looking back at the big chase. This is the exciting part of the Tour right now, Paul, and still Michael Bogart is setting the pace until he can't do it anymore.
And he's doing some serious damage. Vladimir Karpets has recovered a fraction there, number 15. You can see just dangling around on the back. John Gadre is over on the right-hand side. Team Discovery Channel have got a great situation here, but so too have Team Astana, because Andreas Kloden is sitting here quite pretty. He's not too worried at all. He's got Andrei Koshekin about 100 meters off the front end.
And this rider here is about to be joined now by the former champion of Luxembourg, Kim Kirken. This is the beaten-up T-Mobile team this year. They've lost a number of riders. They've got a doping situation with Patrick Sinkovich, nothing to do with the Tour de France, and that also sounds a very strange setup at the moment. They lost Mark Cavendish, he abandoned on stage 8. Michael Rogers, their leader, crashed out on stage 8 as well. And Kim Kirken really on that basis is the leader of the team now, and here he comes. He's joined his shop. I don't know, about 3 kilometers to climb, I think.
Yeah, just inside of 3 kilometers to go to the summit of this climb. He comes up alongside. He's a very seasoned professional. He turned professional in 2001, Kim Kirken. He originally turned professional for the Fassa Bortolo squad, but in 2006 came across to T-Mobile. This is the next group on the road, and they are hovering at around about 35 to 40 seconds on these two leaders, who are now starting to get up into the fog at the top. But I still feel in the main group behind, I think Michael Rasmussen is going to come under some serious attacks once we get to the Col de la Peresord.
I think he's got to now, because the team has been forced to thin out everybody. They've worked so hard. There's nobody left there except one, and Schopp can't manage the pace here of Kirken. Kirken pushing on a little bit. Well, he has had great form all year, this rider, in all of the single-day classics as well. He's always been at the head of the peloton. There's the summit, and it looks as though we need a parachute to go off this one.
Well, the riders are climbing up here through that fog bank over the summit of the Port Balesa. Not too far away is Spain. It's amazing that the fog seems to be on that side of the Pyrenees. Over here where we are at the finish line, it is clear as a bell, and hopefully today the riders are going to leave that fog and that snow behind them.
Arroyo knows all about going off the edge this year too, as he did coming down the Corme de Rosalind, but he hasn't affected his confidence.
Well, he starts the day in 19th place overall, and that nasty crash that he had with Michael Rogers on that day doesn't seem to have affected his form at all. Strangely enough, Michael Rogers' crash didn't seem to be as bad as this man's. He went right off the edge, but he had the soft landing. Mick Rogers, I think, probably hit the barrier at the side of the road, and that's what dislocated his shoulder.
So sad.
And that was a very sad day, I have to say, for Australian cycling, because at that point, Michael Rogers was leader on the road. 1 kilometre to the summit.
Well, Kim Kirken and Schopp are probably going to stay clear to the summit, but I could just see in the fog there, Paul, and he's coming. He's not that far behind here, David Arroyo. That could put 3 riders together for the descent, as we will then race down towards Luchon, and then we'll go up the Col de Peresord.
Well, the Col de Peresord itself, a very famous climb in the Tour. It's not as long as this one. It's a 10-kilometre climb, but it's an awful lot steeper. It's an average gradient of 8%. Kim Kirken not showing any emotion at all here, as he just keeps tapping out that rhythm, thinking about a stage victory for T-Mobile. They've had one T-Mobile victory so far, and that was Linus Gerdemann, a name we hadn't really talked about before the start of the Tour de France. But he got himself not only a yellow jersey, but he also got himself the lead in the white jersey competition too. Navarro, he's dropping backwards.
Well, he was also up there as well, and is being swept up here, so that's one rider from the breakaway washed away. Every rider they catch eases into the point score for the all-category climb, and Bogart's still on the front here doing all of the work, trying to protect the yellow jersey of Rasmussen. But I feel today that at some stage Rasmussen is going to be tested.
Well, look at Chris Horner over there on the right-hand side. He's another man who is super motivated in the Tour de France this year, because although he himself is riding his best ever Tour, starting the day in 17th place overall, he's not even thinking about his own performance. He's thinking about Cadel Evans. He's the pilot fish for Cadel Evans. He said, I'm saving energy whenever I can, because I know at some time or another I'm going to have to help Cadel in a critical moment.
But maybe today he may be having to lead Cadel into the attack today to try and close that gap a little bit on Rasmussen. The flags of Brittany on the left. That's where we go for the start of the Tour de France next year, when it will start in France on the west coast. As the crowd thickens now, those red, green and white flags are Basque flags. There they are. That's what they say is their national flag of Spain. And the Basque riders not in the sprint at the top here, but they're still cheering.
Well, the race situation is a very complicated situation. I make it currently, Phil, there are 19 riders of that leading group of 25 still in front of the yellow jersey group. The 2 riders we're looking at here, followed by David Arroyo, who's not too far behind, followed by a group of 6 riders, which contains Alexander Vinokourov, followed by a 10-man group as Kirken accelerates away up towards the summit.
I think that makes the points and the money for the prize at the top going to Kim Kirken of Luxembourg. Nice result for T-Mobile. Doesn't affect the way the race is running at the moment. Schopp will get second place. Kim will no doubt wait for Johan. They need each other yet. There's one more big climb to come, and once over the top of the next one, you fly. You fly as fast as you can pedal, and just before you're down the Père de Sword, you better make sure you've got good brakes, because you're hairpin off the mountain to turn left to line up for the finish. It is an incredibly sharp corner.
Maximum points then for Kim Kirken over the top, and it's now still 36.5 kilometers to go to the finish. I feel absolutely certain that Johan Schopp will make the junction, but they're just coming through the clouds there. You can see the dark figure of David Arroyo. He's also about to make the jump. Well,
there's
just
a cloud,
looking,
Paul, and we're leaving it all behind. Just look at it nestling there. It's lovely, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful there, but now the cloud stays on the top of the climb. A wee drop away to glorious sunshine. High winds keeping the rain away. Boys should have a nice dry day now as they head down to Luchon and up to the Col de Père de Sword. We've got 3 riders together. They're not affecting the destiny of the yellow jersey, but they all want to win a stage. Alexander Vinokourov here. They've just started the Col de Père de Sword. That's the leaders, and Vinokourov can smell the breakaway. There were 3 riders up there, but in fact they've unhitched the rider Schopp, and the other 2, Arroyo and Kirken, are trying to go clear, but the gaps are closing down. The peloton is growing bigger behind, but they're at around about 7 minutes at the moment, so there's still a chance for Vinokourov to take a stage win out of this. Now Bogart went back to the team car to get Waters, and now he's come back up here. We're looking for the whereabouts of Menchov, and in fact Menchov is here now because there are 2 Rabobanks. So all of the contenders that matter now are in this group, which in effect is the 4th chase group on the road just now. Well, what a race we're going to see now, Paul, because Menchov has got into that group and I didn't see him come.
Well, we were off camera. I think there was so much going on with the flurry of attacks by Alexander Vinokourov. We actually may well just have missed that, but it was a sensible move by Team Rabobank to pull him back. After all, we're not thinking about Denny Menchov finishing 10th or 12th in the Tour de France here. We are thinking about winning the race with one man. That's why in this sport, which everybody thinks is an individual sport, it has to be regarded as a team sport, because you cannot win this Tour de France on your own.
As Rasmussen is pointing out graphically today, stripped to just 1 man, they call back Menchov from the breakaway to help him. They're not worried anymore about 191. 191 is Alexander Vinokourov, and he's trying to reach the leaders, and he's doing pretty well. The close Kobo here. This rider's a very, very strong rider. Garati wants to know nothing. He opens the gap, and Vinokourov said, OK, open the gap, I'll shut it down. And that was the end of Garate, the man who's been topping out the climbs. He won the Col de Port. He was 3rd over the Aspet. He won the Col de Monte. He was 4th over the Port de Baltes, and now he's been dropped on the Père de Sword. And also in trouble here is Zubeldia.
Well, Zubeldia not thinking about following the accelerations of the younger riders like Kobo. Kobo is 26 years of age. This year he won the Tour of the Basque Country. We're riding very much into the heart of the Basque Country, and he wants to show off how good he is. He's got an incredible acceleration. He only really started well this year, but he's dragging Alexander Vinokourov back into this bike race once again. And look at Vino, he's going again.
They've seen him coming. Arroyo's ready. He's spotted it's Vinokourov. He would expect to see Vinokourov of all people. This guy has the heart bigger than his body as he now comes up on the outside here. He's spread eagle the breakaway. Kobo may reach them. He just needs a little bit of a rest. But look at this now. Alexander Vinokourov accelerates because he doesn't want anybody with him. And Arroyo's after him.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, if you are looking for a man who is hard as nails, well, it's Alexander Vinokourov. I should have supposed say hard as stitches, because when he went into the Alpine passes, he had as much as 60 stitches in his body from that accident he had in the first week of the Tour on the road into Autun. And now he's looking at winning his 2nd stage. He won the time trial, got blown away yesterday, and here he is waving the flag for Kazakhstan and Team Astana.
There'll be no yellow jersey if he wins the stage, but there will be one terrific amount of prestige here. You can hear the crowd shouting his name, Ale Vino, Ale Vino. Kobo, I think, he must recover and settle back, and he might get up here. He looks as though he's going to come into it, but I think these are the 4 that might decide the stage today.
Well, Juan Jose Cobo, he only started coming to the front this year when he took the overall lead in the Tour of the Basque Country on the first stage and grabbed it back on the last stage. I think Michael Rasmussen breathing a sigh of relief. That group, which a little while ago, Phil, was a small group, has swelled in numbers. It's nice to see Cadel Evans on the left-hand side in the pink jersey there with his teammate Chris Horner up alongside him. Horner, I have to say, has been phenomenal in this year's Tour, as too has Alberto Contador and Levi Leipheimer. The attack has to come now, but the advantage is tilted back across to Michael Rasmussen, who's got two very solid and 50 seconds he lost, dropping well out of the top 10. Today, he's back and fighting now. There's the disco move.
Well, as we see a move from Discovery Channel, and it's coming, of course, from Jaroslav Popovic. Who else would it be? The man who always appears to be out has now gone off the front. He's doing exactly what he did yesterday, softening the race up for an attack by either Contador or Leipheimer.
Jaroslav Popovic, 10th in the overall classification, 10 minutes and 55 seconds down. It sounds like a lot, but in this Tour de France, it's not really, because things are changing on every individual stage. Really, I would say that Team Rabobank should not respond to an attack like this. But in fact, what Disco are doing, Phil, is they're taunting them. They're throwing men out, saying, come on, then you're supposed to be strong. Control the race like we used to do with Lance Armstrong. But if they do make a mistake and they try and chase him down, that's when the counter move will come from either Contador or Leipheimer.
7 minutes 21. The time gap to the lead is really at the moment a little insignificant, because the in battle for the overall lead of the Tour de France is in this big group. And now Popovic, we saw him climbing like this on the Col d'Ijon. That was a ploy by Discovery Channel for the day. It didn't work out for them then. But as we see Popovic now go clear, let's not forget, at the moment, Vinokourov is looking.
There you can see another move by Alexander Vinokourov.
Well, he's wonderful, isn't he? He's hit him again. And now who's he going to dislodge? He's got Kirken in trouble this time.
Well, Kirken going off the back. He's got those deep carbon fiber wheels. They're great for aerodynamics, but not so good when it goes to going uphill. And he now is on the defensive. A situation like this, you've got to calm yourself down, get into a rhythm, and hope that they slow down. And that's what's happened. Vino wants to get away from this group, Phil. He wants to win this race alone if he can. Come on, lads, let's work together. That's what he was signaling there. And the reason he was signaling, because he wants them to try and work so he can actually hit them again. But they know that. Of
course they know that. And so he's taking a drink instead. And back comes Kim Kirken. Now, the thing is, if it goes down to the finish, it may be a difficult win for Vinokourov.
I think a fine there for T-Mobile, because I just heard the referee's channel there. Taking drinks is finished. Well, he's taken two. That's about 50 Swiss francs a bottle.
Yeah, and a few seconds as well, but it doesn't really matter. It's desperate days now. Kim Kirken up with the leading group. There's only so many infractions you can get before the final one is disqualification from the race, so you've got to be careful. As we see now, Vinokourov's back to setting the pace. Nobody trusting the man from Kazakhstan now, least of all Kobo, and he'll learn, and he'll be lucky too. There won't be many points available, if any, for this group, so they should still be well within reach of the King of the Mountains, separated by only 2 points tonight. The flag of Great Britain there on the right. Sadly, David Miller or Charlie Bagheria is not in this group as we toil up towards the summit of the pace. There's Carlos Sastre, and this is Alejandro Valverde.
Well, Valverde just sitting there. He's running out of teammates himself pretty rapidly. That was a nice move, I think, by Jaroslav Popovic. The idea was to try and put pressure once again onto the shoulders of Rabobank. Now there's another move coming here. This is a move here from the rider from Euskadel.
Well, we're seeing attack by Zubeldia here now as he's just tried to liven it up. We've seen the attacks by Vinokourov. This is the head of the race. Kobo straight onto him. I think he's going to hit him straight away. Gone right through him. This is his attack.
A good move. He saw the acceleration, came up to the slipstream of Zubeldia, and Alexander Vinokourov is all over this move this afternoon. He too is not taking any prisoners. He's seen the move and he's gone again. Vinokourov on the left.
He is riding like a man possessed today as he tries now to smash the field and win the day. Vinokourov, when he's in this unstoppable mood, is determined to win and put his name back on the list. Well, he can't win the Tour de France now. He's simply lost too much time. Vinokourov is 34 minutes behind the yellow jersey, and today he may only bring about 7. We are at 15 kilometers to go, and just attacking and going up the road is is Alexander Vinokur. Looking here at the yellow jersey group here, they've now lost Denny Menchov. It's gone. I'm surprised at that, Paul, but Menchov has expended too much energy in the break.
Well, this is what happens when you bury yourself for the team. Then all of a sudden, it's as if somebody turns out the lights. The engine room has got no more power at all, and Denny Menchov now has got to drag himself to the top of this climb. Jaimar Zubeldia has dislodged Juan Jose Cobo. He is riding to improve his place in the overall classification, but what he really wants is to win in front of a Basque crowd, because over the summit of this mountain here, Phil, it is completely covered with orange t-shirts, and those are the orange t-shirts of the Basque supporters.
He still has a chance here, but he's taking on one of the best opportunists in the world of cycling in Alexander Vinokurov. Covered in stitches, he's crashed, he won the time trial, he lost minutes yesterday. Now what's going on here? That is Frank Schleck, I think, in a spot of bother, as well as he comes back. Sastra is still up there, but when we see his face, Paul, he doesn't look as though he's enjoying it today.
Well, Kurt Adler-Arvidsson is the rider with Frank Schleck, and Arvidsson was again a man in that leading break of 25 riders. He's dropped back, and he now is being put into a situation where he's trying to defend the position of his team leader. Schleck is not having a great tour, 25th overall, not the Giro d'Italia that his brother Andy Schleck has at all.
No, he finished second in his first attempt, and he's in this race next year, but that's another tale to come. 6:15 the gap, they're not going to catch up. The flag there of Australia alongside Vinokurov. Very popular man in every country because everybody loves a fighter.
And a fighter he certainly is. It's been up and down really like a boxer this last 15 days of racing. He was on the ground in Autun, then he bounced back for the individual time trial, then he was on the ground again yesterday. There's been so many times, Phil, throughout the Tour de France that I thought that Alexander Vinokurov is going to abandon the race, but that's not knowing the man. That's not knowing the courage that he shows, and the fact that he wants to ride this Tour de France right the way through to the Champs-Élysées and Paris.
And I'll tell you what, Zubeldia there could well find himself in the top 10 tonight with the most to gain. He won't worry Rasmussen, Contador, Evans or Leipheimer, but he will move up possibly into the top 10 if the gaps stay until cheering on Alexander Vinokurov. Forget the adrenaline going for the man now as he comes to the summit of the Peyresourde.
And the amazing thing is, people, everyone has followed this man's story throughout this last 10, 15 days of the Tour de France. They know what he's been through. They don't care if he's from Spain or France or Belgium or anywhere. What they care about is what this man has done for the sport to stay in the Tour de France, to battle through all of the bad luck that he has. And now he's actually got this big flag that he's waving for Kazakhstan, and the Minister of the Interior came to visit the Tour a little while ago and said that Astana were going to sponsor the team for the next 10 years.
Well, it's nice to know you can get paid for the next 10 years. I suspect that Vinokurov will be the manager of the team as time goes on, because he hasn't got a lot of racing left in his body. He felt that this was the year for the Tour and probably his last shot at it. That's gone, but a stage win is just over the ridge here for him, and the crowd are doing everything they can to urge him over to the finish.
Well, this man, he did everything right for the Tour de France this year. He said he sacrificed everything for the Tour. He's got 31 seconds advantage now over Jaimar Zubeldia, and somewhere around the corner he's going to see the summit of the Col de la Peyresourde. He actually said, Phil, when he was devastated yesterday, that he didn't think he could come back to the Tour to try and win it again. So hard and so dedicated had been his approach to the Tour de France this year. He felt that he'd given his absolute all, and that's why he won't give up. That's why he's looking for every little bit of glory in the 2007 Tour. 0.11 kilometers to go to the summit. From there, that banner, it's 12 kilometers to go to the end.
10 of those kilometers are downhill, maybe even nearly 11 of them. As he now gets to the top, it's time to zip up for the long descent. It is a very, very fast descent on this side. It's a very good road surface. Vinokurov tops the last climb of the day. Now, this is further down here. Kim Kirken has picked up Zubeldia, has he?
Well, Kim Kirken he's managed to get his rhythm back. He's managed to recover. He didn't panic at all. That's the way the thing goes on a climb like this. You can have a bad moment, you recuperate, you find your rhythm, and then all of a sudden you recover.
The the summit of the Col de Peyresourde. Over the top has gone Vinokurov. About 28 seconds later, Zubeldia here has been joined by Kim Kirken. Still climbing are all of the favourites. They're under the escort of Michael Bogart, Paul, and they have not attacked the lead,
which is being led once again by Michael Bogart. I have to say, Phil, that every one of the top 9 riders is in that group. Not one man has made a move to attack Michael Rasmussen, but he's going himself.
Well, Contador has hit him. Contador's left it a little bit late, but there's still time here. And that was a very slow reaction from Rasmussen. He wasn't expecting it. He thought it was all over for the day.
Well, he thought that was it, and he's seen the move from Alberto Contador. You see every one of those riders. That's why nobody attacked today. They were all on the rivet. And look at Michael Rasmussen coming up to Alberto Contador. He's on his wheel.
And Contador double takes both sides of his shoulders. Now he's caught him. He'll probably say, all right, well, I'm stopping racing now if you're coming up to me. That was a good reaction, but a little bit late, but he was there in the end.
Well, he didn't think anyone was going to attack. Looks over his shoulder, wants to know what kind of damage was being done. But that's, Phil, the explanation as to why nobody attacked at all. They were all on the rivet. They were all on the maximum until that man in the white jersey attacked.
And the man who put them there, Michael Bogart, today with terrific riding. They may as well ride. They're both gaining times. They're first and second overall in the classification. Why wait for anybody else just now?
Michael Bogart, he has done everything correctly this afternoon. He's been alongside his leader the whole of the afternoon. Every time that he's been asked to set the pace, he's come forward to do it. But look at the damage this move has done, and again it's Contador wants this.
Oh, what a great plucky rider he is here. Contador testing him again, and he's again forcing Rasmussen, who seems to have the answer in those long, thin legs, as he tries to keep that white jersey in sight. This kid, 24 years of age, his first ever Tour de France. Johan Brunel has said it. He may not win the Tour this year, but he will win it one day.
Well, he's not going to give this Tour de France to Michael Rasmussen. Don't forget, we've got another big mountaintop finish to come when we go up to the summit of the Obis, and that may well be the move that will come from this man here. He's inside there. I didn't see the banner there, but he's not far from the summit here of the Col de l'Obis. He really is a phenomenal rider. I think it was the 1 kilometre to go banner.
It was, and look at this. They've got time here on the field. They should keep on riding here, and they can make it a 2-horse battle as we go to the Obis the day after tomorrow. And it's the 3rd time he's hit him. He's just such an aggressive rider.
I tell you what, Michael Rasmussen is really struggling here. You see how his shoulders are starting to bow down, and I've got a funny feeling that Alberto Contador knows this. He's finally put a little bit of space between himself and the yellow jersey of Michael Rasmussen. This, Phil, is the pressure of wearing the yellow jersey. Contador has cracked him.
He has. He sat down, but he knows he's nearly at the summit here. The damage is limited. Why, oh why, didn't Alberto Contador do this 10 kilometres from the top? Then he might have gone clear, because Rasmussen knows he can control this.
Well, Rasmussen is not panicking. He's got to ride himself back, but as we go around the steep part of the corner, Contador gets out of the saddle again, and another kick.
How many bullets has he got in this gun? This is the 4th kick by Rasmussen. They're wiping out now shop as they go past him.
Well, this is the first time, Phil, we've actually seen any weakness at all in Michael Rasmussen. Let's not forget, tomorrow's a rest day, then we come out to play again in the Pyrenees the day after this. This young man, Alberto Contador, he is just trying to break the spirit here of Michael Rasmussen. Rasmussen comes up alongside him. Psychologically, I think he was trying to say, oh, come on, let's work together. We can work this one out. But no way. Alberto Contador knows he's got him on the end of the hook.
4 attacks, but he's still 4-0 because he got nothing out of it. Now he's going to wait, because once over the top, it doesn't favour the attacking Contador anymore. It's down the finish. And let us not forget that, as far as we know, Vinokurov is speeding to the finish, but this is the race. Our cameras are rightly staying here.
Phil, when was the last time you ever saw a track stand on a mountain like this? And this is another move, because Michael Rasmussen, it's a little bit too short, this mountain, but this man Contador knows he's got him. It's a bit too close to the summit of the climb to get any big time gaps this afternoon, but this is a psychological blow. They're in the confusion at the top. They're catching riders in front of them.
And this is what should not be happening. Nobody is. The neutral service is out of the way. Here we go. Well, there's George Hincapie. These are the guys who are being picked up from the breakaway. Hincapie looking over, seeing that it's his teammate Contador, and Hincapie's found his second life, because now he can lead this man on the descent. We are over the top of the climb, and they are back together. But Paul, just look now, George Hincapie, he's suddenly got his second win now. He's got Alberto there.
Well, George Hincapie will dig very deep into his reserves now, and he will go down this mountain like a man possessed, because yes, we have seen that Alberto Contador has put Michael Rasmussen into a spot of difficulty, but what he's also done is put time between himself and Cadel Evans. Levi Leipheimer is there. He's not going to move at all, but they're putting time between themselves and all of the other riders in the top 9 in the overall classification, and I think Alberto Contador will come out and fight again.
Well, Cadel Evans here looking far from happy. It's not been a great 2 days in the mountains, because he now has to start chasing down the mountain. So Cadel Evans looks over his shoulder. They're all on the chase down, and they're not too sure how to cope. 8 days of Raymond Poulidor and Jacques Anquetil, when they always went mano a mano. And here we are now, the tricky descent here. He's still there, doing it all for himself, unaware of the fireworks behind. This man should have been involved in the fireworks for the win in the Tour de France. The bookies odds-on favourite. It never happened. He's now looking for a consolation prize, which will be a stage win. We are going under the banner, 3 kilometres to go, and the bends get a little bit tight down here now, but nonetheless Alexander Vinokourov is still clear and racing for the stage win.
And if you look at the second group on the road, Phil, riding like this, they're not going to see the man from Kazakhstan again, because he is giving all kind of risks going round those corners. He really is a man possessed here this afternoon. He's gone round those corners at maximum speed. The sad thing is there's a nasty little climb at 1.5 kilometres to go, but I think he might take off the speed he's going.
I think he could use it as a speed ramp, absolutely, because this is going to be a road race win for Alexander Vinokourov. He got the time trial win on Saturday, completely blew up, and he even crashed yesterday on the way up, by the way. He hit a spectator and lost just a few more seconds, but really he was losing big time anyway.
Well, I think this indicates the kind of form that he had coming into the Tour de France. We got a glimpse of that form in the Dauphiné Libéré, and you can see there Haimar Zubeldia said, "I'm off, mate. I need all the time. I don't want to lose anything on this tricky little run into Loudonvielle."
Well, Vinokourov hunting for what would be his 5th stage win in the Tour de France. He's won the time trial, as I say, on Saturday. He's looking for the second win here. He's now got 2 kilometres to go. Just a little bit more descending, then a slight kick. Well, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You can't see anyway, his hat goes on the back of his head here. He just daren't look over his shoulder.
Well, right now he's just got to get over the summit of this climb. He's actually, Phil, not got very much to worry about at all, because his time gap is around about 52 seconds to the 3 summit of this climb at 1.5 kilometres to go. He'll drop down a fraction, and then he's got to run into the finish line. He doesn't need to worry about any time in this Tour de France this afternoon, because he's a long way down in the overall classification. But what he's going for here is glory.
Alexander Vinokourov now is cresting the hill, and he's not cresting the Tour de France, but he is back. His name still very much part of this big race. This is the carnage behind here. Kim Kirken being escorted by Kobo, because Zubeldia has nipped away.
Well, Zubeldia at the end of the day is not going to win the stage here this afternoon, Phil, but he's going to make a nice leap up the overall classification, and he may well even overtake his own teammate, Mikel Astroloza, who is in 8th place at the start of the day. But George Hincapie is here, and I'm just having a look to see, this is amazing, because George Hincapie is swapping turns there with his teammate Alberto Contador.
And both of the riders, 1st and 2nd overall in the Tour de France in the last kilometres of the day, are gaining time over Evans, Leipheimer, Cloden and Sastre, left behind in that group. The interest really is here for the stage one, but it's back there with the top 2 riders of the Tour, again showing us they are also the best climbers of this race. This is the bravest attack we have seen. The man who has had so many stitches in his arms and legs He's come back. He's at 1 kilometre to go. He won the time trial. We thought he was going to be back in the Tour de France, but he couldn't handle yesterday. He completely blew up. He waved at the cameras, and now another day in the Pyrenees. He's going to win it.
Well, he's going to wave in a different fashion when he crosses the line here, Phil, in less than a minute's time, because this man is absolutely storming, and he's got the time to enjoy that victory. And I think when he goes out the day after the rest day, he's going to have a massive number of supporters on the roads of the Tour de France, because this is the performance of a champion here this afternoon, and he's still not giving up. He's going to battle it all the way to the line. One last check, the true professional, and inside the last few metres.
And I don't blame him, but he's on his way now. He flicks up towards the line. The big crowd here are going to salute Alexander Vinokourov, the man who refuses to die. He's won at Gap, he's won at Briançon, he's won at Paris, he's won at Albi, and now he can add Val Thorens at Ludonvielle, because he's won here as well. Where he sits tonight overall won't matter, because he's still a Tour de France favourite.
Well, I think that face told it all. He really enjoyed that victory, and that was one that was a really special victory that he took out of the bag here this afternoon. These are second and third place riders on the road. Kim Kirken in first place, Aymar Zubeldia in second. Zubeldia is going to make a nice move up the overall classification, because Michael Rasmussen is still 5.5 minutes behind.
Well, Zubeldia is somewhat desperate here, because he's a Basque and a lot of these people are Spanish. He'll be worried about Kobo as well in the backdrop. He won't help Kirken, because he desperately wants second place, and he'll hope he can take him in the jump. Kirken is leading to the line, because he possibly has got a top 10 standing again tonight. He's got to open the sprint, and he goes, but can the Basque rider get round him? I'm not so sure he can here, because Kirken driving on, and Kirken gets in. There was nothing left in Zubeldia, and Kobo is fourth.
Yeah, but the next riders to come through are going to be Michael Rasmussen, Alberto Contador, and George Hincapie. Will have to wait around about 4 minutes before they come into the line, and here they are. This is the big battle. Hincapie is going ballistic around these corners, because he knows now that Alberto Contador has got a big chance to put time between himself and Cadel Evans and Andreas Kloden, who are the big men who are dangerous to him in the individual time trial. And the way Michael Rasmussen handled the climb today, Phil, I wonder if tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, when we go to the Obis, he's going to be in serious difficulty.
Well, we'll find out, because they've hit him hard today, but it looks as though Contador is the man for the mountains on the team, that's for sure. Such an aggressive rider. Meanwhile, down here, time for a little bit of a wash and a change. Nobody else has come in, by the way. We've only got 4. We don't know how many surviving behind, but I think pretty soon we are going to see the arrival of Contador and George Hincapie, and
so ready for this, and he accelerates the line. But look at the face of Michael Rasmussen. It's a face of concentration, a face of a man today who has not had his best day in the Tour.
No, but he's hit him and he survived, and I take credit for that for Michael Rasmussen. I think they crossed in 8th and 9th, but I'm not sure, because the cameras aren't showing us every finisher. Here comes George Hincapie. Job done, George. He's pulled them away, then let them fight it out. What a brilliant piece of riding by the champion of the USA, because the group behind, and here they are, they're going to lose best part of a minute here, I think, as they run up towards the line. Kloden, Kashikin, Evans, Leipheimer. Where is Leipheimer? Oh, there he is, here hiding behind, as he knows his teammate again has stolen a march over these. There won't be any change in the top 7 riders tonight, top 8 in fact, as the loads there is here, but the time gaps will have opened between Rasmussen, Contador and the rest, as again Cadel Evans going for the sprint. Sadly, no time bonuses. Cadel Evans leads them home, and the whole field again has been battered.
Alexander Vinokourov is a man who you cannot put down.
Well, he got into the move at 45 kilometres into the stage, so 146 kilometres was the breakaway, and that is a long way to stay clear, and he owes a big debt of thanks to Sergei Ivanov, his teammate, who put him into the leaders before he dropped out. There's the situation on the day's result. 5.5 hours today, and very quick it was too on the schedules. Kim Kirken second, Zubeldia, these are 51 seconds. Kobo 4th, and Juan Manuel Garate in 5th at 2 minutes 14. Then came David Arroyo, Bernard Cole, they were in the original break. Christian van der Velde taking 8th at 4:25. Well-deserved result for Christian. Ludovic Turpin in 9th, and Alberto Contador, best of the rest, and some rest that is, and he comes in 10th place. With him at 5:31 was Rasmussen, locked together. Hincapie caused a lot of damage before he fell back to 12th. Cadel Evans losing big time there, Paul, almost a minute.
Big minute for Cadel Evans, and that may well tip the scales towards the advantage of Alberto Contador and, of course, Michael Rasmussen. Looking further down, Levi Leipheimer was in that group at 6:27 with Andreas Kloden and Alejandro Valverde, Carlos Sastre, all of the top 9 riders pretty much in that group behind there. Looking a bit further down, there you can see Johann Schopp. He survived at the end of the day, and I have to say Chris Horner at 24th place, 7:05 back, is doing an absolutely fabulous job.
Top 2 stay together, the same time gap, 2:23. Evans now goes back to 4 minutes. Leipheimer holds 4th, goes back to 5:25. Kloden holds 5th, Paul, back to 5:34.
We're starting to see big gaps now. Carlos Sastre, 6:46. The big mover up of the day was Haimar Zubeldia, up into 7th place at 7:27. Kashekin 8th. Kim Kirken gets into the top 10 as well with his ride this afternoon, and Mikel Astroloza down a fraction. Alejandro Valverde also moving outside the top 10.
Four major mountains that could decide the final winner of the Tour de France when we get down to Paris. The giant Col d'Aubisque awaits the Tour today. It'll be the 69th climb of the Tour de France in history on the Aubisque. Well, the scene is set, the weather is good, the mountains are high, and we go forward without Team Astana. Vinokurov proved to be cheating. He's out of the Tour. The field is down to 151. But, Paul, we have a great battle ahead of us.
The race is 218 kilometres in length today, but it's certainly not a flat route. The riders move away from the town of Orthez and make a slight incursion for 52 kilometres into Spain. But just have a quick look here at the route. The Col de Laro at 1,500 metres, Alto Lazat, and then they go over the Col de La Pierre Saint-Martin and the Col de Marie Blanc, which is a very steep climb down towards the end, before finally ascending the Col de l'Aubisque. And that is the profile of what the riders look for. 2 outside category climbs, 2 first category climbs, and a 3rd.
It's a real vicious route. In fact, it's the distance between Tacoma and Portland, Oregon, 138 miles. Last time we finished on the Col d'Aubisque, Paul Sherwin was in the race. That was 1985. First category climb. First, we have 1 category 3 climb. As Paul has said, the 2 category 1 climbs and the 2 beyond category climbs, finishing on the big one of them all, the Col d'Aubisque. Let's take a look, first of all, how it all began today. There is the yellow jersey of Michael Rasmussen heading off, and then the rest of the field staying behind. This is a protest by some of the teams here because they want a clean Tour de France. Well, I'm sure the organisation is on their side. So a slight delay before the riders began to move away from the start line and get down to what is the Queen stage, as they say, the toughest stage of this year's Tour de France. And I can tell you the race is on from the gun. 4 riders getting away after 8 kilometres. Ogier Verdugo, Garcia da Costa and Renero. Maxim lead at the moment, approaching 9 minutes. And then when they got on the climb of the Port de Laro, after a lot of work by Barlow Whirlpool, this man has gone clear of the field. Mauricio Sola, he wants the king of the mountains.
Well, this is a very difficult way to get it, but this man decided he wasn't going to wait until we got higher up the mountain. He decided to attack right from the very start of the climb.
Well, let's have a look then where we are now. This is the all category climb of the Port de Laro. Temperature today, nice 71 degrees. It'll be a little bit chillier on the tops. Conditions clear, blue skies and sunny. Very light wind, the perfect day for a rally through the Pyrenees. Let's go back to the action now, and it looks as though we're picking up, and I'm not sure where we've gone here, but I think this rider is slightly off the back of the pack.
Well, there's a lot of excitement at the front end of the main field. We've just seen a small attack of Carlos Sastre, Juan Mauricio Soler and Ahmet Cheruka going off the front end of the main field, and trying to go across the gap here is Sergio Paulinho. I think he's going across to try and make him a representation in that breakaway Group 4 Team Discovery Channel.
Well, there's no doubt Discovery Channel have yet another plan today. They're going to try and dislodge using both Levi Leipheimer and Contador to get rid of Rasmussen. And this is the first blow here as Paulinho goes forward. They have broken this field up already on this climb because poor old Michael Rasmussen, Paul, he's going to be hit from every angle today.
Every quarter. This is Jaroslav Popovic with Iban Mayo. They're all looking for the opportunity here this afternoon to put some pressure onto Team Rabobank, and what a way to do it very early on the first big climb of the day. They've decided this is it. We're not going to wait until the final climb of the Obisque to lay the foundations for a very difficult attack and ascent of the Col de l'Obisque. The aggression has to start right now.
Well, the big field, a lot of riders already in trouble at the back. We've heard a lot of names called as they've been dropping off the back of the field. The four leaders nobody's really worried about. The closest to them is 1 hour 41 minutes behind. That's Gorka Verdugo in that four-man breakaway. This is where the action, they've been waiting for the climb of the Porte de l'Aro. And when they get to the top, they still have 139 kilometers to race. So there could be devastation in the fields today. The riders who are being dropped now may well be eliminated by the end of this stage.
The only thing that's going to save those riders dropped very early on is the fact that this is a very long stage. I think we're probably looking at around about 6.5 hours in the saddle, so we could be looking at an elimination time of something like 45 minutes, and they'll need every one of those 45 minutes, Phil, to get into the elimination time, because this is going to be a very hard stage. Carlos Sastre has had a very quiet tour, but today he's taking the opportunity to try and get himself into this race.
Well, Sastre's making his move. This is his last chance, really, to head for a podium place, because he's not a great time trialist. And so he's got to get time today in the Pyrenees if he wants a podium place on Sunday. And the riders coming up from Discovery Channel here now, Paulinho and the Pop. There's a little look at the back, so no early move from the yellow jersey. Rabobank have had to take control of the head of the peloton. They were very happy early on when it was Barlow World doing all the work, because Barlow World launched their man in the polka dot up in front. So Rasmussen is trying to defend two competition leads here, and he's going to have to take the decision to let the polka dot go because he wants the yellow.
He's going to have to just let it go by, because he has to concentrate on the yellow jersey this afternoon. If he starts to try and defend two competitions, he will lose both of them, I think, by the end of the day. I just caught a quick glimpse there in the field of David Miller, the British rider. He's actually riding, Phil, with long leg warmers on today because of this big problem that he's got with his allergy to the sun.
That really is sad. It looks though Chiruka there, Paul, is also being dropped off here. He started the move, and the arrival of the two Discovery boys as they try to get up to the leaders. Chiruka was with those leaders, falling back early on today. He's only a young man in his first tour. He's been pretty good in the mountains, but it may be he's getting a bit tired on this last day.
Well, Team Discovery are obviously playing their cards very early on, Phil, because they've decided not only to send Sergio Paulinho in the breakaway move, but they've also sent Jaroslav Popovic, who in the last week of this race really seems to be riding himself into seriously good condition. It's going to put pressure on Team Rabobank right from the very start of today.
The Tour de France on the first big mountain of the day, the Porte de l'Aro, which will take us through to 139 kilometers to race. They've got 8 kilometers still to climb. 3 leaders here. Sastre at the front at the moment. Soler in the polka dot jersey, he made the attack, and Iban Mayo, who's also gone up. These are the riders now who are in the move behind. We've also got, trying to get up to them now, to the Discovery Channel duo of Popovic and Paulinho. There's a few details for you. This is a tough climb, an average gradient of 8%, and we're up to 5,100 feet by the top. 9 miles long. This is a very, very tough day today, and a lot of decisions will be made, I think. A lot of riders will be in trouble too, I'm sure of that, because they've been dropping off already on the lower slopes. Glad the dog was tied up there. Pyrenean mountain dog, I think it was. As these two leaders here continue towards the summit. When you see the cameras low, you get some idea just how steep the climb is. Not too far away now, just on half a kilometre from the summit of the climb. They're holding off 4 and 29. That's on the yellow jersey group, which is down to about 22 riders. And then we've got Sastre's group in between. He's about 2 minutes behind the second group and 3 minutes behind that group. There's a look at the Rabobank boys, again being forced to make the pace. Thomas Dekker on the front. And, well, if they keep this up, will there be any Rabobanks to take Rasmussen onto the rest of the climbs?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, Phil, there's a lot of strange information being fed through the race computer. It would seem to me that Sergio Paulinho is still in front of this group of the yellow jersey. And I just caught a quick glimpse there of Jaroslav Popovic. And he's one of the Discovery Channel riders who went out early on. There are the two leaders of Team Discovery Channel. The white jersey just going over to the left there was Alberto Contador. There's Levi Leipheimer. And also moving up there on the far side, looks like Cadel Evans.
Yeah, that's Cadel Evans concentrating, the tongue out there for Thomas Voigtler, who seems to have found himself a good ride today. Maybe he's come out fighting today.
Chicky Beltran has got a problem.
Beltran's the guy with his hand.
Does get the 5th place over the summit there, Phil. Will put him into the lead by 10 points in this competition. And there's the acceleration coming from Verdugo.
So that's a good acceleration from Gorka Verdugo. Euskaltel Euskadi to the cheers of the crowd. He hasn't beat Vicente Garcia Acosta just yet, but he probably will. This is the big sprint up to the finish now, and look at that, well done Garcia Acosta, such a gritty bike rider over the top of Verdugo. He gets maximum points, a little feather in his cap there for Garcia Acosta over the top of the climb. So second is Verdugo, and there'll be a little bit of a gap now before the next two follow, and quite a considerable gap before we see Sola come over, presumably, and Verdugo. They got the first 2 places. 5th place was Sola.
Just a quick glimpse on the road sign there, Pamplona, and that's where the race went last time the race came over this climb, and that was way back in 1996. We're looking and waiting for the yellow jersey group to pop around that corner, and there they are. Michael Rasmussen surrounded by his teammates. You may notice that all of the time, right next to Michael Rasmussen is Alberto Contador, and I think he's already starting, Phil, some kind of a psychological battle against the yellow jersey, as if to say, look at the way my legs are turning here this afternoon. Look how good I am, and I've got my teammate Levi Leipheimer alongside me as well. We are going to do some serious damage to you later on today.
Riders here, maybe more. They've all been coming back steadily after the descent of the Porte Laro, but at about 5 kilometers, the leaders are at least from starting the climb of the Pierre Saint-Martin. And the last man on there was Moses Jonas Navarro. He got back on there for the Agritubble team, but just look at that. And there were only 22 left after the climb of the Porte Laro, but lucky for these boys, they did slow down. We have 7 leaders up front as the gaps continue to open here. Just looking at around about 5 minutes or less. It's come down slightly. There has been a reaction because they realise Sastre is now caught up with the leaders. See how all the teams get themselves together in team formation here. It's amazing how they watch after each other. This is the work now being done by Rabobank, and the man doing most of it, Juan Antonio Fletcher. He won't be seeing the finish today with this group, but he's now really seriously chasing Carlos Sastre, trying to bring Fletcher here. Paul, I think Rabobank have been told they've got to reduce that gap because Sastre's got himself to the head of the race. There he is, number 31, and the gap has come down to 4:15 now.
Yeah, but at the moment, Carlos Sastre is almost threatening the time of Alberto Contador. But I think all of the other teams are just going to sit back and leave the responsibility of that chase right on the shoulders of Team Rabobank, because then once the team starts to weaken down towards the end, there's a lot of teams now, Phil, there, because of the slowing down we've had along the Valley Road, have actually increased their numbers. I noticed about 6 riders from Team Discovery Channel, 5 riders from Team CSC, all riding together, all waiting for the next phase of this race. And Felix Cardenas there at the back there, he's in fact improving once he's got into the Pyrenees, probably bolstered by the fact that his countryman Juan Mauricio Soler is in the leading group of 7.
Well, there he is, Sastre. This is his 1 ace card today because he's not a great time trialist. His Tour de France really ends today shooting at number 1 in Paris, and that's why he's playing the card now, and he's doing all of the work here. And at the moment it's going well, but there's an awful long way to go, not so much in the kilometers but in the climbing section of the course.
No, definitely that is the big problem with this course today, because it really is a brute of a stage. And I wonder how Michael Rasmussen's psyche is, if he's thinking about the attacks that he was subjected to by Alberto Contador a few days ago. on the slopes of the Col de la Pera Sur, because I really do believe, Phil, that on that occasion he was put under serious difficulty by the attacks of the young Spaniard.
Yes, and I think we're going to see a lot of those attacks on the last climb of the day. They're marking each other and they're riding side by side. As far as they're concerned, the Tour de France will be decided on the last climb of the day, the Col d'Aubisque. If they neutralize it and finish fairly close together, then it'll go to the time trial on Saturday. But there's the gaps for you. The peloton at 4:44 now, and still under the escort of Thomas Dekker of Rabobank. He can't do this for much longer, but he really is doing a wonderful job.
Well, he can probably do it up until the summit of this climb, but he's going to have a very sore body once he goes to the slopes of the Col de la Marie Blanc. This is a phenomenal part of the world for which the Tour de France doesn't really visit on very many occasions, especially over this side of the Pyrenees. And I think that's why the Basques have turned out in their thousands to enjoy the race coming through here. And they'll be very happy to see this breakaway of 5, because although we've got a Colombian setting the pace on the front there, these are all Spanish speakers.
Well, at least he's setting the pace now. As we get up towards the summit, he's given Sastre a little bit of respite. There's the banner. And I don't think anybody will challenge him, because they're not in the King of the Mountains. Garcia da Costa's hanging on. But the man in the polka dot jersey gets himself, is it 10 points now, Paul, at the top of this, which will move him a little bit more clear of Rasmussen as he comes up to the summit. The rest of the riders saluting the King of the Mountains elect. He's now a leader in this competition, though he's worn the jersey for more than a week on loan from Michael Rasmussen. Maximum points, job done. Let's get over to the Col du Marie Blanc.
Well, he picks himself up a nice 10 points there. He's got another 10 points to try and grab once he gets to the summit of the Col du Marie Blanc. And then he has to think about what's going to happen at the finish of the stage, because there are 40 points available for the first rider to get to the summit of the Col de l'Aubisque. And if that is Michael Rasmussen, that's going to put Rasmussen right back into the King of the Mountains race.
Absolutely. So it won't be over till the very end of the day. If it's over, then he'll do the work. But really, it's in favour of Soler to go and give him a little bit of a hand and a breather at the back.
Thomas Vogler at the back going to the team cars. He's just having a quick look to see what the injuries are to Jens Voigt, but Voigt is back in the main field there, just making the junction. I agree with you, Phil. Not only does Soler need to go to the front, but he is doing a fair bit of pace making with the man on the front, Carlos Sastre. I'm surprised that Iban Mayo has not gone forward to do a little bit, because if they can build a big advantage, Mayo has got himself a very good chance of winning the stage. Let's not forget he's a former winner at Alpe d'Huez, and this would be the sort of finish that could suit
riders in front, and the peloton is just on 4 minutes, nearly 4 minutes behind, but they're coming back again now. Actually, this is a fine piece of tempo riding by Thomas Dekker, because he's eating into this breakaway's lead, even though occasionally Soler is helping out Sastre. The other boys are not helping at all, and so sooner or later they'll probably try to go alone. I think they're making a mistake.
Well, they're approaching now the start of the Col de la Marie Blanc, and Carlos Sastre has certainly put everything into this move here this afternoon. This is the early start of the climb. Vicente Garcia Acosta has been pretty much sitting at the back end of the group, but I'd have to say of this group here of 5 riders, Phil, he's probably one of the weaker climbers.
Well, lovely crowd, Norwegian flag on the right, as we're now deep into France again, having been visiting Spain earlier on. The Col de Marie Blanc, first category climb in miles. It's 5.8 miles long, an average gradient 7.4. When we get to the top, where it'll be 38 kilometers to ride to the finish. So the Col de Marie Blanc, in feet, it takes us up to just on 3,400 feet.
But it's a nasty climb as the riders in this leading group of 5 now go through the small town of Escaut. I think Vicente Garcia Acosta is starting to wonder how he's going to handle this climb of the Col de la Marie Blanc. And it really is a very narrow climb. It's one of the narrowest climbs that we've been through and will have been over on today's stage. And up at the top, it really is very narrow and very steep, and there's a fairly dangerous descent off it.
Ooh, a very tight corner there. In fact, Soler seemed to have a double take. There's the official start now. 9 kilometers to the summit for the Marie Blanc. Already looks a bit barren up here, doesn't it? And so Soler now back in his playground at the front. Climb just down in the valley there. They saw 9 kilometers to go to the top. This is the breakaway group. This is the bunch here, still a big bunch. Well, the man on the whip end of the peloton here is our faller coming off the previous hill, Alessandro Ballan. Not feeling too well. Now there's an interesting shot. I hope we're not too close to this helicopter. There's one that photographs another.
Stretched out into a very long line, as we can see there is Thomas Dekker pulling off the job done for the day. And what it's almost as if he's put his bike into reverse there. He's going to have to try and survive. It's so difficult.
So hard.
Once you turn off like that, you've still got to muster the strength and find the energy to get yourself to the finish of the race.
He gritted his teeth when he saw that 9 kilometers signboard at the start of the climb, and he still kept on going for another half a kilometer, and then that was it. Well, he's got to get home now, otherwise he won't live to fight another day. But at least if he does get home, tomorrow will be a little bit easier.
Well, there he is. Good job. Congratulations from one of the other professionals in the race.
Ballan, yeah. That's very nice. Now he's just going to sit up, and he's done a terrific job today. 23 years of age. In his first Tour de France, he acts like a real old professional bike rider, this young man. One day, he could be riding for that yellow jersey himself. He is a great talent. He's won a lot of races. He's a product of the Rabobank nursery school. They brought him right through from being a schoolboy, and every schoolboy's ambition in Rabobank is to ride for the Pro Tour team.
He's been riding this way, but you can see the big Colombian is all over his bike now. He's waiting. He's looking round the corner. He's trying to see through the crowd as to where is the banner over the road, which indicates the summit of the climb. It's only about 150 meters away from here, but he still hasn't seen it. But he's waiting to get himself another 15 points in the bag, and this will be a great operation for him. He's a rider we didn't even talk about before the start of the Tour de France, and then all of a sudden, when he got that victory into Briançon, we started talking about him as being the next big climber.
Well, once we're over the top, it is 12 kilometers, most of it downhill to the bottom of the Aubisque via the sprint in Larens. Here we come, and more points in the bag, and Verdugo, little inspired effort, is humped up on the back.
Well, that's another 15 points in the bag there for Soler. He's grabbed himself through the course of today. 42 points, and that's going to put him right up in the overall standings, because the man in the yellow jersey, I think today will be looking just to consolidate his yellow jersey position. Algon now is suffering with the steepness of this climb. It really is an unbelievable climb, the Col de Marie Blanc. Again,
he too might get up. Well, all the main contenders still in this peloton, which Halgan has just been unleashed from. Sastre is the only danger man who's got away. He's been away most of the day, but he's not going anywhere just now, is he? As this field is slowly
down to a very select group, and Chris Horner is still sitting at the back there with Cadel Evans. Evans is riding a phenomenal race here. He needs to do something as well. He knows the climb of the Col de l'Aubisque, and as they come to the summit, just have a look at that, because as they go over the line at the top there, it's going to be around about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
2:21, the yellow jersey taking what was left of the points on the top of the climb there. So he's still interested in that competition, as a very select group of 12 riders go over the summit. About 50 seconds, I think it was, as the head of that group went underneath at 20 kilometers to go. Just 12 miles. The only trouble is that 9 of those miles are all uphill.
Yes, as we've gone over the Col de la Marie Blanc, we're just in the flat section now before the final climb of the day, and we're now in the town of Larens, which is where the sprint point is, the last sprint point of the day. That's at 18.5 kilometers to go to the finish, and once they leave the sprint point, that's pretty much where the climb actually starts. But as I said, in the early part of the climb, Phil, it's not that difficult. It's around about 5 or 6%. It's what we call a false flat, as Juan Maurizio Soler goes around the corner in first place. He is itching to get to the climb.
Yes, well, he wanted to win the 40 points at the top, but unfortunately it's the stage victory as well, so he'll get mixed up in another battle now for the day's win. That might be the yellow jersey final win as well, because that could all be decided today, although one gets the feeling it may not be. We're into the town's allowance, and it is 41 seconds the gap. It's still coming down here. There's a small sprint here, but what's the odds on the sprinting? Nothing, I would think.
Around the corner, but starting the early slopes of the climb now. The leading group of 4 there, you can hear all the klaxons there. Sastre went through the sprint point there, got himself 6 seconds time bonus. Soler was second, Iban Mayo was third, but the main field now, Phil, 40 seconds, so it's really not very much at all.
Well, Sastre went for those 6 seconds at least. It might be all he gets out of the day at the end of it, because I think it's about to be swept up, because the gap is now 41 seconds. This is the last. See one more town on the lower slopes of the Obisque, and then they're out into the bush, and it's a very, very tough climb.
Well, basically all of the main contenders are in that group with the yellow jersey. The only man not in that group is Carlos Sastre, and he's up the road, but only now by 42 seconds. So very shortly, I would say that all of the leading contenders will be together for the start of the final climb of the day.
This is the town of Larens. It is really the base town before we start the climb of the Obisque. This is the yellow jersey group, and they are closing rapidly on the leaders of the day. 41 seconds is the gap. Carlos Sastre is the man they want back, but I think now we're going to see them throw everything they've got at one another as we start the climb of the Col.
Go now for the 3 leaders, and they're still holding on to around about that 40-second advantage.
Look at Sastre.
Now, there Sastre's decided to go, and they've put Iban Mayo into difficulty.
Well, Sastre's really launched an attack, and Mayo's been a bit slow to react to that one. It looks as though he's found his strength. He's just going to get back on. But Sastre, these are desperate moments for Carlos. He's realised he's got to do what he can do. He's not going to surrender without a fight, and he's accelerated again.
Well, that was a very brave move, I have to say, by Carlos Sastre, because after all, Phil, he's been sitting on the front end of this move. He's probably done, of the breakaway this afternoon, he's probably done 75% of the work, and Soler all of a sudden can't follow the acceleration of the CSC rider.
15 kilometres to climb to the summit. That's for the main field with the yellow jersey in it. The other 3 are just a few seconds ahead of them. And this now is Soler. He's also tried to go, but Sastre has gone, and Mayo's gone round him. Well,
Mayo has gone round him, but he's not quite got to the wheel of Carlos Sastre. That's a phenomenal performance by Carlos Sastre, but Mayo has pulled himself back up now, and I wonder if now he'll decide to do something, put into difficulty. He's been dropped from these 2 riders. He actually needs to try and recuperate a fraction, because he's going to get picked up by the yellow jersey group, and he still really needs to finish pretty close to Michael Rasmussen if he wants to keep all of the points that he gained today out on the road in the King of the Mountains classification.
He must score some points, otherwise Rasmussen, should he win the day, he'll take 40 back. Double points on the last climb, remember. This is Sastre and Mayo clear of the fields. We look down at the chase here. So just looking here at the situation now, 10 seconds to Soler, the main field, less than a minute behind. It could all come together on this climb.
Which contains the yellow jersey of Michael Rasmussen. He's made the left-hand turn, and now Iban Mayo has decided to come to the front. Iban, if you want to win the stage here this afternoon, it's no use sitting on the wheel of Carlos Sastre. You need to work with him.
We are now 12 kilometres from the summit and the finish of the Col d'Aubisque here. We're looking at the chase at 48 seconds. It's still the hard work being done by the team of the yellow jersey, Rasmussen. Ahead lie only 3 riders now, 2, 1, and then this group here.
Well, that corner really hurt Denny Menshov. Look at that, he's pulled off now, number 51. He has gone completely out. He came and he hit that corner, the steep gradient, and he said, oh, I can't do this anymore.
Well, I'm not surprised, for goodness sake. He's been terrific, but he searched for those gears. He's put the lowest gear on the bike in to stop those legs cramping up. Now all he can do is get up to the finish. 7 miles uphill, 12 kilometres for him.
Well, don't forget, this man is a winner of the Vuelta a España. There, Carlos Sastre has gone again.
Well, can Mayo do any answer to this? Maybe he hasn't been shamming all race. Maybe he could never work at the front, but look, he can. He's kicked again to try and rejoin Sastre.
Well, he just doesn't have the acceleration of the pure climb of Carlos Sastre, but once he can get the big gear going, he's pulling himself back to him. This, though, is about to be the end, I think, of the breakaway this afternoon, Phil, because if you look there, you can see that it's only 34 seconds between Carlos Sastre, Iban Mayo, and the front end of the field now. Jaroslav Popovic, once the Rabobank riders have disappeared, Jaroslav Popovic has come to the front.
They were waiting, just like hawks in the background. Poor old Chris Horner couldn't answer the lift of acceleration there. He has dropped now. That's left Cadel Evans on his own in this front group. Here comes the traffic jam. We've got to get through with the cameras. Now Popovic is now pacing Contador, and now they've exposed Rasmussen.
He is completely exposed. There are 3 riders here from Discovery Channel. Look at Levi Leipheimer just sitting on the wheel of Michael Rasmussen. Now is the moment when Contador is waiting for the steep gradient to really kick in. David Arroyo is saying goodbye to the front end of this group, but he's still going to stay well up in the overall classification. Jaroslav Popovic is the man for Team Discovery Channel here. There's Cadel Evans over on the left-hand side, looking fairly good, waiting for the accelerations to start.
Well, we're looking at the leaders, but I hope we don't miss the move, because I can almost guarantee the next attack will come from Levi Leipheimer on this climb. This is the man split between the 2 leaders and the chasers behind, and he's still trying to hold them off and fight. But very shortly, they're going to be up with him now, because he can't hold them off possibly. The infighting has begun.
Well,
there they are.
There they are. There's the yellow jersey. There is Jaroslav Popovic. This has been, again, a real tough battle. This man, Heimar Zubeldia, was 6th overall at the start of the day. He is with Michael Bogard. He has now just got to find a rhythm and survive the final slopes, the final 11 kilometers of climbing in this year's Tour.
Well, as we come to this hairpin bend, this is the chase now. 25 seconds is the spread. This is Juan Soler, shortly to be joined. There they come now, the high-revving Discovery Channel boys. They are paving the way for an attack by Leipheimer now. Now, the yellow jersey of Rasmussen. He must be feeling which one is going to go for me first.
Well, that's what he's waiting for. He knows that the attack is going to come, and Team Discovery Channel have got themselves a very nice situation here. Frank Schleck at the back, just in front of him, Alejandro Valverde. In front of him, Oscar Pereiro. The polka dot jersey there of Juan Mauricio Soler is slotting into the wheel there of Cadel Evans.
Well, sitting at the back here is Frank Schleck. He's still looking pretty okay here for a man that struggled in these mountains these last few days. Tagged on to the back behind Alejandro Valverde, Pereiro, but this is the race now. This is the tempo being set by Popovic to try and pave the way for Contador to break the yellow jersey. He will keep it as long as he can, and then it's up meters to go, and it looks as though now this is the move. We knew that once we got to the steep side, Leipheimer will launch the first attack. Rasmussen is itching. He's got to make a decision now. Do I go after Levi? Do I gamble he won't get the time? Or do I look at Contador? And this is decision time for the yellow. He's coming back at Leipheimer.
This is a very good move here. I wasn't surprised to see that move coming by Levi Leipheimer. Popovic has done his job. He's disappearing from the group. He must now just try and survive, but what they've done is set up a launch pad now for Alberto Contador to go over the top. Levi Leipheimer looks over his shoulder. He can now see the yellow jersey. Just sitting on his wheel there is Alberto Contador, and Cadel Evans is very comfortable.
Well, now split the whole of the Tour de France around the mountain here, but there we now have Levi Leipheimer setting the tempo, still protecting the young protege, because we now have the top 4 riders overall: Rasmussen, Contador, Evans and Leipheimer, and we're still hunting. Now, these are all together now. These are the leaders of the race. Here is Karl Strassler. He's been caught and left by the group.
Yep, it was all in that little bit of confusion at the moment when Levi Leipheimer was launching his attack. We came right onto the wheel of Carlos Sastre and Iban Mayo. Then all of a sudden, it was a dynamite at the front end, and it was all done by Levi Leipheimer. Now he is going to be the sacrificial lamb here. He's on the front for Discovery Channel there, thinking whether or not they can put the man in the yellow jersey, Michael Rasmussen, into a spot of bother here this afternoon. They are just waiting. I can see the little twitches there coming from Alberto Contador. He's waiting for the steepness. He's waiting for the moment to try and make his move. He needs to try and pull back a minute today if he wants to nurture any dreams, Phil, of winning the Tour de France.
The attack now by Contador still says 9.2 kilometers. We're a bit closer than that. And where is Rasmussen? This is the acceleration Rasmussen hates. He has to pick the tempo. It takes him moments to do.
Well, he's got to make the move, man. Michael Rasmussen must not panic. This was the acceleration. As soon as we came out of the tunnel, he looked for that move, and he now knows this is a possibility of winning the Tour de France this year. Looks over his shoulder, and he can still see the shape there, Phil, of the yellow jersey.
Well, as Contador now climbs away, Rasmussen is a little bit confused here. He's got 2 minutes 23 seconds in hand. He can afford to lose a little bit, but not a lot. Cadel Evans content just to follow the yellow jersey. Where's Leipheimer? Is he still there? Yes, he is. And Contador just checking here as to whether to go. He's waiting. Well, that's attack one.
Well, that's attack number one. If Cadel Evans has got the legs this afternoon, this would be an ideal moment for him to try and go for the victory, because you know what? Michael Rasmussen may not chase Cadel Evans down. He starts the day, Cadel, 4 minutes behind Michael Rasmussen in the overall classification. Levi Leipheimer has now brought himself back up to the yellow jersey. The yellow jersey is defending.
Well, now we're down to just over 8 kilometers. As we look now, forget the group Valverde. It's back to nearly a minute. This is the group now. Sastra's chasing at 32 seconds behind. But we now have at 8 kilometers from the summit, 5 miles to climb. Rasmussen, well, he's so confused, and he knows they're going to hit him again. He's got to work out when. Levi's gone from the back now. What's he going to do? This is the second attack by Levi Leipheimer. Paul, Team Discovery are operating like a superb machine here. They're hitting him every chance they've got.
Well, that was a move, and really, if Rasmussen was a little bit more intelligent, he wouldn't have chased this down. He doesn't need to chase this down. Leipheimer's 5.5 minutes behind him in the overall classification, but they're actually playing, Rasmussen is playing into the hands now of Team Discovery Channel, because I would think as soon as they make the junction, Contador will go again.
Well, if Leipheimer starts to slip away, of course, Cadel Evans has got to go after him, because he's not that far behind him overall, a minute 25. So Cadel's also playing a rather risky game here, but so far it's working out. These are the riders falling back here as Mayo goes back, and the faces there of the riders. But they're riding now over a minute behind what is the 80 seconds. Cadel Evans, quite rightly, is letting, there he goes. This is the acceleration that Rasmussen hates, and there's no reaction from any of them yet.
Well, this is a good move by Alberto Contador. He will keep throwing these accelerations as often as he can, but Rasmussen will just have to ride himself back slowly but surely. He won't get any help from the two riders with him, Levi Leipheimer or Cadel Evans. He's got a slight gap there for the moment. Now, Michael Rasmussen has to find something. He's got to dig deep and pull himself back to the man who's challenging him.
He's incredible, Rasmussen. He can't do that acceleration, but once he gets up to high end, he can ride himself back into the race. Cadel Evans out of the saddle, working, I think, to stay in touch with these three climbers. And Cadel Evans himself is a great climber, but this time, maybe Contador's going to crack Rasmussen.
Well, Contador has given that acceleration again. He's one of the rare climbers in the world who can accelerate again and again on the slopes of a climb, but Rasmussen needs to be calm, Phil. He needs to calm his inner self at the moment and find a rhythm and slowly pull himself back up to the Spaniard.
Tries to find that rhythm. He's cracked Levi Leipheimer here, and quickly Cadel Evans nips round him and back onto the back wheel. The top three riders in the Tour de France are coming together.
Well, if Cadel Evans can move across as smoothly as that, Cadel needs to start thinking about whether he should launch an attack here this afternoon.
We're looking at 6.5 kilometers to go now, and we have the three top riders on the classification together. Leipheimer a little bit in oxygen debt there, and now look at this as they go shoulder to shoulder. Rasmussen is going to hit Contador.
Well, he's tried. I think he's going to try his own offensive now, but look how easy Contador is. He's all over Rasmussen. Another move by Contador.
Well, Contador's counter the move. Poor old Cadel here is just having to stay outside of the slipstream of these two boys. 6.4 kilometers to climb now as the riders come up the steepest slopes here. This is going to be a terrific ride now. Cadel Evans is going to have to recover. He's still sitting third in this race, and that won't damage that today.
Well, Cadel Evans is just riding at his own pace here this afternoon, as we can see these two men slowly looking at each other, wondering where the next move is going to come from.
Well, the battle as they go underneath our commentary box here. Look at the crowd as they ride round here. The three have come together on the climb. It's the yellow jersey on the front. Contador, Evans is back in the game. Then there's a small gap to Levi Leipheimer, long way back. Here is poor old Carlos Sastre, played a great card today, and he's still somehow finding the strength to limit his losses.
Well, there's another
Here we
move
go,
here.
Paul, another one.
Contador will not lay down arms until he gets to the summit of this climb here this afternoon. He's giving every acceleration he's got, but actually Michael Rasmussen's looking a little bit more comfortable now as once again Cadel Evans can't respond to these incredible accelerations.
Cadel is right to stay at his own rhythm. He's mixing it with two of the greatest climbers in the world, and Leipheimer's back up to Cadel. Leipheimer has rejoined Cadel Evans on the climb, while the two men in the top two positions, they're now drawn swords and are fighting a personal duel.
Well, this is unbelievable, the way this Contador can accelerate on the slopes of some of these climbs. He puts himself into the slipstream of Michael Rasmussen. I think he's just trying to recuperate for a fraction. I'm sure he's going to try and hit him again. He knows he's got to keep going. If he wants to win the Tour, he may well never get an opportunity like this again. So he's got to keep going all the way to the summit. He's got to get some time back today.
Those long, thin legs of Michael Rasmussen, they call him chick. A little bit of a flat here before we kick again. But they are going so quickly up this mountain. Cadel, and look at this, Leipheimer's going. This is another attack.
Well, Leipheimer wants the stage here this afternoon, Phil. He wants to do everything he can, not only for himself, but for the team. They will throw everything they can at Michael Rasmussen. Rasmussen's getting very upset with the television cameras here this afternoon. He believes that those television cameras are encouraging the other riders to attack. Leipheimer takes up first position. He's looking this afternoon to try and see if he can grab a podium position as well.
Well, our camera's staying out of the way, I think. It's a foreshortened shot, that, as Leipheimer's been mastered now by a very calm yellow jersey. And look at this now. He's not quite as close as he appears, but he is closing it down. 4 kilometers to go, and still no decision.
Well, Leipheimer swings off. Okay, Michael, you're the man who's in the yellow jersey. You set the pace making on the front.
Well, I'm not too sure whether he seemed to pat Leipheimer on the back there and push him back in the lead.
Well, he knows, you see he's playing a very clever card here. He knows that Leipheimer's looking for a third place in the overall standings, but Levi Leipheimer knows that he's got to get rid of Cadel Evans. Cadel hasn't cracked at all here. He's riding at his own pace. He's trying to make sure that he limits his losses. He started the day with 1 minute and 25 seconds advantage over Levi Leipheimer, and he needs to conserve that.
And I think if he can hold it for the next couple of kilometres, then he will go to the time trial shoulder to shoulder with Leipheimer, and they shouldn't be too far apart on the day because they both ride an excellent time trial. I don't think they can close down the gaps to Contador and Rasmussen. That will go to the time trial as well. Leipheimer is still setting the pace, and Evans just keeps on looking at them, and Leipheimer looking over his shoulder to see where Evans is. He won't be happy if you can see him. 4 kilometres to go for Carlos.
Now, this is Juan Mauricio Soler, Phil. I don't know where he's found his energy.
Back again.
Because he's pulling himself back up to Carlos Sastre. He's going to be looking at being in 5th place on the road. Now, he wants the king of the mountains, and if he finishes in the top 6 places, he's pretty much got that sewn up tonight.
Well, that's it, and he's gone right round Sastre as our cameras are switched back here to the big 3 battle of 3 unbelievable climbers. Make it 4 because Evans is hanging in. A private world of hell for Cadel Evans back there, trying to control these 3 guys at 3 kilometres to go.
Levi Leipheimer doing the job of the teammate for Alberto Contador, setting the pace. Contador not looking quite as frisk as he was a couple of days ago, just going through there. Cadel Evans is at around about 15 seconds.
Oh, look at the face of Cadel Evans. You could fill a water bottle with the perspiration running off his face right now as he tries just to hold them. He knows he's got to limit his losses, especially to Leipheimer. He's dreaming of a podium place in Paris. No Australian's ever been there, and he's still holding them in his sights.
And that's what Levi Leipheimer is dreaming about also. He wants that podium position himself if he can. He wants to try and pull himself up into 3rd slot, but he's looking for 1 minute and 25 seconds. There are time bonuses at the finish line. Let's not forget 20 seconds for the first rider to cross the line, 12 seconds and 8 seconds, and I'm sure Cadel Evans knows that. Juan Mauricio Soler is now in 4th position on the road, 5th position on the road.
Has a little bit leveling just in front, but it kicks around this corner again at 2.8 kilometers to go. That's for the leaders. Here comes Juan Hernandez. He's underneath in first place and 3k to go, and still needs those points, double points. He needs them in the bank, because the way this is going, Rasmussen could win this stage, and he's so annoyed with these motorbikes now.
Well, I'm not. He just keeps waving at them, and unfortunately, that's
well, there they all are. Look at them all.
Well, that's all part and parcel of the professional racing. You need the motorbikes to bring the pictures. You need the motorbikes to make you famous, and that's what he needs to understand. And even if he thinks that those motorbikes are going to assist the movement of Levi Leipheimer, they could also assist him as well. He's sitting there. He looks a little bit under pressure, but I have to say, I think Contador is looking a bit under pressure now.
Yes, I think Contador has put his moves in, and he hasn't got them. There will be a death throw from one of them, or if not both of them. As again, now he wants these bikes to get out of it, but he's really getting himself too excited here. Get on with the job in hand, I would think. Here comes Levi Leipheimer. He said it would all happen in the Pyrenees. He's been simply superb. He's tried to play the cards. So far, they haven't worked. The man in yellow is hanging in there and taking everything. Team Discovery. The last time check on Cadell will be right there as we see 1 kilometer to go. It looks as though Levi has done his stuff now. Now it's up to Contador. It's the same two we saw racing into Ludombiel as they battle it out between themselves. Now the white jersey is going to follow the yellow jersey and try and take the stage away from him. But this has been the day of yellow jersey today. He has handled himself so well, and is he distancing him? I think he's cracked Contador.
Well, he's got the acceleration on the steeper part at the top end of this climb. The Discovery Channel riders have done everything, and now Rasmussen's gone.
Well, that is the Tour de France winner as he heads up towards the line now. They threw every piece of ammunition on the ship at him, and it was not enough. Michael Rasmussen is now free to fly and win the Tour de France.
Well, they gave everything they had, the riders from Team Discovery Channel, here this afternoon, but now all of a sudden this man is riding with anger. He wants to win the Tour. He wants to increase his lead in the overall classification, and they're not going to see him anymore this afternoon.
Well, Michael Rasmussen now is building on all of his adversaries in time. He started with 2:23 on Contador. A 20-second time bonus awaits him as well. So youth again, 24 years of age, Alberto Contador. He tried today to do it, but I think the stamina not quite there in the young body. This man, quite a few years older, 6 years older, more. He's now moving up to the line here, and with it, every pedal rev, he gained another few seconds. This has been a very demonstrative day for Michael Rasmussen.
Well, he knew he was going to come under pressure. He knew that the pressure would come from Team Discovery Channel. They did everything. Levi Leipheimer now is piloting Alberto Contador to the summit of this climb. Contador quite happy now, I think, to sit with his teammate. He's done an awful lot. He attacked so many times, but you could see by his body language, Phil, that he was really under pressure. He's sitting a lot lower. He's sitting on the front end of his saddle, just trying to keep himself going forward. Let's not forget, he's only 24 years of age. He can come back to the Tour in the future.
Well, here is Michael Rasmussen now as he races up to the finishing line high in the Pyrenees. For the last 2 years, the king of the mountains. At this time, he's king of the Tour de France. He stamps on the pedals here, and he's going to feel so happy inside that he's rid himself of the two riders on Team Discovery. The clock will start as soon as he hits the line. I think Leipheimer will try and get Contador over in second place because of the slightly bigger time bonus, which might yet decide this Tour de France.
Well, I'm not sure whether he will, because in fact he might need the time bonus himself, because Cadell Evans is now at 54 seconds, and there it is.
The victory by Michael Rasmussen, that is a real punch at the skies, and it might well turn out to be the stage that has won him the Tour de France. Look at the set jaw now as they try to save second here. Contador could not hold on to Levi. He's pushing on here to snatch the second bonus. He's still looking for third place, at least in Paris in a few days' time. He can deliver a great time trial, Levi Leipheimer. He hits the line. He gets a small 12-second bonus to add to his 26 seconds or so deficit. And we're looking now at the top. I think we had a bit of a picture break there. Let's hope they can get it back as we look at the top of the Obisque. Wasn't the best time to lose pictures. I can tell you, though, that Contador is over the line now in third place. Cadell Evans is on the climb at the moment.
Well, the last time check we got to Cadel Evans was 44 seconds. Levi Leipheimer stopped the clock at 24 seconds behind Michael Rasmussen. Rasmussen looks back like the true professional to see whether or not anybody's anywhere near him at all. Well, they're not, because Levi Leipheimer was at 24 seconds. And I think the young rider from Spain, Alberto Contador, Phil, he gave everything he had this afternoon, but it wasn't quite enough.
Well, it wasn't, but you can only do your best, and that's exactly what they all did today. Everybody in that breakaway threw everything they had at this race, but you could tell by the face of Rasmussen that he really did have this race under control. Now, at the moment, we're just looking at replays here, and normally we could look out of our commentary box and tell you what's happening, but we're 6 kilometres below the summit of the Col de Biche. Very unfortunate that some power failure up here has lost our pictures for the minute. These are replays when we saw Leipheimer trying to drag Contador back into it, finally drops him. This is the winner of the day, and for Michael Rasmussen now, it's his second stage win of this year's Tour de France. Gives him 4 overall in the history of the event, but Paul, the time gaps are open now. He's going to be approaching 3 minutes at least.
He's going to have a massive time advantage. It will be pretty close to 3 minutes over Alberto Contador, but the most important thing is to figure out the difference between Levi Leipheimer and Cadel Evans. He really made a demonstration here on the upper slopes of the Col de Biche. He was attacked, he knew he would be attacked, but he remained calm and collected all of the time, responding to those attacks in the way that was best for him, and that was allowing Contador to go and slowly pulling himself up to...
6 hours 20 minutes today, 26 seconds to Leipheimer, 35 to Contador, 43 to Evans, and a minute 25 to Maurizio Soler.
Well, let's not forget, Maurizio Soler was the only survivor of that early breakaway. Jaimar Zubeldia did a great ride there to hold on to his place in the overall classification, and a good ride by the up-and-coming star Juan Jose Cobo. And Carlos Sastre, he was in the breakaway all day, went for the big move, and ended up in 8th place.
Pedro getting the better of his teammate Valverde. Popovic getting in there in 11th place. Despite all the work he does, he'll keep his high overall standing. Arroyo, Schleck, Bogart there. What a hero Bogart was. And Kim Kirken, in the end, crosses the line in 15th place. Dropped on every mountain. That's amazing. And Mayo there in 16th. You're spot on. Look at that. Rasmussen, 3 minutes 10 now to Contador, improved from 2:23. Cadel Evans holds third, but goes back from 4 minutes to 5:03. Levi Leipheimer closes in on Cadel Evans, now at 5:59. Carlos Sastre has held his 5th place, but look at that. Now 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Further down, Zubeldi's had the ride of his life in this tour. He's 6th. Valverde still hanging there. Kim Kirken, yes, he dropped a place to 8th, but that's not bad. Popovic comes up to 9th, and Maurizio Soler in the top 10. That's a terrific result for him. There's a few more places for you. Astolosa is there in 11th, and Arroyo still yo-yoing but holding on, and Chris Horner, Paul, 26 minutes down but 15th.
Well, that's not important. The time is not important at all. I've got to tell you one thing. Chris Horner did a great ride, but for me, one of the great rides of the day is the man who now has the polka dot jersey. This man wanted that. He's been wearing it on loan from Michael Rasmussen until today, and now he's got it.
We're heading to the hot flatlands now. The race is turning north, heading towards Paris, and looking for a new leader of the Tour de France, following the exclusion yesterday of Michael Rasmussen after 9 days in the leader's yellow jersey. The question now everyone is asking is, who will replace Michael Rasmussen in yellow? Alberto Contador has the right to wear yellow. He has refused to pull the jersey on today. So tonight, who will stand atop this podium as the next leader of the Tour de France?
Yeah, the top 3 riders are pretty much locked together, really, but when you could put it down to the time trial, because Alberto Contador leads Cadel Evans by 1 minute and 53 seconds. Levi Leipheimer in 3rd, 2:49. Carlos Sastre, he's a long way back, though, at 6:02, with Jaimar Zubeldia putting in his best ever performance in the Tour de France in 5th place.
Here's our quick journey around France, coming out of London with the start. We're right down at the bottom, beginning the journey north, as I say, Paul.
Well, the riders, I think, will be a little bit happier with the profile, although there's lots of little red spots which indicate small climbs. When you actually look at the profile, it's only a ripple, and it is pretty much flat over the 188.5 kilometers all the way to Castel Sarrazin.
So there's some stage facts for you. 188.5 kilometers, about the difference between Las Vegas, Death Valley Junction and Nevada, 115 miles. First finish here in Castel Sarrazin, and it was a start town in 2001 and 2004. The usual couple of sprints along the way. We've got those 5 Category 4 climbs and 1 third category climb, most of them early on. Yes, so there's the route, and there's the hot shimmer of the day here. They're saying a top of 81, but I think it's going to go a little bit hotter than that. It feels extremely warm down here at the finish in Castel Sarrazin, and the crowd beginning to gather here. Super day, Paul.
It's a brilliant day, ideal day for racing, but very tough roads in this part of France, especially when you know that the temperature is certainly going to soar. The riders leaving, and I think happy Phil to leave the Pyrenees behind them, but today I think we're going to see a fairly rapid run.
Well, after all the arguments and sackings, etc., 143 riders are left in this race from the 189 that started. 2 teams are abandoned, of course, but the 21 teams that started, 2 of them are still with all 9 men. They are Quickstep and Gerolstein. That might be important today as they try to bring the sprinters down. As we look at the pictures, though, this is an interesting sign. This is the Spanish Case de Pont team trying to bring back a breakaway of 8. The feeling is because they want to try and bring this race back together, as they're planning now on trying to win the team race.
Well, I doubt if they can win the team race because they're more than a quarter of an hour behind Team Discovery Channel in that competition, but they will certainly hold on to second place in that competition, which is worth about $20,000, 16,000 euros for the second team in the competition. So I'm sure that is something that's in the back of their mind.
Look at the leaders. There's the list for Jens Voigt, Martin Elmberger, Bernati, Rigi, Foten, Canziato, Tozzato, and the man at the back in yellow, David Miller, who's been pretty active. We've gone over 5 of the climbs at the moment. Miller's won 2, Foten's won 2, and Tozzato has won 1. The significant thing is, Paul, although there's 8 of them and they've been away since the 9th kilometre today, the race has been chasing them. They've rarely got more than a minute and a half.
No, I think the teams at the front end of the main field have been quite happy to try and make sure this breakaway doesn't get too far off the front end of the main field. We got a chance to look at some heart rates on the route this afternoon. Mikel Delaz, Sergio Paolino is a fairly consistent supplier of his heart rate to us. Christian Knies, Ralph Grabsch, and of course Marcus Burkhardt.
I'm just glad the pulses weren't on me last night when they announced the disqualification of Michael Rasmussen. But we heard it about 11 o'clock here in France, and it stunned us to say the least. Rasmussen sacked by his team, as we say. Well, the peloton has gone out for just about its furthest deficit here at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. You can see it's all downhill towards the end today. Where the red marker is, we're just about in the feed. In fact, we are in the feed here, and there for Marcus Foten is his food bag.
Well, it's an important thing to do. These riders now moving into the slightly flatter part of the course. They're going through the feeding station at 86 kilometres covered. And that leaves them with still 101 kilometres to go to the finish. I think we may well see a bunch sprint this afternoon, Phil, because I know in the main field there's a lot of riders. They're a little bit angry about what happened with the expulsion of Michael Rasmussen, taken out of the race by his team, Team Rabobank, who made a very brave decision to react to the information that he'd probably been telling lies about his whereabouts, because he wasn't actually in Mexico training. He was training in the Dolomites.
That's right, and this is the team Case de Palm with George Hincapie, the odd man out on the left of our picture here, trying to just keep these escapers in sight. They've got a long way to go yet, just on almost exactly 100 kilometres to ride. So I don't think this breakaway is going to succeed. They have picked up most of the day's prizes. There's 1 sprint and 1 small climb left near the end. It says the feed station here. Denny Menchov has just got off his bike and has retired from the Tour de France. I think mentally he has been beaten here by what has happened within the Rabobank team. The exclusion yesterday by the team, let's not forget, of Michael Rasmussen. Menchov was his big workhorse, should have been the team leader by his own right, but he chose when Rasmussen did so well to try and get him to win the Tour de France. So the 7th Tour de France comes to an end for the man who wore the white jersey in the Tour de France back in 2003. Denny Menchov out, and the field now down to 141 riders. Well, this breakaway of 8, which got away just over 5 miles today, Jens Voigt, Martin Elmberger, Daniela Bernati, Daniela Rigi, Marcus Foten, Manuel Canziato, Matteo Tozzato, and David Miller has got a lead now of just 2 minutes and 31. That's the biggest lead they've had, because the peloton until just about 10 or 15 minutes ago had been limiting their escape to about a minute and a half. So they're starting to pull away. It is a gorgeous day here. It's extremely hot. This is one of the hot areas of France here. We're in D'Artagnan country, home of the Musketeers. He has gone and done just that.
Well, Bernardi realises already improved his chances here. Elmiger won't give up. Elmiger's a very strong rider. There he is, there just at the front of these two chasers, and he's got himself arched right over his handlebars. Voigt has seen this as an opportunity and thought, well, I'll keep going, but you know, it's back together at 3 kilometres to go. It's still 4 men.
As they continue now, they've fought the way back. Martin Elmiger takes a look over his shoulder at Marcus Voigt and said, hey, thanks for all the help you gave me catching these two. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing, but don't worry, Jens Voigt will try again. He's already seen now that there's a weakness. The two other riders at the back there are not quite as strong as the 2 men at the front, but he's already seen that Daniele Bernardi has got the zip, he's got the acceleration, but that can be dangerous because you've showed your cards.
Now, who's going to go next? They're going to be very nervous now. All the trust has gone now. They don't turn their back. They know somebody will go again, and the gap has gone up with that flurry of attacking. We're now outside of 10 minutes for the first time. 2.6 kilometres to go. Jens Voigt, Martin Elmiger, Daniele Bernardi, Marcus Voigt. 4 different teams. Voigt has been forced through now. He's probably the youngest rider here. In fact, he is. Followed by Elmiger.
Well, Foten was thinking there, shall I have a go myself? I could just see the muscles starting to twitch a fraction, but Elmiger says no, 2 kilometres to go. Let's just keep the pace nice and high. Let's not mess around like this anymore, because we might as well get ourselves to the finish and just run it out man to man in a drag strip race to the finish line.
Now, let me see, 1.5 kilometres to go. Expect Jens Voigt perhaps to shoot off the back of this group. Nobody wants to play anymore. Now Foten wants to find out where Jens Voigt is, and look at that. Voigt opens the door and makes Foten go in and close it.
Seasoned campaigner Jens Voigt, very careful now. You see Elmiger now has got himself a little bit of a gap, but look how attentive Daniele Bernardi is there. Every time there's a small gap, he's the one who nails it back. But this is getting dangerous for him. He's got to keep an eye on the other riders in the breakaway. He wants to get into the final kilometre, then he'll start to feel a little bit relaxed. He's feeling now like a track sprinter. He's been put on the defensive, looking over his shoulder. He knows these guys know that he's the fastest rider in the breakaway, and Jens Voigt, no, I'm not coming.
Well, Voigt is waiting for his only chance now, and that's to come off the back of these 4. They're looking for the 1 kilometre to go. Marcus Voigt, and that is a big, serious effort. He's left the top gear in as he hits this small climb. Well, he was saving something there because Elmiger can't bridge it.
Well, Elmiger's left a gap go now, and now's the time that if this man in the Lamprey jersey wants to get the win, he's got to make the move. And Jens Voigt is going to force him to make that move, and Jens is going to stay in the slipstream for as long as possible. But look how quickly Bernardi got himself across that gap, Phil. He's got the acceleration, he's got that kick this afternoon, and I think he's looking for the win.
Well, that was a wide sweep by Foten, but I'll tell you what, that was clever of Jens Voigt to make the sprinter close the gap, and now it's the sprinter licking his lips here, coming into the last 500 metres. Who's going to take on Daniele Bernardi? They've made him take the lead.
Well, he's just sitting there locked up against the barriers. The reason he's riding there on the left-hand side of the road against the barriers is to force the other riders to come by him. Now he's opening up the gap. He wants to start this sprint from the back position, looking back to see if there's anybody else there. Jens Voigt knows the wheel that he wants. This is going to be like a track, and again, you can see Foten makes the move.
Well, that was a false move, in fact, by Elmiger, but he sat down immediately when they looked across and seen him. Now it's the line-up for this finish, and they've got Martin Elmiger, the former champion of Switzerland, sitting on the front. Bernardi knows he's the fastest, but he's got to make sure he sees the initial move by whomever it's going to be. And Jens Voigt won't move here. Foten's going to be the first. It was telegraphed to the leaders there. Foten's now going. Elmer's on the front, but I think they played into Bernardi's hands here. And through the gap goes Jens Voigt to try and hook up with Daniele Bernardi. But see the difference in the speed here. And Marcus Foten is taking on Bernardi, but Bernardi gets Italy's only 2nd win of the Tour. The other one was Filippo Pozzato on stage 5. It was pretty easy in the end.
Well, it was pretty easy, but very nervous for Daniele Bernardi. He knew he had to do something special. He had to watch everybody. They all knew he was the fastest man in the breakaway here this afternoon. But you never know in a group like this of 4 riders after such a long breakaway, 183 kilometres of breakaway, the body can do funny things, but it didn't for Daniele Bernati because he got the victory he's been looking for.
Yes, the Lampre team wanted this. They hadn't won much at all until today, and now the sprinters come and deliver the goods. But you see, we saw Foten struggling out on the course, and if you let a man come back into the race, he can almost steal the stage. Foten, that was a great sprint, but he wasn't fast enough for Daniele Bernati.
No, he wasn't. Look at the acceleration of Bernati. You know, Bernati is one of the top sprinters in the race. He's up alongside the kind of speed of a Robbie Hunter or a Tom Bonan, and give him a crack from a small group like this, he's going to seize the opportunity.
And just as happened in Marseille, Voigt has finished last of the leading group. He was 5th of 5, now he's 4th of 4. But that's the way it goes. He's such an entertaining cyclist.
Well, he's gone one better, and for Jens Voigt, it's all a question of being in the front.
Over the beautiful River Garonne, the man in the foreground there, fly fishing. Who cares about the Tour de France going over the bridge on his right shoulder? But they are flying now, because now the sprinters are fighting for what would be a 9th place finish, because we still have the remnants of that breakaway out front. All right, well, the peloton be a short while yet, 10 minutes out on the highway, and we've got a couple of guys in between. They'll dwindle in. There's the winner. As we look down across the Garonne here, there's the long road down to the finish in Castel Sarrazin. The sprint winner today, Daniele Bernati. It was a sprint, but not quite as we envisaged.
From Tween Quickstep, they must be rather upset to have to work like this just for a simple 9th place, but it's important for Bonan in the green. Look at Hunter and Zabel. They're actually battling to stay in the slipstream of the Quickstep train.
Point of honour, this one, as the big lead out comes, and his big Stegman's just in front of the man in green. Bonan is in a perfect position now as the sprinters will move off. Thor Hushovd is in the distance and out of it, I think. But watch the boy in green and the man in red. That's Robbie Hunter. And a little bit of a rush too by Foster, but he's dropped out of it now. 2 men still there to go, and then there goes Sebastian Chabanel. Nobody was looking at him as he went for it. And now comes Bonan and Hunter in the middle. Zabel, I don't think is going to get anything, but I think Bonan has just increased his lead by a couple of points over Robbie Hunter.
Yeah, Sebastian Chabanel just coming across the line behind Tom Bonan, then it was Robbie Hunter. But you look at the acceleration, there's the move. That's a great move on the left-hand side by Sebastian Chabanel, but all of a sudden Tom Bonan can feel the action, then all of a sudden he decides, I've got to get this. It's all a question of pride here, while Hunter continues to battle behind.
So Bonan gets maximum points from the rest. Hunter finishes just behind the rider in white, so he'll lose 2 points to Bonan, but he'll increase his lead over Eric Zabel. There's a look there at the race situation now at the finish today. Result, Bernati was in the original break of 8 after the 9th kilometre today, survived to win ahead of Marcus Foten, and Martin Elmager was in 3rd, and Jens Voigt 4th of 4 again, and he's so aggressive. David Miller also in the break, trails in 5th at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Cesato never contested 6th, tried. Manuel Quinziato was 7th, Daniele Righi 8th. Tom Bonan brings home the peloton at 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Matter of a principle, that, I think.
Oh, certainly he had to make sure he finished ahead of Robbie Hunter in 11th, and of course ahead of Eric Zabel in 13th, because for him the most important thing is to keep extending his lead in the green jersey points classification. A little bit further down, being very careful, Cadel Evans was 17th and Alberto Contador was 20th. Not important the positions for them, but what's important is to make sure they stay at the front of the main field.
Town of Tignes welcomes the Tour de France for the very first time. The first hotel here was built only in 1906. That was 3 years after the very first Tour de France. This is a stunning area of the Alps. It's now green, warm and sunny to welcome the Tour de France, but for the riders this is going to be a very, very hard day indeed as they climb through the mountains. The fans are here supporting Tom Bonan. He's a sprinter. They'll actually be hoping he just reaches the finish finishing line, because for him it's a day he really doesn't want. There's the finishing straight for the lucky winner today. This is a major race today, over 3 first category climbs. In the last 100 kilometres they climb for 53 kilometres.
Well, if you look at the gaps of the riders we regard as being the major contenders, take out Alexander Vinokourov and that crash, the other riders are spaced over less than a minute, and it's a long time since I can cast my mind back over Tour de France history to see a gap like that at the end of the first week of racing.
Well, today is the day, I can assure you. Let's have a look quickly back at the start, which is only a few moments ago, actually. And a proud day for the man in yellow, Linus Gerdemann, as he now leads off the Tour de France. Christian Prudhomme waves the flag, underway. All this happening about 15-20 minutes ago. And straight away an attack by Lilian Jacou after 1 kilometre forced 5 riders in the lead. There are the names for you as we get up towards the climb of the day, the Col de Marais. It's only 4th category. There it is as we come up climb 1. These 5 riders just holding off the peloton, hard working as they are, nobody racing for the climb. Indian file over the top, Stefan Schumacher, Alex Epperkeem, Marcel Seeberg over the top. 3, 2 and 1 points for them. News reaching us already off the back is Robbie McEwen, Mark Cavendish and Felu, 3 sprinters. Now they're on the second climb as we're now picking them up here. This is Schumacher setting the pace. They're still clear. We're talking of about 17 or 18 seconds, and the same 3 riders trying to move clear.
Well, Stefan Schumacher had a disastrous day yesterday for him if he was thinking about riding high in the standings this year in the Tour de France, because he's already 8.5 minutes behind. But today is a chance for him to try and put that to rights, and he's seen this as a big opportunity to try and turn the tables and come back. A lot of riders having a surprise ride on the first big mountain of the Tour, but this acceleration here by Schumacher has actually reduced that 5 men already down to 3. Effenkin in second place there, the rider from Team Barlow World, and Stefan Ogier, the man who was the leader of the King of the Mountains classification before he relinquished that to his teammate Sylvain Chavanel.
Yes, it's Lilian Jacou, the man who started the break, who's just in our picture here. He's been dropped, and the tallest man in the race, about 6'5" tall he is Seeberg, Marcel Seeberg. He's also dropped. It looks as though Ogier is finding Schumacher a bit powerful today. He really has been stamping on these pedals. We've had an incredibly fast start, and as I say, things are not looking good for Mark Cavendish or for Robbie McEwen, who are still detached from the peloton.
Well, Jens Voigt is feeling rather angry today, and you can see Voigt on the front there stamping out the pedals, and in fact this pressure by Jens Voigt has splintered a small group off the front end of the main field. In that group as well, Egoy Martinez of Team Discovery Channel, and they're picking up the riders who are in that early morning breakaway of 5 one by one.
Well, it's going to be a real tough day, a real baptism of fire for Linus Gerdemann today. He'll know he's in that yellow jersey, as everybody seems to be in the mood to attack, and it's the second half of the day today. 3 first category climbs which will hurt everybody. Look at that. We started downhill. I think we started around 50 kilometers an hour today, slowed down a little bit over the 4th category Col de Marais. We're now on the Boucher Mont Chauvin, and then we have a little respite down to the first sprint of the day at Faverges. And this is Schumacher here, still surviving, but they're coming.
Well, I think everybody's a little bit worried about the final 100 kilometres of today's 165 kilometre stage, because of the final 100 kilometres, 55 of those kilometres.
As we now look out on the course here now, the split has in fact not been healed up. Hincapie is in it. In fact, he's been joined by a lot of riders here. Now you get a good idea of the relationship, and that is now a very, very hard-working breakaway. And the peloton, look at the splits in the peloton. It's almost panic stations back here. Everybody is scrambling. This is a Tour de France on fire right now, I can tell you. Look at the echelons forming at the front. They're scrabbling for the wheels. We are watching, Paul, a very, very aggressive Tour de France today, and everybody just trying to get in on the action.
Juan Antonio Fletcher on the front. You can see the pressure there that you can see as they move to the front. The team who has seriously missed out here this afternoon is Team Rabobank. They've been caught out by the severity of this attack, and the reason they're riding like this on the front end of the peloton, Phil, must mean that Denny Menchov has missed out. So too has Michael Rasmussen. This is almost panic that we're looking at here. This is no longer a bike race. This is a struggle to restore some sense.
Well, what it is doing, 4 sprinters are off the back of the race by more than 2.5 minutes. Mark Cavendish, Robin McEwen, Danilo Napolitano, Romain Feliu. And those sprinters, if they lose time like 2.5 minutes, may not rejoin, and elimination will loom high for those four as they go through the high Alps today. As we get down into the sprint at Faverges now, 36 kilometers into the race, we are absolutely flying. There's no respect at all for the climbs that come later on today. And Thomas Vogler, what an effort to get 6 seconds time bonus.
I don't think it's the 6 seconds he's looking at here, Phil. He's looking at a long escapade in the mountains if he can. He knows that all of France will be watching on TV, and they know they will all know his name. He's a former national champion of France. Vaugrenard almost got to his slipstream, but as you said, Thomas Vogler is not taking any prisoners at all here, and he's actually now started to open up the gap on the flat as the riders behind try to figure out what kind of tactics are we going to adopt, because we're still facing up to 35 miles of climbing in the last half of the race.
Well, I've watched the Tour every day for 35 years, and I never cease to be amazed at how hard these guys can pedal with so far to go, day in, day out. They are right up into the red zone already, 129 kilometers to go, and they've still got 3 first category climbs to come, and they just don't think about it. They are pedaling just about as fast as they can right now. Here's the sprint for Vogler.
Well, Vogler is looking, having gone through that sprint point at 40 kilometers until he gets to the start of the Cormet de Roseland. It's fairly valley roads, undulating for the most part, with a second category climb stuck in the middle. But I think, Phil, there's a bit of panic on board Team Rabobank here, because the way they're riding at the front, there's such urgency. They realise they've really let the side down.
Well, the heart monitor on Marcus Berghaard right now is hitting 150. Ralph Grabschis is on 160. They're all out of the green and into the yellow. Next up is the red. This is a very pressured start today. Rabobank quite clearly have a plan here. It's got to be for Rasmussen and or Denny. Well, there's no doubt Rogers is here, Paul, and Hincapie is here, so Team Discovery Channel have got a plan. 5 kilometers to the top of the Tamier. The race, I think, wants chance to ease a little bit. The good news at the moment, because the 4 sprinters I've told you about, Mark Cavendish, Robbie McEwen, Filier, Napolitano, they're catching up. I don't know how they're doing it, but they were 2.5 minutes back, and they're now just over a minute.
It's going to be a long, hard day for those guys to get themselves back into the main field. If they can just get to the back end of the convoy of cars, then they will make the junction. But sadly, Phil, if they do make the junction, it'll probably be just over the summit of this climb. It'll be downhill, and then immediately they'll be lining up to ascend at the Cormet de Roseland. I do think that if the Rabobank want to bring this race back together, they need to send 2 or 3 riders to the front group to get this organised, because you can't leave just one man trying to chase a 16-man breakaway group.
Well, I can tell you now, our computers must be listening to our commentary. He's put Michael Rogers in now. Johan Ivan Gutierrez, Michael Rogers, Jens Voigt, Mario Hertz, Ariata, Stefan Goubert, Jorge Azania, Verdugo, Stefan Schumacher, Bernhard Kohl, Christophe Lemervel, George Hincapie. There's
a lot of riders have a lot to gain from being in a breakaway like this, especially, of course, Michael Rogers, but also Bernhard Kohl, who was in that leading group yesterday. He's a Gerolsteiner rider, and he's only 4 minutes and 31 seconds behind the leader Gerdemann. So it's going to be a tough day for young Gerdemann, his first day in the yellow jersey, and his team leader Michael Rogers quite clearly on the campaign to try and change that leader's yellow jersey to his. Although
it's not a very steep climb to Tignes, we do finish up at over 2,000 meters today, or 6,600 feet.
Well, they're looking into the faces and looking into the eyes of these riders here in this breakaway group. They are completely and utterly convinced now that this is the move of the day. They're all working hard. There are no more passengers now, and they've got to keep it like this until they get to the big climb of the day, the first big climb of the Cormet de Roseland. And what they want to try and do is start that climb with a 3 or 4 minute advantage. This is a very serious day for Team Rabobank, and I think they're starting to heed a little bit of the information, because there's a different rider come to the front. It's Juan Antonio Fletcher now setting up the pacemaking. But I'd have to say, Phil, I think there's a little bit of panic on board, and that panic is really because of the presence of Michael Rogers.
Well, Rogers will not be believing this is his best chance of the Tour so far. The first real chance he's had, and he got into the move. And if this succeeds, this will throw a whole new face on the Tour de France. He starts today 4 minutes behind his teammate, but that's not the point. He's all around within a minute of all the favourites, and this could really project him. 1 minute 29 they've got now, as they come up towards the top of the Col de Tamier. None of these guys really interested in the King of the Mountain, so we may not see a sprint for the sun. With the leaders now, we're still trying to get this little group across, but they haven't caught the others yet. A group of 5 riders trying to reach a group of 18 riders. Looks like they may have given up here. Just looking at the way I think the flag is going up here, I don't think they're going to make it, Paul. They're going to surrender and go back into the pack. We're in the streets of Albertville. Tours had a stage finish here not too long ago.
Well, the important thing is, Phil, if you're in a situation like that, not going forwards and not going backwards, you might as well sit up and wait for the main field, because if you get caught in no man's like this and you waste a lot of energy, it's energy that you might require a little bit later on in the race. You must always bear in the back of your mind that this is not a one-day race, this is a 3-week race, and energy wasted on one stage is maybe better off used another day.
Well, there's all the riders from T-Mobile. They've got a dual job now. One is to try and hold the field back as Michael Rogers scurries away in that breakaway. The other one is to keep an eye on their current race leader. They also yesterday had a big coup because they took over the lead in the team event as well. And so they're wearing the yellow numbers today. They snatched that off Team CSC. And CSC won't like that, I'll tell you. But there they are. And they've also lost a rider today. Mark Cavendish, having abandoned the race when he was dropped along with Robbie McEwen on the first climb of the day. They're into Albertville as well. This is a huge wide boulevard here. I don't know what they've done with all the traffic for the passage of the Tour, but they will now race along the flat roads heading for the climb of the Courmet de Roseland, 20 kilometers uphill.
Yes, and they've got around about 15 kilometers of undulations before they actually get there. We're going through the town of Albertville, where the sprint is coming up in around about 500-600 meters time. I don't think anyone will find those sprints very important at all, as George Hincapie moves to the front in the red, white and blue as national champion of the United States. For these riders, what they're thinking about is the 20 kilometers of undulations before the 20 kilometers of the actual.
Just watching the people here. We're in sort of a pedestrianised area here. There we are, 20 kilometres to the summit of the Courmet de Roseland. If you're a non-climber, I can't imagine what you think when you see that sign. And if you're a great climber, you must be rubbing your hands with glee. Well, Hincapie is in this move now. If they still got this sort of a gap over the top, watch out for Big George today. He might be delivering bells, because this is Michael Rasmussen, King of the Mountains the last 2 years. He's openly said he doesn't particularly want the King of the Mountains for a 3rd time. He wants to win the Tour de France. And now there's got to be a reaction from the others. Levi Leipheimer, Valverde, Kloden, Vinokurov. They've got to watch this man.
Well, they have to watch this man, because he can ride across that 1.5 minute gap very easily, and he wasn't asking for any help at all there. He feels comfortable. This is very much his terrain. Going off the back of the group, the early leader of the King of the Mountains classification 2, Stefan Auger, number 142. This is now, Phil, going to be a very grippy race, and they've let Michael Rasmussen open up the gap. That's Marcus Burkhardt over on the right-hand side. But where are the other big names? They need to mark a move like this.
Well, there's a move by Uska Telescardi ride. It might be Landaluz trying to get across. He moved up into 2nd place yesterday. That's Auger slowly falling back now. He'll just ride his own tempo. The early King of the Mountains on the flatter roads after we left Great Britain and into northern France. This is the tail of the peloton. It's going to reduce alarmingly over the next half an hour. Lac de Roseland here at the moment, and this is where the Tour de France has just reached. It's a false plateau before we start the climb for the rest of the climb up the Courmet de Roseland. We now have 7 riders in the lead, because Rasmussen and Rogers, Arroyo and Stefan Goubert have just pulled back Cole, Lemevelle and Collum. 7 men will go on to the final slopes of the Roseland together.
With him, Cyril Dessel, but I think he would like to see somebody else come forward and start nailing back this group, because this is a very dangerous group with Michael Rogers and Michael Rasmussen in it.
Well, looking down from the helicopter, there's only 6 riders in that lead group. There should be 7. So is that a rider who has been dropped back there? as he starts to look as though it might well be. Somebody has been left on the climb here. We don't know why at the moment. We were with them a few moments ago. There were 7. Looking right around this craggy little climb in the Alps. It is a really, really difficult climb. Still 3.5 kilometers to grind to the top. This will be the George Hincapie group. That's the second group on the road. The peloton is a long way back here just now with the big favourites in it. I'm just wondering who is going to win this year's Tour de France, because there doesn't seem to be a demonstrative figure in the race.
Well, nobody yet has taken the race by the horns and stamped their authority on it. Yesterday it seemed as if it was going to be Case d'Epargne. They looked so strong yesterday with Alejandro Valverde, but he is not enjoying this climb here this afternoon.
The rider who's been dropped for the moment is Christophe Lemervel, dropped or had a mechanical. That's a horrible sight if you're coming in the other way, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. There you get a chance to see the long line of the road that these riders are snaking their way up. There, the little bit of gaggle of cars there is the front end of the main field, but this is a massive gap. And the main field this afternoon must be wondering, what are we going to do to pull ourselves back to Michael Rasmussen, Michael Rogers and Bernard Cole? It is actually, Phil, a very large group, and I think the reason they're riding like this, the big challenge is to try and stay in contact with as many of their teammates as possible, so as not to be isolated down to
by Antonio Colom. He saw his team helper, got his drink at the top of the climb. We're nearly over the top and there is no sprint, and they've given it to Rasmussen. They salute the king of the mountains of the Tour for the past 2 years, and so it's Guber in 3rd place there as they go over the top, and Cole in 2nd.
Well, with those points, Phil, 15 points as he goes over the top there, he's going to move up into 2nd place, right on the shoulder now of Sylvain Chavanel. A little bit of chaos a little bit further back as teams try to move forward. That's Crédit Agricole, and what he wants to do is move forward to see where his man is, Christophe Lemervel. Well, he's caught currently in no man's land. He was in that leading group, but now he's halfway between the leading group and this group of George Hincapie.
Here, as the riders come round, another sharp left hand. I don't think Stefan Guber is descending this with a great deal of skill. He's been wobbling all over the place here, and there's been a crash on the corner, and that is Michael Rogers, and someone has gone over. That is Arroyo. This is terrible. Rogers has hit the barrier. Arroyo comes back out. His bike is lodging on the barrier. Well, I don't believe this. Michael Rogers, the leader of the Tour de France, on the road. He's injured but looks okay. He needs a new bike. There it is. Well, Stefan Guber hanging off the back. A bit of common sense, it seems. And the man right down in the trees, his heart must have been in his mouth, is David Arroyo. He comes back out. He looks okay. He needs a new bike, I would suggest, and Rogers here is needing a new bike. I think Rogers is okay. He just asked the mechanic to check that bike out. Well, you never know around what corner lurks another problem for these riders in the Tour de France. Arroyo is away. There's the lead group, will be just ahead behind, in front rather, the yellow neutral car, who will have eased back. Arroyo slams his brakes on. He won't be too confident now as he goes on the inside of that chicane. This is amazing. And Michael Rogers has got to get up and running now. I can imagine in Australia hearts are in mouths now for the man from Canberra, because he was riding to a yellow jersey at this point of the Tour de France. Well, cameras now search along the wooded slopes here, the descent of the Cormet to Roseland, as we start now to get up to the front here and just try and bring some common sense again to the Tour. Paul, we're always worried about what goes on mountains. That was a heavy crash. I think Rogers is okay, and Arroyo trying to get back on.
Well, they're going to have to take a few risks, but when you've had an accident like that, you're a little bit windy for a while, and you can see just how technical this descent is, because Arroyo and the motorbike of the cameraman here are having a hard time getting back into contact with this race. Riders, in fact, can go down a descent like this faster than a motorbike and faster than a car, and our motorbike cameraman here is having to do an incredible job. In the confusion there, I'm not quite sure how quickly Mick Rogers got up and running, but shortly we'll have to find out. Hauteville, the climb of Hauteville, the summit of which is at 28 kilometers to go. Michael Rasmussen now has not got anybody in this group who's prepared to help him.
Well, we're starting the second first category climb right now. It is 15 kilometers, takes the riders up to 1,600 meters. Now this is a little adjustment and a little help, and nobody's looking, are they? As Leipheimer now needs to be brought back into the action. If the referee sees it, doesn't agree with it, of course, he will be penalised for receiving a little bit of the wrong help.
Well, this is a real professional foul here. They're taking maximum advantage of this. Now, if the race referees see this, they might not be quite as complimentary as we are.
No, they might not. They would disqualify him if they felt it was too much. This is the team car of Team Discovery now. They've fallen back into line. They probably spotted their own television as well. Oh no, there's the referee's car. If he spotted that, Leipheimer would certainly have got a penalty for that. But on the other hand, it's a mechanical failure. It's not a human failure. And that's when the referees normally step in with the penalties.
But Phil, that's a moment when the team manager has to take a calculated risk. It's a turning point in the race. He had to make advantage of getting Levi back into the race as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, it's slightly illegal, but he could always argue the fact that the saddle was at the wrong height.
Well, I think it was. As we look here now at the riders who can't face this next climb, it's a little bit ragged now, the front of the bunch here. The peloton was getting closer, got a little bit disorientated, and how close will they get now? They're facing up to real heavy roads now, not excruciatingly steep roads, but they keep kicking you in the face. If you are tired now, you are in big trouble before the end of the day, because really in the last 42 kilometers, 33 kilometers of them, he can't hold the tempo as the rest of the breakaway is settling down into his own pace. He's a different rider now than when he was on the Cormet de Roseland.
Well, Cole has cracked as well for Team Gerolsteiner. He's coming back there with Stefan Goubert going up to the front. There is a big acceleration. It was by Michael Rasmussen, but he's been covered there by Antonio Colom of Team Astana. We're now looking at the leading group of 6 being reduced now down to 3 riders. David Arroyo is riding very comfortably, thank you very much, despite his crash.
Arroyo has done no attacking all day. He has followed every move. That's his job. He is the teammate of Alejandro Valverde. But look at the tempo of this man. He's going to blow the Tour de France all over the mountain now, because Rasmussen is in determined mood. He's got rid of Michael Rogers, and very soon, I would hazard a guess, he'll be on his own.
Well, they will now have to be hoping that Cadel Evans can wave the flag for Australia. Michael Rasmussen is coming to the top of this first category climb, and as he goes over there, Phil, in first place, he will now be the new leader of the King of the Mountains classification, just as he was 12 months ago.
And Colom and Arroyo, who can't work with him, at least gave him the honour of going over first. They're respecting a brilliant climber here. There's still one more climb to come to bring them to Teen. Once they get to the start, it will be 18 kilometres again, and it kicks occasionally in places. The Teen is right down the valley. We'll drop down to the right. We'll run the valley, which goes towards Val d'Isère. Then we'll turn away from that valley road and climb to Teen.
Well, from the summit of the climb, they'll drop down into Sainte-Foy, and at Sainte-Foy, that is exactly where they start the climb. They'll see the banner at the side of the road, and not a very welcoming banner either. 18 kilometres to the summit of the climb and 20 kilometres to go to the finish of the race. This is the second group on the road, the group of Sergio Paolino and George Hincapie. Now, this is Bernard Cole, and he appears to still be on his own, caught in no man's land.
Again, another brilliant ride by Cole here today. He's still there, and he's still the next man on the road behind the 3 leaders, I think, but I can't be certain where anybody is anymore. We now know that Rogers is out of the Tour, and that Rasmussen, technically, is now the Maillot Jaune virtual on the Tour, but only by 2 seconds over Arroyo, who is sitting in his... Arroyo has been cracked with about 2 kilometres only gone of the 18-kilometre last climb, and the other one's gone. So Rasmussen is now free to fly. The Angel has sprouted wings. He is blowing them away now. He's got rid of everybody. He's ridden these 2 limpets off his back wheel, and now Rasmussen has got the yellow jersey bunch at 5.5 minutes, and he's now going to try and take this race by the scruff of the yellow jersey. Well, Colom tried to hang on. He's 17 minutes behind in the overall classification. We've gone back. This is a counter move, and there is George Hincapie, and this from the peloton is Christophe Moreau. The champion of France is making a desperate move, and none of the favourites has tried to go with him. I don't know what they're doing, because here is Moreau now trying to move forward. That's Stefan Goubert he's coming up on. Goubert would love to help his team captain. I don't think he can possibly have the legs now. There is the lonely figure of Michael Rasmussen, and he doesn't look like a tired man to me. Moreau has got up behind Goubert. Goubert will give him as much a turn as he can, and then Moreau will have to go on alone. Well, he's got to go on. He can't wait with Goubert. Goubert must be too tired here.
Iban Mayo coming across the gap. Alejandro Valverde wasn't going very well a little bit earlier on, but certainly is now. Cadel Evans. And what about Andreas Kloden there? Thank you.
Well, Cadel and Andreas, but where is Alexander? As now, this was the move. And again, Levi Leipheimer also has knocked on forward. This is not good.
Vladimir Karpets is not going to win the Tour this afternoon because he is going backwards. There you can see a rider was in the breakaway very early on, Carlos Barredo. This was a big detonation by Christophe Moreau. We're going to go through here. There's a lot of turquoise jerseys. Look out for the one with the white helmet, because the one we're looking for is Alexander Vinokourov.
Well, this is the battle we expected and anticipated on the last climb to Teen. Now they may have left it too late to catch Rasmussen, who's blown everybody off his wheel now. Here comes the Astana charge, and the noted rider's not here. Valverde, Leipheimer, and Evans.
Evans is in front. Valverde is in the move that's gone off the front. There is Andreas Kloden. There is Alexander Vinokourov. There you can see the big move starting to come. There is the rider Michael Bogard. Levi Leipheimer is over there on the left-hand side. But when Christophe Moreau went, the next move that came across with Iban Mayo had Alejandro Valverde on his wheel.
So they are just ahead now. Moreau has gone again here now. They're trying to mark the attack. Mayo is the man doing it. Valverde is third wheel. So Alejandro Valverde, he was looking at the cars earlier, fooling us all. It looked as though he was in trouble. But now just take a look at this. And the others have got to get up here. Otherwise, the big boys are going to fly.
Alberto Contador is coming across to this group now for Discovery Channel. A nice move by him. He's got the acceleration where we didn't think Alejandro Valverde was flying this afternoon, but now he's riding very well defensively. The rider from Astana is Andrei Kashekin.
We are looking at the French champion, the first man to attack. He's got Valverde with him now. We're going back to the group here, and Vinokourov needs to get up there now. He's seen his teammate Kloden go. Valverde has gone up there as well. Leipheimer is back here. Cadel Evans has gone forward. They've split on the final climb of the day.
It's only 20 seconds though at the moment, but this is a great move by Christophe Moreau. He knew he needed to take the race by the horns. Valverde, look at Iban Mayo. Mayo today is riding like a man possessed. He's such an enigmatic character. He either goes up hills at 100 miles an hour or he can't even climb a railway bridge, but that's a good move.
I honestly think that Mayo has refound himself now, refound the great form he had of a couple of years ago since he joined the new team. He is on the team of David Miller now, Sonia Duval. He's got all of his confidence back, and he can climb. When he's on his good days, he climbs better than anybody else. Well, he set a huge target. It's a 5:29 up to Rasmussen. He sits at 4:26. If he could get up to Rasmussen, it would make a huge difference. And Alexander Valverde is under pressure now. They're all hitting him. Vinokourov, I beg your pardon, is right up there now. His teammate are trying to just keep him in position.
Well, there's the yellow jersey, the man who was the man of the match yesterday, Linus Gerdeman. He is suffering to stay in this group. This group was being left there by Alexander Vinokourov. And at the front here, Valverde is all over the road. Contador is over on the right-hand side, and coming through now is Popovic for Team Discovery Channel.
They're cutting through the chase group with the breakaways here. That's Jens Voigt is looking around, doesn't know what on earth is going on. Frank Schleck has made that split as well, and it's a long way back now, and it's in charge of Valverde. Leipheimer is there as well. He's a little bit handicapped now, Paul, because Contador and co have gone forward.
Well, that's not a problem. He can play the tactical game, because now he's putting the pressure onto Team Astana. Vinokourov in second place. In third place, Andreas Kloden. Fourth place there is Levi Leipheimer. Carlos Sastre is in this group. All of the big names now are having a little bit of a sort out on the slopes here of the climb up to Tignes. There, just a little bit further back, you can see Sastre, but Iban Mayo is riding well today. I don't think he's going to ride across a 5.5 minute gap to Michael Rasmussen, but he could replace himself high up in the overall classification, and this is the best we've seen him ride, Phil, in a couple of seasons.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that face. It's set fair now. His confidence is bristling out of his crash helmet there. Let me try and give you a situation on the climb. Rasmussen is leading on his own. Then behind behind him comes two riders he's dropped, David Arroyo and Antonio Colom. Then there is Iban Mayo. He's now in a group of, or he's behind 6 riders who he's trying to pick off. And then comes this group: Cadel Evans, Christophe Moreau, Chidruka, Alberto Contador and Andrei Kashikin. And I've got a feeling that Schleck is in there as well.
Well, there you can see the work now being done by Astana, the two big pre-tour favourites in second and third position. Alexander Vinokourov right on his wheel, Kloden, and still everybody else prepared to wait and see how this race is going to unfold. But I think that's a great move there by Alejandro Valverde. He's seen the gap sitting on the back. The man who was the star of yesterday, Linus Gerdemann, must be wondering, this is what it's all about now, the Tour. Now I've got to try and stay in contact if I can. Chris Horner is in this group too. That's great to see.
Well, he's seen his team captain go forward. His job is done. But look at the face of Leipheimer there, concentrating. They're not losing the Tour, but they're losing time at the moment here as they try to hold that group in front. Interesting, isn't it, when you've got Astana riders up front and you've got the team riding like this just behind.
Well, they're riding for the top 2 men on the team because Kashakin is not the team leader. The team leaders are the 2 riders in this group here. This is a great move by Team Astana to try and keep Alexander Vinokourov and Andreas Kloden in with a chance. They still, I think, are a little bit battered from their crash. We all forgot about the lone man at the front, though. Michael Rasmussen still riding an incredible solo raid. This is how we're used to seeing him in the mountains, on his own, riding away from everybody. What a great mountain biker. This is Iban Mayo looking over his shoulder to try and figure out just exactly what's going on.
Iban Mayo now back in the Tour de France with a vengeance, in new colours on his shoulders here. He's riding here his 6th Tour de France. His best finish came in 2003 when he finished the race in 6th place and won a stage at Alpe d'Huez. He's never really ridden well enough since then, but he looks as though he's back in the thick of it right now.
This group here will not work together. They're attacking each other one at a time. Not one of them is strong enough to go clear. They need to have the sense, they need to have the nous to organise themselves into a workman-like group and put time between themselves and the yellow jersey group, because in fact the yellow jersey group is working its way back up to these riders, and Morrow knows that, and he's going again with Valverde.
Well, Valverde's planned that Morrow is the man to mark. Every time Morrow goes, Valverde follows but doesn't help. Here comes the reaction again. Kashikin's having none of it. Mayo a little bit slow to react, but wants all the wheels in front of him. That's a good acceleration. Cadel Evans follows as well and shuts it down. Well, really, Valverde isn't very impressive today. He should try and help Moreau and crack him.
Well, I think that's what they need to do. They really need to form a coalition and work, because otherwise they're going to see the return of Andreas Kloden and Alexander Vinokourov. And these riders we're looking at, Phil, if that happens, will have lost a very good opportunity. And it may well be that they've lost any chance of winning the Tour, because I think Alexander Vinokourov is improving with every day after that nasty crash he had with Andreas Kloden as well on the day to Oton.
And there's still a long way to go, and the Pyrenees make these look like little hills, believe me. This year in the Pyrenees they are vicious. Well, my computer here has blue smoke coming out of it at the moment. Colom has disappeared off it completely. I don't know if we passed him, but Arroyo is on his own now, as we're seeing here the possible return. No, Popovic is losing more ground.
He's been caught and dropped, but the important thing was that he did the job for the team. He got his man Alberto Contador into that move that went off the front there. He was an integral part of that acceleration. Moving a little bit further forward now. The yellow jersey is starting to struggle a fraction. He's got a teammate with him, pacing him. You mustn't panic, young man, at a time like this. Don't put yourself too much into the red zone. He's got time. He's got plenty of time over these other riders with him. He just needs to ride at about 90% of his maximum. Don't blow up, because if you do, you'll lose huge chunks of time on the final couple of kilometres.
He's got to be so tired after that ride he did yesterday, and he's been putting up with all this today. This has been a vicious stage. All of the riders have thrown the gauntlet down one way or another, and there's been some big surprises today in more ways than one. And the yellow jersey has uncoupled at the back. You're almost at the top. Just 3 kilometres to the top and 5 to the home.
Well, this was the hero of yesterday. yesterday, 24 years of age. It doesn't matter where they're from, they will cheer this man to the summit. They want him to stay in control if he can. But the way he's rocking his shoulders, Phil, this is not the man of yesterday. He's had a hard day. You know, that yellow jersey may well be a very special tunic, but when you have to wear it on a mountain stage like this, it really is good tactics to pace themselves back into this. Look at that, 4:11 to the Morrow group and 4:29 to the Vinokurov group. Vinokurov and Kloden are pulling themselves back into the race. Surely they'll stop those cars behind and there will be a nice clean gap, and there they are now.
It's a very small select group. Leipheimer is in there as well. His day is being saved here by Andreas Kloden, a German on this Kazakh team, and boy, is this man riding like a train now. He could close it right down, and Morrow will thank no one because he was doing his share. The rest deserve all they get, I'm afraid, and that is the arrival of Vinokurov, Kloden, Menchov, and indeed Levi Leipheimer.
Well, this again is going to be very strange because we've had a massive battle and there's been absolutely no change in the overall classification apart from the leaping up of Michael Rasmussen, because all of these other riders, Phil, today are going to finish very much locked together. No change at all. We're looking there at 5 kilometres to go to the finish, 3 kilometres to go to the summit. The neutral service car is stopped over on the right-hand side of the road there. I wonder if somebody had a mechanical incident. No such worry for this man, though, Michael Rasmussen. Listen to the crowd. They're going absolutely potty.
We are now inside the 2 kilometres. The hills are supposed to be over, but not quite. This is David Arroyo. He is still riding up there in second place. He was the man nearest, only 2 seconds behind Rasmussen overall. And if he'd have won, he would have been the leader. He still is going to catapult up the overall. He's just done a double take. I think he spotted the Morrow group. They're coming. And in the distance, under that water protector, will be the next group. Morrow has decided he's got to have some gain on the day. He pushes on.
Well, that's a brave man. He's now all of a sudden said to himself, forget about all this. I'm not going to go with this infighting. I've got a chance to climb up in the overall standings. I will not let Alexander Vinokurov come back today. I'm going to wear the tricolour of France with absolute pride. They're only 20 seconds away from David Arroyo, but only 20 seconds in front of Alexander Vinokurov. This is a phenomenal battle. And look at the job that's being done by Andreas Kloden. He used to do this for Jan Ullrich. Now he's doing it for the man who he didn't want to help a couple of years ago when they were teammates on T-Mobile.
Contador dodging in and out is also in this little group here, but all of these gains may be nothing because the train from Astana is going to get them in their gun sights. They might yet shut this down and finish as a group. There won't be big gains now, but Contador says, I'm going to go. This guy is so classy.
Well, this is amazing. I've got a funny feeling that he may well have had a mechanical incident. I saw a car stopped and he's got a different wheel in at the back there, so he probably have had a mechanical incident. He's going to try and ride himself back up.
How did he get back so fast? Maybe he's running on adrenaline and gone straight through the group. They couldn't counter his move. Arroyo could well be picked up by Alberto Contador here. There he is now, riding like a train.
Well, this man is a superb climber. You know, I'm absolutely certain that he had in the gallery there underneath the protective part of the course, he had a mechanical incident and he changed his wheel very quickly with a neutral service vehicle, and he wants to ride himself back into this race.
Well, this is a free-for-all. It's not the end of the Tour de France today. This is only the end of the second day in the Alps. There's still an awful long way to go to Paris, but you can see how these riders go now. This is a move, and this is Carlos Sastre trying to put matters to right. Desperate moment in the Tour de France, this.
Well, Vinokurov has got difficulties now, Phil. He can't stay on the wheel of this acceleration, and finally Alexander Vinokurov is showing us that he is slightly injured. He's having a chat there on the radio, and he's trying to find his last little bit of rhythm.
Well, we're looking down on the lake there as we now continue this little final climb. They're dancing on the pedals here of Alberto Contador, but he's being joined here. That looks like Sastre's got through to him.
And just behind is Denny Menchov as well.
Now, this is a big move again, more time to be gained.
Well, as Carlos Sastre said this morning, to win the Tour, you have to be patient. You have to wait for the time to make the move. He waited to see when everybody else was going to start to fail, and then he made his acceleration. acceleration.
David Arroyo's being caught by them now. They're racing for second place.
Well, I think Andreas Kloden was just told there to sit up and wait for Alexander Vinokourov because he's turned off the pressure as he looks to try and pull himself up to Alberto Contador. This man is injured. You have to take your hat off to him. He's trying to stay in touch in the Tour de France this year. He can do it here this afternoon. He just has to get back onto the wheel of his teammate up there, Andreas Kloden. He is trying to keep himself in with a chance. And look, Kloden has sat up there. He's going to go back to his man.
Well, in all of this crossfire here, the one man who isn't appearing in any of our pictures, I hate to say it, is Levi Leipheimer from the USA. I think he's been caught at the back of all of this. It has been such an incredible race. The French flag shining in the face there of Christophe Moreau. Cadel Evans is still right there with them. Valverde's face one of pain now. So too is Mayo. He's no longer as cool as he was, a lot lower down the mountain. Frank Schleck as well.
2 kilometers to go now, a little bit further up the climb, and still on his own. It's Michael Rasmussen, Tête de la Course. There is the summit of the climb, Phil. That's what he's been waiting for, and he will be greeted now with a flat final 2 kilometers. All he's got to do now is just ride himself down to the outskirts of the lake here. That has been a phenomenal performance when you bear in mind the battle that we have witnessed behind.
You're right about Contador. He had a bad back tyre. He got back, and when he went by, Sasta jumped out after him. So too Menchov. They're behind this group at the moment and trying to get back on terms. And here they are here. And where's Contador gone? He's danced away. He's just gone again. He's trying to get back to where he was. There's been a lot of injustice in the race today, and Contador, at least, is trying to get back up with the Morrow group.
Well, he is a phenomenal rider. Johan Brunel said he's one of the riders in the world who has the biggest acceleration on the slopes of a climb. It's amazing the style that he has. He wants to get back to the group where he was. Christophe Moreau is riding better than I've ever seen him ride in his career. He's riding with confidence, but Iban Mayo too is in the best form of recent years, and he's looking for a place at the end of today's stage.
It is not a uphill finish. He's got to make any gap here, otherwise they'll run him down, and that's what he's thinking. A big effort now by Iban Mayo, Sonia Duval, David Miller's team as he tries to get away, but there's a lot of heart in Christophe Moreau. He's desperate not to let anybody get away. Nobody's helped Moreau. It's been a big move by him today. Evans has ridden in his slipstream, and so too has Valverde, and that's where they are right now.
Well, Valverde's at the back of that group. This man, Iban Mayo, is a phenomenal rider. This is the final kilometre now, Phil, for the man who has left this race. He went on the first big categories kind of the Cormet de Roselot, and he's been going ever since.
135 kilometres he's been at or near the front of the race today, most of it in the last hour or so on his own. Rasmussen now is approaching the finish. We've gone back to Mayo as the flags of Norway fly here.
Well, Cadel Evans was just behind there trying to make a move. He sat in the slipstream of Christophe Moreau for an awful long time, but he sees this as a chance to pull himself back a fraction of time as well. Little further back, though, Alexander Vinokourov is riding his own solitary effort, trying to keep in touch in the Tour de France here this afternoon. It's a very difficult ride for that man who's got stitches in his knees and his elbows, but as long as he doesn't lose too much time this afternoon, he will move well up into the top 10 in this race and still be the chance of a winner at the end of the Tour.
400 metres to go for Michael Rasmussen, then the clock will start, and I think he's going to have yellow as well. This has been like he did a year ago at La Toussuire. It's going to be even sweeter because a maillot jaune will await. It has been a ride and a half today, and Denmark have found once more a superstar of cycling. He's riding his 4th Tour de France. He's never worn a leader's jersey other than a King of the Mountains. Well, now he's going to lead in both competitions because I think the clock later on will confirm he's in yellow as well as the King. This has been a ride, and he'll have scared the race out of their pants today. Tomorrow's a rest day, and he deserves it more than anybody else.
34 kilometres an hour. Phil, he knew how important the clock was. He didn't even think about the victory salute as he crossed the line there. He charged up to the line because he wants to make sure that he's got a very good chance of getting himself the yellow jersey. Iban Mayo has ridden away from everybody else. He's gone through the summit of the King of the Mountains there, Phil, and he is in 2nd place on the road, and he will be looking now at the last flat 2 kilometres. Christophe Moreau could not get anyone to help him in this group, and it looks to me as if Alejandro Valverde is missing.
Well, there is Valverde, but they slowed down and they still might get up here. They're wasting their time and they should be gaining it. Mayo will gain a little bit of time now. They won't pick him off. He's going to ride away into second place here. This is the terrible sight of a struggling Alexander Vinokurov now. The team rider who's come back for him is his own captain, Andreas Kloden. Mayo has flown away for them and destroyed each other on the hills today. Mayo double takes. What happened to them, he thinks, because he only has to go downhill to the finish now to get to second place. I think he might even give us a victory salute. I presume he knows that Rasmussen is still in front. Bit late, but better later than never to throw off the drinking bottle as he runs down to the finish.
Get rid of everything, every last little bit of weight. This is the best we've seen Iban Mayo. He was in 31st place at the start of today, but he's going to bounce up the overall classification this afternoon. And this man rode like a man possessed. You know, he was really the man who started all of that aggression in the group behind of Alexander Vinokurov and the rest, and he's done a phenomenal job. There's the group of Moro, and just getting back on there is Alejandro Valverde. I think he had a little bit of a hard time. I feel a bit sorry for Moro because he didn't find anyone to help him in that leading group, and he could have made a big difference today.
He'll be hitting the headlines in the French papers on the rest day because he's ridden a great race, but everybody overshadowed, of course, by Rasmussen. Mayo was just about crossing the line, I think, as we look here at what would be the sprint for third. To make sure there's not been any remarkable comebacks, Iban Mayo is back to his old self here, the Basque rider, heading up towards the finish, but look at the clock. He's losing 2.5 minutes plus to Rasmussen, and Rasmussen, I think, is now feeling pretty good for yellow tonight, and that's odd because this is the yellow colours of Sonia Duval, who come up to the line now. A very determined effort, and every second counts. He's lost 2:47 to Rasmussen.
What a great ride by him now. Christophe Moreau, will they try and sprint him to the line? Because let's not forget there are time bonuses available, and Cadell Evans there is going for it, but so too is Alejandro Valverde.
Valverde is having none of it. He's watched his weight and he's going to snatch a consolation prize. He better move, because Valverde going for third place here. More a point of honour, I think. He gets third. Moreau, the hero, gets fourth, and Schleck fifth, Evans sixth, and Kashikin seventh, and Contador, where would he have finished but for the problem on the ride up the mountain? I think he comes home in eighth.
Well, a great ride there. There is Denny Menchov coming into the finishing straight as well with Carlos Sastre. But watch out, once we go to the Pyrenees, look at that. You can see he's so disappointed. A mechanical incident inside the tunnel changed his wheel there with the neutral service vehicle. A bit further down, we've still got the two riders from Astana, Andreas Kloden on the front there, and Alexander Vinokurov, who still, despite losing time today here, Phil, I think, is keeping himself in contact for a very high finish in the Tour de France. There's Levi Leipheimer.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, the race isn't over here. This is the first big battle, but bodies change over the next few days, and so will the result. Leipheimer's in, lost 4 minutes to the winner today.
We're waiting now for the yellow jersey. Here is Oscar Pereiro, the man who finished second overall last year. The man who crossed the line in first place, Michael Rasmussen, needs that clock to say 4 minutes and 42 seconds to the yellow jersey, and if it does say over that, he will be the yellow jersey and the king of the mountains at the end of today.
But about 4:30 is the gap.
Well, 4:37, here's the yellow jersey, and it's gone past the 4:42. He's sprinting for the line, but sadly, it's not going to be enough here this afternoon. But what a brave ride by this young man who won the stage yesterday. It's a long way to go for this young man.
He puts his head down again. Yesterday, it was a feeling of absolute agony for yellow. Today, it's agony, and there's no yellow. But still, he's right up amongst the leaders in the Tour de France, and he gets a day off tomorrow.
Well, he'll still probably be pretty much the leader in the white jersey competition for the best young rider.
We can show you this great moment of him coming home here. He was to come home 2 minutes and 47 seconds ahead of Iban Mayo, who will find himself in third place overall in the Tour de France tonight. And it was a superb moment. He said it's a childhood dream, and he doesn't know what else he could say. He really couldn't find the words to describe what he has just done. Holding off the Tour de France for over all of the last mountains after breaking clear onto the Cormet de Roseland. Well, he's now got 3 career stage wins. Last year he won at La Toussuire. Let's see if we can have a look now at the Honda ATV stage results. Here we go. Michael Rasmussen, 2:47 ahead of Mayo. Alejandro Valverde pulled out a rather average day by taking third in the end. Christophe Moreau, fourth. Frank Schleck and not Carlos Sasta for CSC, home there in fifth. Cadel Evans, sixth. Kashakin and not Vinokurov, seventh. Contador, if he hadn't have punctured, he'd have probably been a top 3 rider today. Denny Menchov, ninth. Carlos Sasta completing the top 10. Look at the time gaps, 4:13 to these boys. And then comes Subeldia, Leipheimer home in 12th place, losing almost 4 minutes to the winner and completing the top 15. The rider who finished second in the Tour, Oscar Pereiro, he was down there too. Just looking down all this, Alexander Vinokurov, 19th, conceding 4:29 and suffering badly towards the last 3 kilometres of the day. Gerdeman, yes, he's lost his yellow jersey. He's finished 20th, but he's only a few seconds off the jersey, now being worn, of course, by Michael Rasmussen. I can hear the music. Bernardino on the right. He's been a man of the mountains. Well, he's seen a real man of the mountains today. Michael Rasmussen is on top as the stage winner of the Tour de France today. Let's have a look at the Michelob Ultra overall here. Michael Rasmussen, the new leader on the block, but only by 43 seconds from a very defined Linus Gerdeman today. Iban Mayo up into third, but 2:39 back. Valverde up into fourth, 2:51. Andrei Kashakin, fifth at 2 minutes 52. They're quite big gaps, but they're quite catchable. Cadel Evans is now in 6th place at 2:53. Moreau, top Frenchman, in 7th. Contador, where would he have been without the problem? But he still sits 8th. Frank Schleck, 9th, and Denny Menchov completing there the top 10. And now he's back out on stage here, and the girls have changed their dresses to yellow. Well, they're different girls actually, but there we are, the maillot jaune. But when they woke up this morning, the Alps were still outside of the hotel bedroom window, and they couldn't have a more difficult exit from them today because they climbed the 2 highest passes, the Col de Liseron and the Col de Galibier. There are thousands of people parked on top of the Galibier to see just what will happen. I bet there's an awful lot of riders will be very happy when they get down here in about 4 hours' time. Here's where the others stand now. Alejandro Valverde, 4th, 1:18 behind. Denny Menchov, he's in 10th place. Carlos Sasta, the significant thing, look to the far right to the timings there. Apart from Vinokurov when he had his crash, the favourites are grouped very close together.
There's not really very much difference at all after all of the racing we've had and the 2 big mountain passes. All of those riders, to me, are still very much in the same time.
And the polka dot jersey, well, he's won it for the last 2 years. He says he's now concentrating on the yellow. He's got both just now. I'm wondering what his tactics will be today on this last day in the mountains. He's the specialist climber. Let's have a look at the standings there.
Well, he's got a massive advantage there. You can see 82 points to 42 points over Sylvain Chavanel, who led going into the big mountain passes. Linus Gerdeman fairly well down with 30. But today, Phil, the important thing is there are massive points available in this competition. First category climb, the Col du Telegraph will give the first rider over there 15 points. The Col d'Iseran at the start is an outside category, and that will give the first rider there 20 points. But on the finishing line at the Col de Galibier, there are double points because that's the last big mountain of the day.
Well, the racing already underway now, and we'll pick up the action earlier today here. Michael Rasmussen dressed all in yellow as he rolls away from Val d'Isère. And as soon as the climb started, there was attacks. First of all, this was Calzati putting in a move from AG2 off. They did start the Col de Liseron with a great deal of respect, I think, but then Popovic had another idea, and he put in a very serious move.
Very serious move for Jaroslav Popovic, who many people talk about being a big star for the future. Here he came up to and caught Jose Luis Arrieta and decided it's time for me to go alone.
Maximum points for him, his first big King of the Mountain points of this tour, 20. Laurent Lefebvre followed him over, and Solar of the Barlow World Team, another newcomer in the Tour de France, he went over in third. Now, keep watching your television here. It's not for the nervous going down here. We are hitting speeds of around 60 miles an hour. That's an awful long way off the edge. Anyway, on the way down, he was chased by 5 riders. They have now joined him, including Gusev, the young rider on the squad, who is sitting there at the front right now. This is Popovic nearest us at the back. That's the situation at the moment. Just as we now go to live pictures, we're looking down here at the beautiful Alpine Towns, and that is not a good sight. Well, Have they made it? Oh dear, and look at that wheel collapse, and the dog didn't seem to know what was going on, but I hope he's all right. He seems to be okay, and that looks like it's Marcus Berghardt there.
Well, he was fortunate enough to almost slow down just before he broadsided the dog. The dog actually didn't seem to be very concerned at all, but I hope that Marcus Berghardt is okay and he picks himself up. He was lucky enough, Phil, I have to say, to fall into the side of the road where it was just that little bit softer, but that's a scary moment. Have a look at this one more time. The riders have got a full lock on there. He's locking everything up, and he's completely destroyed his front wheel there. That'll be a carbon fibre front wheel. He rolled fairly well.
Well, he looks okay, Paul. That wheel really did fold up. It wasn't as if the Tour de France wasn't expected down here today, and they really should have taken more care of keeping that dog under control. He should be okay, and that's just happened as we join the live pictures, believe it or not. We're now looking down on the peloton. They are in pursuit of the leading group of 6 riders. It's a very, very hot day and set to get hotter today as well. We've hit lucky with the weather in the Alps, that's for sure. A lot of the riders will not like the wind, which is actually quite strong at the finishing line.
The important thing to remember, though, the 76 degrees Fahrenheit is actually only in the valley roads. Once you go over to the summit of these climbs, like the Col de Galibier, the temperature up at the top of the mountain is as low as 48 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a big chill factor on the descent, compounded by speeds that the riders cover at up to 60 miles an hour. And that's what we'll see a little bit later on. They're making their way down the valley. This was a very early move that came from Jaroslav Popovic. And the 6 leaders now have a 2-minute advantage over the front end of the main field.
Well, these are Jose Ivan Gutierrez, Mikel Astalosa, Vladimir Gusev and Popovic from Team Discovery Channel, Staff Clement and Benoit Vaurenard. Those are the men who are blazing a trail towards the start of the real big mountains, starting with the Col du Telegraph. Alps have just moments ago begun the climb of the Col du Telegraph, and already Tor Hushoff, one of the sprinters, has gone off the back of the big peloton. So this is the peloton profile for the moment, as we now look as though these boys are deciding it is time to start launching an attack. Well, this has happened rather early on, Paul. I wouldn't have expected these boys to try and break the break up like this from the gun.
Well, I think Astalosa probably felt that there were too many passengers. The accelerations are very difficult to respond to for some riders. Jose Ivan Gutierrez has taken his time to accelerate up to the back wheel of Gusev. Popovic has come across, but it's created a situation where there are 2 serious casualties in this group, because Staff Clement in the blue jersey of Bouygues Telecom, he's much more of a man of the flatlands. He's from Holland, and I think he's not enjoying these accelerations on the climbs, as too is Benoit Vaurenard.
I think that was why that they launched their attack. The immediate thought was get rid of the boys that can't climb and then just lift the tempo and try and go again. But having said that, Mikel Astalosa has really decided to climb away alone, and the Euskaltel Euskadi riders this year are looking a very good team.
Well, they're a great team. We've always appreciated the way they ride in the mountains, and this man now is attempting to ride completely and utterly on his own. The former winner of the Jacobs Creek Tour Down Under. I think he's coming into some of the best form, Phil, that he's ever had in his career this year. We've seen him since the start of the season ride fairly well. It's still Miller on the front end of the main field, and Chicken Rasmussen is up there in 5th place.
Yes, he's moved right up there now. His name Chicken, by the way, was what the boys gave him because after a famous cartoon character, which was a chicken in Denmark, and he says he doesn't mind the boys calling him Chicken. Well, they're probably all very jealous of him. Chickens can climb like he can. I think they'd all like to be called Chicken. This is the peloton here now, and Geraint Thomas was number 215. He's coming through the Alps, and that's the most important thing for this young rider from Cardiff. He is now feeling the Tour de France at its hardest here in the Alps. He had a real rough day the other day coming into Tignes, and he was getting a lot of cheers from all the people as well. But he's going to do a good ride, I think, Geraint Thomas. He might see Paris.
I'm a little bit surprised to see in this group. There is Eric Zabel riding comfortably. He just wants to survive through the mountains. Robbie Hunter just a little bit closer to us. But the leader of Team Gerolsteiner was in that group as well, Stefan Schumacher. So he's actually not enjoying his journey through the Alps.
It's his first Tour de France for Stefan Schumacher. He's not really... He's done really silly things. He's made big efforts at the wrong time, and he's paid the price in full later. But this is now beginning to be where they split up. That Paolo Longo of Barlow World, front left in the red. This little group looking as though they're not going that quick right now. 2:19 already beginning to come down, and Astolosa made an early move. This is the Col de Telegraph, remember. It takes us on to the giant Col de Galibier. This is an attack I don't think many people would have expected. Gear, pedaling quickly, revving around the corners. There'll be lots of encouragement for him as well as he snakes his way up to the top of this little stepping stone to the giant.
Well, he's around about 26 seconds ahead of the chasing group of riders, the riders who are just a little bit further behind him on the road, and that group is now 4 riders strong because Staff Clements has actually recovered. Now here's a move again. Team Barlow World, Phil, every time that it's gone uphill on today's stage have looked for the move.
Well, this looks like Juan Sola again putting in a move. He scored. He was 3rd over the top of the Liseron. And it looks like he's looking for points here. He's got an interest in the King of the Mountains competition. It's his first Tour de France, Barlow World's first Tour de France as well. And they've always had a man in front of our camera lenses. Now Miller has continued to set the tempo pace. He's not allowed that attack to disrupt his pacemaking for Iban Mayo. And again, trying to get this peloton to the foothills of the Galibier. Nobody reacted to this young man. I don't know whether anybody even knows him.
Well, I certainly did not know the name of this young man before he came to the start of the Tour de France this year. He's a Colombian rider, a very tall, slim Colombian rider as well, Juan Manuel Soler. But he's certainly not afraid at all of going out. He wanted a little bit of water there, but
not very good, is he?
At 35 kilometers an hour going uphill, it's not always that easy to take on board a bottle.
If the passers up don't realise that they've got to let go of the bottle when he gets his hand on it, otherwise it just drops out. Well, this is Michael Bogart now setting the pace and giving Miller a break while Miller drops back now. Well, his job done at the moment. He's got Rasmussen right behind him here. There's Miller now, straight to the back.
Well, Miller did a phenomenal job because he's reduced the numbers of riders in that group quite dramatically. And what he has done is he's started to actually isolate the leader, Michael Rasmussen, because a lot of Rabobank riders have disappeared from the group, while still, although they're not doing anything at the front end of the main field, there are an awful lot of riders from Team Astana. But it's obviously, this is the plan, you see, for David Miller's team, Saunier Duval, to put the hammer down early on and set something up for Iban Mayo later, just in time for Alexander Vinokourov, and I'm sure that as the race goes on, he will get stronger. This is the second group on the road, led by Jose Ivan Gutierrez. He's the rider on the front. The 2 riders from Discovery Channel, Gusev here and Jaroslav Popovic. They're at 25 seconds to the lone leader.
They haven't really lost a lot, but there's no doubt who's going to be first over, to the applause of the crowd at the top of the Col de Telegraph. Just a short descent and we're on to the Galibier, and just listen to the crowd here. Igor Astolosa is the man who gets the big points on the top, and a short descent. It's a very fast descent, and then he'll get stuck into the Telegraph. The Galibier, I'm sorry.
An acceleration coming off the front now from Team Lamprey, trying to set themselves up. While a little bit further back, you can see the gap is not a massive gap now. It's going to be around about the 22nd mark as they cut the line, and it's 21 seconds for Jaroslav Popovic, who sneaked in there to get maximum points, just ahead of Jose Ivan Gutierrez.
Well, he won the top of the Col de Liseron. He's won second on the Telegraph. He'll be building his mountain points here, and nobody paying too much attention. Igor Kamano still pedaling on the front. It's interesting to note, though, that the yellow jersey has only 2 riders left with him now, Michael Bogart and Thomas Dekker. The only 2 teammates with him, and we haven't got onto the Galibier yet, and that might not all well.
Well, that's because of the work that they had to do on the Valley Road. They chased for an awful long time to keep that breakaway group pretty much in check. George Hincapie scuttling up the outside there. I think he'll be looking after the interests this afternoon of Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer currently in a very good tactical situation because he's got 2 teammates off the front end of the main field, although he himself is promising that he won't unleash an attack until he gets to the Pyrenees. He feels that the slopes of the Pyrenees are much better suited to himself, but there's a move, and this is an acceleration that looks like Thomas Vogler. It is Thomas Vogler, and yeah. I think again, Phil, this is kind of a move for the television rather than anything else.
Well, he might be just trying to nip a few points here for the rider behind. I think it doesn't look like Lefebvre.
It is.
Yeah, it is Lefebvre, and Lefebvre is scoring in the King of the Mountain. So here he's giving him a nice long lead out, and he was gritting his teeth. Just might snick a couple of the last points over the top.
Well, that'll be important because if he does remain in second place at the end of the day, he will wear the leader's jersey, although the overall title currently is on the shoulders of Michael Rasmussen. You can't wear two jerseys, especially when it's over 30 degrees Celsius, so the yellow jersey will be on the shoulders of Rasmussen and the polka dot jersey on the rider in second place in that competition.
Approximately 3:10, let's say it was 3:10, to the premier part of the peloton. Even Sergei Ivanov there is sheltering around his team leader Vinokurov as they go through on the tail of the field. Iko Kamano's pacemaking now. Now he's been replaced at the back where Miller was. He of the Alps, the lead is on it, the brakes are on it, and it looks like the peloton are about to start it. They are absolutely flying through the town of Valois. This is the main group of the peloton. All of the favourites are here, so there's no complaints from them. They've read it right. There's nobody left behind. They're about to see the sign, which will say 18 kilometres to the top, and then all the principal people in the Tour are on the climb.
Yeah, but I think the dangerous thing for Michael Rasmussen is he's actually becoming very isolated. His team are doing a lot of pacemaking on the front end. The riders who are left there, Thomas Dekker and Michael Bogart, are doing so much work that they won't be a lot of help. Here at the front, Mikel Astrolosa is about to be caught by the, well, it was 4 chasers a few moments ago, but you can just see that dropping off the back there was the rider who was with them, and that is Staff Clement. And in fact,
this is Gusev who's come up, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Gusev. There you can see Gutierrez in the red and black jersey of Kees Stepania, and just on the back there is Jaroslav Popovic. Staff Clement, the Dutch rider on Bouygues Telecom, Phil, has all of a sudden, because of the work that's been done here, found it just a little bit too difficult to stay in contact on the early slopes.
Well, he was in trouble on the Telegraph, and he goes over the top in 3rd place, so he found his second win there, but it looks as though the initial charge on the lower slopes of the Galibier a little bit too much. So we've got 4 riders, 4 very good riders, 4 very good climbers, and they were thinking of long term here, not just of getting to the top of the Galibier. And look at this, an immediate attack here from Gusev, this promising young man. There is Clement in amongst the cars. He might get back.
Well, I'm not quite sure of the tactic here of Gusev, and he's actually set something up for Gutierrez to counter. He's actually annoyed the other riders in the breakaway group. So now Jose Ivan Gutierrez says, I'm not having any of this attacking lark here. I'm going to take off on my own. I'm going to leave you guys up to your own devices.
Well, as we see, the rider is now on the climb. The Welsh flag getting in on the picture there, and that's for Geraint Thomas, who is in this race in the field at the moment, struggling but surviving well. Now, are they going to see some common sense and just ride sensibly? If they keep attacking each other like that, all they'll do is get wiped out.
Well, exactly. In the early part of the Col de Galibier, if they use their sense of fraction, they can actually work together and keep that advantage they've got over the main field, which is still holding on at the 3-minute margin. They need to share the pace-making ride for about 200 meters or so on the early part of this climb, and then allow somebody else to set the pace. You can see how difficult it is at the back, and poor old Iker Kamano there, who did all of that work, is now struggling just to stay in contact, where Benoit Voronard, who was in the early breakaway, is now back with the rest of the group.
Well, Kamala was off. He got back on, so maybe he's going to try and get his second win as well. The gateway to the Galibier, we know the crowds are big on the mountain. It looks like they're going to escort them all out of the town of Valois as well. Massive crowds. The Tour de France this year was given a great start in England with 3 million spectators in 2 days, and they've stayed loyal to the event all the way around France. Massive crowds every day of race.
He's still caught in no man's land.
Well, I'd totally forgotten about him. He went over the top in 6th place, but he's now joined the leaders. Our cameras never saw this, but that is a superb ride by this first timer in the Tour. We never had a camera on him. We knew he'd gone over the top of the Telegraph in 6th place, and that's a good attitude to take, isn't it? Big effort by Solar, straight through anybody coming. This will lift the tempo up, I would think.
This will certainly lift the tempo up. This rider is a Colombian rider. They have absolutely no fear of the mountains at all. You can see Popovic felt that one as accelerated. This is the way to do it. Take him by surprise, and immediately he comes in contact. He goes straight down by on the right-hand side. Popovic, I think, a little bit caught out by that move there, but all of a sudden he thought, oh, this is not too bad for me. It's a great ride by the Colombian. And the thing about Colombians, Phil, in their own country, they have climbs that they race up of up to 40 kilometers in length. But this has put a nail into the coffin there of Vladimir Gusev.
Well, Juan Mauricio Solar Hernandez is his full name, and he's now just got himself into a rhythm here, and these guys must have said, who is this man with the long, thin legs? As we look here, he tries to snatch a bottle, and Solar has come up from absolutely nowhere, 6 over the top of the Telegraph. He's joined the front runners, and he's split them up, and now he's causing some pain. This could be the first, or let's say the next surprise of the Tour de France today. We now have 4 leaders on the climb of the Col du Telegraph. Just arriving is Solar, and he split away everybody else. There's a nice piece of artistry work there, but the big news is Solar has joined Gutierrez, Popovic and Astolosa. Not Gutierrez, Gusev, Popovic and Astolosa.
Well, the main field just allowing this to happen currently. They maybe need to take a little bit of attention to Juan Soler, because he in fact started the day in 27th place. He's also a rider who last year won the overall classification of the Circuit of Lorraine, which is an indication that he knows how to ride a stage race. And coming from Colombia, Phil, he won't be very much worried about the altitude at the summit of the Col du Galibier, because at 2,600 meters, that's where most of the climbs start in Colombia.
That is absolutely right. He'll be very much at home here. He comes from altitude. He knows all about this, and he started his move up to the front. And he will have caught one or two of these riders off guard, Paul, because he's never been in the Tour de France before. He's never distinguished himself yet. They may not really know much about him.
Well, in the early part of the year, he actually finished second in the Milan-Torino race, and that wasn't a bad performance, and he's not worried at all by this, and he keeps seeing the acceleration. He will take advantage of the steepness of the climb once we get up towards the summit, but still, if these riders want to survive, Phil, I think they need to stay together as a group of 3 or 4 if they can, because it's a long ride down from the top of the Galibier, 37.5 kilometers from the summit of the HC climb Galibier down to the finishing line in Briançon. We're halfway up the climb now with about 9 kilometers to go to the top of this 18-kilometer climb.
We're looking at the 4 members of the breakaway now. Gutierrez, Astolosa, Solar, the rider from Colombia, who has flown across the gap to the leaders and has joined them here and is splitting them up, because he's now put Astolosa in trouble, and he was the man who was setting the pace until Solar, 6 over the Telegraph, sprinted to the leaders, and he's contented himself now with breaking them up. Gutierrez also gone.
Well, Gutierrez has been a man in almost every serious move since the start of this race. I think he was tipped as the man to go into the breakaways for Team Case d'Epargne. He will now, I think, Phil, get into a rhythm of his own and wait and see what happens when his big man, Alejandro Valverde, comes forward a little bit later on, because I feel it may well be Valverde's day here this afternoon, as Soler, as you said, Phil, could be the man to create the massive surprise in this Tour.
He's never won a bike race as a professional. Baller World, obviously, he's impressed the management there, because they've signed him up and put him in the Tour de France. And look at the concentration of the climber from Colombia. Most impressive the way he came up to the leaders. He, as I say, gone over the top of the Telegraph in 6th, and our cameras didn't follow him. But then he just came up and he completely blown this breakaway apart. The thing is, he needs to have a good rhythm, and he's riding to his own rhythm here.
Well, this is the front end of the main field. You can see still it's the orange jerseys on the front here of Team Rabobank. They're going to do an incredible job to try and keep their man protected for as long as possible.
A trail through the wind, and he's just not interested in any help from anybody. I think he'll crack the whole field here.
Well, that's a big thing for him to move this afternoon, and it's an amazing thing when a rider like this comes from Colombia to the Tour de France for his first attempt, and he has absolutely no fear of the height of these climbs. The majority of his racing in Colombia was done at altitudes in excess of 3,000 meters, and that's why he will take advantage of the rarefied air. But I have to say that the rider from Team Discovery Channel, Jaroslav Popovic, is doing a great ride, and in fact, looking a little bit further back, Soler has said goodbye.
He's just cracked him. He kept the rhythm on, and he's cracked Popovic, one of the big riders on the team. Just look at the acceleration here, and we've got the best witness on the Tour de France, because standing to the car at the back is the President of France, Nicolas Sarkozy, watching this big battle on the Galibier, and the crowds are going to get bigger and bigger now.
Watching the big show, because this is a massive big show. Popovic probably sensibly, Phil, not responding to that acceleration, just own comfortable tempo and hopes he'll catch him on the descent.
The Battle of the Galibier is in full cry now, and one man, a Colombian, is showing them all how to tame this alpine mountain. And this is a problem for Christophe Lemaivel. That's bad luck.
Well, he's broken his rear derailleur there. You can see that big problem. He's going to have to wait a fair amount of time for his team car to come up alongside him. The derailleur very often happens. There's another move here coming from Case d'Epargne now.
Well, this is it. They've waited till the steepness of the climb, and now the favourites are ripping into the Galibier.
Alejandro Valverde has said, I like the Galibier. I'm going to make a move here. Michael Rasmussen takes up the chase behind him. So too, you can see coming alongside is Cadel Evans, and Cadel Evans has got some power in him this afternoon, and he's going to have a move. There is Alberto Contador moving up. Iban Mayo, Levi Leipheimer, the big names are moving forward.
This is it. This is the moment. All of the favourites have gone together, and Cadel Evans, the man they keep saying only follows, is the man leading right now. Cadel Evans is testing them today. Valverde started it. There's a little split, and the Astana boys are back there. Kloden and Vinokurov have not answered the call of that little split.
Well, they need to be very attentive, and I know the big favourites, Phil, they're very worried about the situation around Alexander Vinokurov. They know they need to get some big time between themselves and him before this race goes down to the Pyrenees. A lot of riders swinging off the back now. Javier Florencio, the Spanish rider from Bouygues Telecom, trying to stay in contact with this group. What the riders from Astana must do is gather their forces now and try and slowly pace Alexander Vinokurov back into the group. Great job being done there by Johan van Sommer, and I'm amazed to see him going over these mountains.
Well, he's seen his man Evans get up into that leading group now, and this now is a battle of the big men. Sergio Paulino is in that second group, the yellow jersey below, itching, but no reason to go round Valverde, and Evans has dropped behind the yellow jersey, but these boys, wait till they sweep here. This is the Galibier towards the summit with the crowds now, and the big boys are testing each other once again.
Well, this is Iglinski. There's the leader of the young riders jersey there, going backwards. That was the man who made that massive big escape, and here is why the attacks are going on, because Alexander Vinokurov, Phil, has not been playing with us. He is suffering on the slopes of this climb. He's got Iglinski with him, and Iglinski will try and pace him back into the race a little bit later on. Gerdeman there in the white jersey is learning how hard the Tour de France can be.
Patrice Algon, number 107, himself quite a good climber, also caught in the split here. They've wiped out to the lead of Juan Mercado. They've brought it. When he looks over his shoulder and he sees these boys, he'll know he's in the hot end of the Tour de France, because these boys are going to turn the gas on now to put Valverde behind. And the yellow jersey of Rasmussen is right there. They pick up a tailwind, judging by the American flag for the moment. Valverde joins Mercado, then Rasmussen, Cadel Evans, Contador, Leipheimer. They're all there, and I think Kloden is there.
Well, Kloden looked to be the tall, Longelaine figure of the Astana rider, but what a great champion move by Alejandro Valverde. There is Kloden just moving through. There is Christophe Moreau. There is Carlos Sastre. They're all here. Iban Mayo, all of the big names. The one big name that appears to be missing is Alexander Vinokurov, and I'm quite convinced, Phil, that is why they're moving like this. There is Andrei Koshekin on the back. Vinokurov is not in this group.
No, he most certainly is not. David de la Fuente is here, third in the King of the Mountains last year, and now just pushing behind them there. Staff Clement also gone back on the far left of the screen. He stepped aside from the tornado blowing along the side of the Galibier now. Valverde is setting the pace. They're testing each other, but as one unit, they're driving away from Vinokurov.
Well, this is a difficulty at the back, and now you can see another man who is having a bit of a problem there is Andrei Koshekin, and this is all the pressure on the front end of the main field. David Arroyo slipping back as well, as you mentioned, but I think all of these riders, Phil, are a little bit concerned about Alexander Vinokurov. They know there's 110 kilometers of time trialing left to go in the Tour de France, and they want to get as much time as possible over the Kazakh rider, because they know that he will ride himself back into form in this race. They know how tough he is, and of course Alejandro Valverde remembers what happened to him last year in the Vuelta a España.
But don't forget, there is still some 30 kilometres, no less, of time trialling. A little bit more than 30 kilometres down to Briançon. as they make the run down will be at the 122 kilometre point here. So it'll be 37 kilometres to go, mostly downhill. Vinokourov will muster his troops around him, but it's going to be a great pursuit now because Sony Deval have got the top two climbers here, De La Fuente and Iban Mayo. Here's the white jersey of this young rider who's second overall. He could be losing his second place now. It's all happening on the Col de Galibier today.
Man though, because he hasn't got the accelerations, he's got a teammate alongside him, but sitting on his wheel is the man who finished second in the Tour de France last year, number 11, Oscar Pereiro.
His job though now is to sit there, and if it's to be, go down the tubes with Vinokourov. He can't help him get back up to Alessandro Valverde. This is the select group, and here comes another attack up on the inside now, and this is the sort of move we expected.
Well, this is Alejandro Valverde once again. Look at that little crucifix around his neck, bobbing in the wind with the acceleration, and Iban Mayo is the man trying to come across to him. This is a good move. There is Cadel Evans and the yellow jersey of Michael Rasmussen. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen Alejandro Valverde ride like this.
They've caught Mercado, they caught him, and they've now dispatched him by another acceleration. Evans has clawed his way back with Mayo and De La Fuente, and behind they're all coming back, but there's not so many now. I think Leipheimer's there. Morrow is trying, but he's a bit slow on the reaction at the bottom of our picture.
Well, Moreau at 36 years of age probably doesn't have the accelerations on these climbs that the younger riders have. He has to just be nice and calm and collected and pull himself back into this group, and he's doing that. They're singing at the back of that group, bobbing along there. You could see Alberto Contador, and they've now started to get rid of this man, and this was the man that they were really worried about, Andrei Kashekin. He's slipping away.
And he was sitting in 5th place overall.
Menchov is gone.
Menchov is trying to go. He's 5th place overall because Shakin is in trouble. Denis Menchov, he's doing a lot of work for his team leader in yellow. Might be paying the price here. 3:06 was slowly Vinokourov's group is losing ground. Well, who is going to be next to throw something in here?
They've only lost 30 seconds to Alexander Vinokourov at the moment. He won't panic. He's got a teammate alongside him. There's still a long way to go to the summit of this climb. And if you're an older rider, you dare not drag yourself into the red zone, because if you do that, you will not recover. He's riding right now on experience. Cloden is still in contact.
The Galibier, but they are the favourites. They've now put another favourite in trouble, which is Denis Menchov, just at the bottom of the picture. Vinokourov is here in this group. I don't think they're opening big enough gaps. I think they will all ride back, but the leaders have shown the colours today.
Well, Team CSC is struggling too, because looking at that group, I couldn't see number 31, and Team CSC may be having a little bit of a problem with their man, Carlos Sastre.
Looking at the back of the champion of France, he's just about hanging in on this wall that's taking place now. He's only just on the back there of Iban Mayo, who's on the front of the group. Moreau fighting his way back in. The Breton flag there, a little bit limp at the moment, so they're in a sheltered part of the climb. Well, I think for now we can forget that Cadel Evans is not a follower, because he's been sharing the work and he's gone again.
Well, he's gone to the front. They've now seen their opportunity to put time between themselves and, of course, Alexander Vinokourov. Actually, just at the back of that group is Carlos Sastre. He's 3 from the rear, so he's comfortably in there, the leader of Team CSC. But Valverde is the man, Phil, who is really trying to nail everybody down here this afternoon, looking over his shoulder to see what sort of damage he's doing. Iban Mayo is in 4th place. Contador, dancing all over that machine, is trying to stay up there as well. And Levi Leipheimer, I have to say, is actually looking very comfortable.
They're all just taking the pain that Valverde is throwing at them right now, and if they feel he might get him, they'll hit him. They're all conscious of the fact there's a long way to the finish downhill, and they know that whoever they drop at this point should rejoin on the chase to Briançon. And I wonder if Moreau remembers that, because he's now coming back again. There's the two climbers. The work that David Miller did today has set up his 2 top men for a likely stage win. The guy in orange there for T-Mobile trying to just bring this team back into the race after all of their bad luck of the previous 2 days, and that's Kim Kirken, and he's climbing very well today.
Well, there you can see him in the pink jersey just at the back there, but this is a massive battle as we come up towards the summit of the Col du Galibier. The sad thing is, though, that there's 37 kilometers to go to the finish line in Briançon, and unfortunately the last 1.5 kilometers are up to the summit of this climb here in Briançon. It's going to be very difficult, but we've forgotten about this man, Juan Maurizio Soler. He's riding alone at the front of this race. Never mentioned his name before the start of the Tour de France, and now all of a sudden he's... This
is an attack here now as we start. This is
Contador.
Contador who has gone clear. An attack by Alberto Contador, 40 kilometers from the finish. This is the rider who's frustrated on the road up to Tignes when he got a back wheel flat tyre. When he was with the leaders, he got a tyre change, swept through the remnants of the chase punch and almost rejoined the leaders.
He's just got past his own teammate there, Jaroslav Popovic. This man, Johan Brunel, said to us, Phil, at the Dauphiné Libéré, I have rarely seen a man who can accelerate on a climb like Alberto Contador. Cadel Evans has seen the danger there. He's grappling to get himself across. He's seen this as a very important move, and Michael Rasmussen has not followed the accelerations.
I don't think he can. It's not his suited way of climbing here. He's going to have to climb his way back in, and he's got Leipheimer on his back wheel, who can't help him now because Alberto Contador, his teammate, is racing up towards the leaders.
Well, on this wheel there, the wheel of Levi Leipheimer, in fact, was Jaroslav Popovic as well.
And just look at this now, a terrific effort by Cadel Evans here, indicating to us, Paul, this man could win this year's Tour de France. He's a great time trialist, and he's going back up to a man who is an absolute Tour revelation. Alberto Contador's never ridden the Tour before. He was almost dead with a serious head injury. He has a plate right over the top of his skull. And now Contador saying, you've caught me, work with me.
Well, that was a little sign there. He moved his finger around in a circle and said, come on, let's work for this. We've got a gap now over everybody else. If you want to win the Tour, mate, you better come with me, and you had better work together. It's still around about 2.5 kilometers to go to the summit of the Col du Galibier. Cadel Evans is all over his machine. He saw that move coming there. He knew he had to stay with it. And looking back, that's a nice, serious gap opening here. We're looking at around about 30 seconds by the time we see the next group of riders appear. Valverde, Rasmussen, Leipheimer, Popovic, Iban Mayo, and the rest still in there as well. Dangerously is Andreas Kloden.
Well, and this rider trying to still get back on terms. If he can just hang in here, he will get back on terms on the way down. But you know, if those riders can reach the Colombian rider, they could work their way to victory here, and that would be a terrific coup for both Contador and especially so for Cadel Evans.
Well, it's a big move, but it's a tall order to ride all of that distance right down towards the finish on your own. Rasmussen now seems to have recovered a fraction. He was probably taken aback by the accelerations there a few moments ago, looking over his shoulder, trying to figure out what do I do next. I've got no teammates left.
He's hurting.
Everybody, that's Valverde.
He's hurting, I think. He's made his moves, it didn't work, and he's been outnumbered here.
Well, moving forward again, this is Cordeau, the young rider from Saunier Duval. He's been a big revelation here this afternoon and of this season as well, as he moves up towards the front end of the race. He's thinking about his own man, Iban Mayo. Contador's not thinking about anything except he wants to get to the front of this race. Flick of the shoulders to Cadel Evans. Come on, mate, you want to win the Tour, you have to work for it. I'm not going to drag you to the summit of this climb.
Well, Contador doesn't speak any English. He speaks only Spanish. So goodness knows what he would say to Cadel Evans. But they are, I think Cadel was hit so hard there, he couldn't help him, Contador. And if he tries to work with Contador, he might find Contador will leave him. There is the lone leader, Juan Mauricio Soler Hernandez, the new star on the block from Colombia, came from the back of the race to take them all and shake them out and ride alone up the Col de Galibier. Thank you, the Col de Galibier. And this a wild card team, and this man, his first Tour de France.
He got the legs this afternoon, and he's putting Cadel Evans in difficulty.
That's what
Cadel Evans cannot follow the pace of this young man. He tried to get him to work with him, and he saw that Evans didn't have the speed that he's got on these climbs. He said, right, I'm off.
Well, Soler is the man up front. He has distanced Cadel Evans, who tried desperately to mark him. Everybody is saying, you know, especially the Spanish, that Contador can win this Tour de France. If you're English, the Australians are saying Evans can win the Tour de France. Well, I guess they both felt they could. That's why they went together.
Well, the big problem is this Tour de France is very difficult to predict. We're still looking at a long way to go to the finish line. We've still got the Pyrenees to go after we finish this Alpine stage today. But these guys have been absolutely slammed with these accelerations. Hats off, though, to the man in third position there, Alejandro Valverde. He rode like a true Trojan, trying to ride himself back into the group again. The rider here from AG2R is Francis Moreau, and he's really using all of his experience, I have to say, this afternoon.
Well, Gusev has been dispatched backwards from that leading group now, and that could be a stepping stone for Moreau to try and get up there. Look at the gap. There's Gusev, and he's been passed by Moreau now. So the young man on Discovery Channel is great there. He's riding into the headwind, which will make it that much harder. The same headwind which has cracked Cadel Evans, but he's still up front. Although he's not riding now with nursing him here, just keeping the tempo he can happen. He would love to close it back up to this group, as Popovic knows if he can just stay here, he should rejoin over the top. Here to the summit comes the man in charge now. Look at that crowd clapping all the way, and it's a Colombian rider in his first Tour de France who conquers the Col de Galibier. Juan Mauricio Solar is over the top. Now the long way home to Briançon.
And that's going to give him a nice 40 points. And now just check out this descent. This descent is going to take this rider down to the top of what is known as the Col du Loteret. If you take a right-hand turn, you go to Alpe d'Huez. But fortunately for these riders, they will take a left-hand turn here this afternoon and head down the valley towards Briançon. But look at these. This is almost a death-defying descent. This bobbing figure here is Alberto Contador. In front of him, he's got a teammate, Jaroslav Popovic, who is lying in second place on the road. We haven't got a camera to stay with Jaroslav Popovic, but we are keeping a very close eye on this man, Alberto Contador.
Well, Contador now confirming what he showed us on the road to team, and he had a flat tyre when in shooting distance of going with the leaders over the line. He even nearly caught back up to them and dropped everybody else, including the favourites in hot pursuit. Today he's been free to fly. He is a great discovery now as he continues to climb here. We think in third place. His teammate Popovic is somewhere in the crowd line. We'll probably see him very shortly go over the descent like stones now, and if they can contact Juan Solar up front, they might not see these guys before the finish.
Well, this is a great team move here this afternoon. Johan Brunel has had it fairly easy winning the Tour de France on 7 occasions with Lance Armstrong, but he is a master tactician as well, and that's why this race was set up like this afternoon. Gusev and Popovic were sent up the road to lay the plans down for either Levi Leipheimer or Alberto Contador to go clear. Alberto Contador has seized this chance with his incredible acceleration on the Col du Galibier. Now these two men must get down the first couple of kilometres where it is a very dangerous descent. Once they've got down 2 or 3 kilometres, Phil, as Cadel Evans goes over the top there in 4th place, the road straightens up a fraction.
It is a very difficult descent, as Paul says. Now they've got to be careful here, but they're desperate. They've got the time gaps. They want to hold them. Here comes Valverde, trailed by Cloden and Leipheimer. Leipheimer sitting there pretty now, 2 teammates ahead. He's got every excuse in the world just to follow and use no effort. Ivan Mayo is still in there, the Mayo Jean of Rasmussen. The only man of note who is missing really is poor old Vinokurov. Look at the face now of the rider on the front, as it's Valverde who goes over in 5th place.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of a sorting out in the overall classification this afternoon, but these riders now have got a serious chase to
trying to race up to these guys, and they may not see them till the showers.
Well, Valverde is giving everything. He's not too worried at all about this. He's happy because he's got his teammate in the group, Jose Ivan Gutierrez, and remember, Gutierrez was one of the riders who went into the early move of the day. Right in front of them now, the 2 riders from Discovery, and it's Michael Rasmussen in person, the yellow jersey, is going to nail back the gap.
Well, look at this. The yellow jersey is bringing back the Discovery tandem, and they're only about 55 seconds behind the star of the day. This is real gritty Tour de France cycling at its very, very best. Now, it might help if they catch those 2. There might be a slowing, and the others could come back.
And that will be the time when Levi Leipheimer will be able to take advantage of this whole situation, because he's just sitting in that group behind, nice and comfortably, not contributing anything at all to the pacemaking. But those 2 riders from Discovery Channel, Phil, have yet to sit up. Jose Ivan Gutierrez is working his heart out for Alejandro Valverde. Michael Rasmussen, I think, this afternoon is making a very nice operation, putting time between himself and everybody else.
Well, Popovic is the driving force. Contador hasn't been able to help since he come off the mountains, but Valverde is driving these others back into this race. He's got to, because he can't give them any leeway here. He's got to save seconds. The way this Tour is running right now, it might be won in Paris by seconds. Here they come now in the second group here of Cadel Evans. If they catch up with the two front runners, they might slow enough to let this group on. But Paul, well, not, he called you Phil then. We're not far from the climb, which is only a kilometre, but that could open up seconds.
That climb, the final climb up to the finish line, is 1.5 kilometres. The two riders now from Discovery Channel, Popovic on the left, Contador on the right, and now back in the group, the yellow jersey group. They're looking over their shoulders and say, oops, where is Levi Leipheimer? They need to accelerate to get back onto this group, but the group behind contains their own teammate Levi Leipheimer, Christophe Moreau, and a lot of the other major favourites.
Now, the yellow jersey needs to get to the front. He's reduced his enemies here. In time to move on. They've all come together at 5 kilometres to go. This is the leader, though, and the clock starts now. How much has he got now? He's still got a lot of guts, this rider. He's out of the saddle again. This will be the biggest moment of his life, not just for him, for Colombia and for his team, who've never been in the Tour de France.
Well, he's got to battle now. The only thing he's got to battle is himself, the inner energy that he can muster to keep himself going on the final downhill into the outskirts of Briançon. I hope Philly's read the road book tonight, because the road book explains exactly how the run-in is over the last 5
riders chasing one man. They've made little impression on him in the last 5 kilometres. They've all come back together. Graham Moreau stays in this race for France, tagged on to the back. These are desperate moments. We're into Briançon. It is dangerous now. These corners dive and duck, and they switch back. They descend very steeply, and then it's a horrible sight when they come round a corner. The road just goes up to the heavens, to the finishing line. 2 kilometres to go for the chasers.
Well,
he's
it's
looking for
coming
one.
down. It's 50 seconds, 48 seconds, and he's now inside the streets of Briançon. But that wall you were talking about, Phil, when you see it in front of you, when you've led the race, that's it.
This is it. Wait for it. He sees the kilometre. He sees the wall. They can't take it away from him now. Surely he's got to find those climbing legs just one more time.
Well, they're stopping the cars behind the lone leader now, Phil. They're emptying the gap, so nobody is in there at all. I want to will this man on. I want him to win the race this afternoon. There's the French president witnessing a magical battle here in the Alps this afternoon. But this is the big move now.
This is Jaroslav Popovic has gone again.
Popovic is trying to set something up for his man Alberto Contador, and slipping backwards there is Gutierrez. He'd done the work for Alejandro Valverde. Leipheimer is in a little bit of difficulty at the back here with the acceleration of his own teammates.
Well, they've got to get rid of all those motorbikes out of that gap now. They've got to give the kid a chance up front. Cadel Evans is making his throw for the finish. They're racing the leader. They're racing themselves, because they know on this climb they can open a gap of 10 or 15 seconds on one another. As now Moreau again continues to struggle. Sastra's finished. This man is climbing to victory. He's got his rhythm again.
He's got his rhythm. He's just got to keep it going. It doesn't matter if he wins by a second or 2 seconds. That's not important for him. The important thing is to win for Colombia and to win for Team Barlow World. A little look over his shoulder. He knows how quickly they'll come back at him, but he's still got good climbing legs. He's still got those legs ticking over. We can't yet see the shadow of the group behind him. And surely, Phil, shortly, this man is going to smile. Surely he's going to get the win inside of the final kilometre. Evans now is seriously looking, and Rasmussen has taken over the pacemaking at the front.
Rasmussen, the yellow jerseys, come through a day today. A few shocks, but still a very solid leader of the Tour. It looks as though Moreau might concede a couple of seconds by the finish. Evans is moving up on the shoulder of Rasmussen. This is going to be a very, very sharp finish today. We can't see the man in red. He must be very, very close to the finishing line now.
This is how difficult this final kilometre is, and there he is still in the lead. He's got a big advantage. He's 500 metres to go. They will not catch him anymore, because once he's round this corner, he'll see the banner. There it is, just around the corner. Push this man home, because he's made an incredible move on the slopes of the Col de Galibier, and I think he's
herders, Phil, because he's finding a little bit more energy. He's pushing himself now. The pain is slowly starting to disappear from his thighs.
This is a rare Colombian victory. It is a definite first victory for Barlow World in their first Tour de France. It's a South African team. They've got a lot of foreign riders on it. But now this man who flew around everybody, having been sixth over the top of the Telegraph, wiped them out on the Galibier and somehow held them all off on what has been a tremendous race from the top of the Galibier to the top of this little climb in Briançon. There's time soon to zip up the jersey and salute the crowd. They won't stop him now. He has got the win. I can't think of his name. Juan Mauricio Sola Hernandez has won the stage.
Well, he's won the stage, but these men are fighting out for a few time bonuses. You can see on the front there, that is Cadel Evans. They're putting time between themselves and Christophe Moreau, who battled his way back into the race on the slopes of the Col du Galibier. But Alejandro Valverde is coming up for the second place. A few more time bonuses for him. This man is insatiable when it comes to getting places. He's going to get himself a 12-second time bonus on the line, maybe a bit more, because there are gaps appearing with his acceleration, while Cadel Evans is just hanging on.
There should be time gaps here as he comes up to the line. He's coming at around 38 seconds. Cadel Evans on his back wheel, little gap to Contador, and then comes Mayo, followed by the yellow jersey, and Moreau here has lost about 40 seconds overall on the day. Vinokurov, well, the clock will start now, but could well have seen the elimination of Alexander Vinokurov today as a winner of the Tour de France.
Because this is a young guy by the name of Colbo, winner this year of the Pays Basque race early on in the season. He lost the lead, he fought to get it back again. He is also a new star for the future, but he today was working for Iban Mayo. And excuse me, Phil, but when you have a look at the average speed there, we've been over two big mountains at almost 39 kilometers an hour. Big congratulations for Jaroslav Popovic. He set it up for the team. He did the job for the team this afternoon, and that shows job
this
done.
Guy's smiling. This guy's smiling. It's a day that they dreamt of. It's worked so well for them. When we get to see the overall classification night, it'll be good. Here comes Kashikin at the head of the field here. Chris Horner's in this group as well, and Alexander Vinokurov is somewhere in there, but I can't see him at the moment.
In the white helmet, just a little bit back there, fourth position with the yellow sunglasses on. That is Alexander Vinokurov. Oscar Pereiro is in this group as well. Vladimir Karpet, still a lot of big names are trying to keep themselves in contact in the Tour de France this afternoon. I take my hat off to Chris Horner because he is riding his best ever Tour de France, and the reason for that is inspired by the performance of the man in front, Cadel Evans.
But take a look at the clock here. Despite all the infighting we have seen, the splitting and the bridging of the chase groups, they still continue to gain all the way from the Galibier, but they couldn't repair the damage. The last check we got, they were 3 minutes and 18. They're now swinging up to the finish. They've probably picked up another 20 seconds since that time check. So he's tried desperately to limit his losses. It is still a huge, huge loss. About 40 seconds to the winner, don't forget, to the yellow jersey group. So he's losing today about 3 minutes. That does not all well, although we still have the time trials and the Pyrenees to come.
But I think they will have to sit back now, Phil, and regard Andreas Kloden as the big leader for their team, because Kloden today, for me, never really looked under any difficulty at all. There's Christian van der Velde in this group as well. He's had a pretty impressive ride through the mountains, and of course Frank Schleck is in the group as well. But the American rider van der Velde, he's going to be a serious ally for Carlos Sastre when we go down to the Pyrenees. Let's not forget, we still have another mountain range to go over.
Well, as they race up towards the line, it's the clock which tells all of the story. Horner's even having to go to finish it off. 3:24, I think it would be, as they came over the line there. So in the end, they didn't close it in the last 10 kilometers. They lost the hand overall, and Contador might be the new white jersey. We'll find out all that as we go along, but here's the win. There was a moment I thought they were going to take him as we got towards the last kilometre, but he just put on those climbing legs again and he rode away from him, and it was a very, very nice result. Let's have a look then at the stage result. Mauricio Sola wins. Alessandro Valverde, a fighting second by this man who looked to be struggling and isn't. Cadel Evans came third in the end as well. Contador is fourth. new white leader there. Iban Mayo is 5th. He's supposed to have won today. 6th was Michael Rasmussen, and 7th Levi Leipheimer, 42 seconds back. Other time gaps opening. Andreas Kloden, 46, but he got in the move. He'll be the new leader of Astana now for sure. Looking further down, the best Frenchman is Moreau. He yo-yoed a bit today. Astaloza hung on in there from that original break to take 12th. Popovic came home smiling at a minute 32, and Gutierrez in that first break as well, 15th for him.
I think Team Discovery Channel had a great day out. Last year's runner-up Oscar Pereiro in 16th place there. Chris Horner, great ride for him. I think he's having a brilliant Tour de France this year in 17th, and just a little bit further down, 20th place for Alexander Vinokourov. But look at the time gap, 3 minutes and 24 seconds lost.
All right, well, Christian van der Velde also having a great tour, 25th today at 3:24. I think he might do well. We're still hunting down Levi Leipheimer and the actual overall result. President of France here, Nicolas Sarkozy, goes down there to congratulate the winner now. Shakes hands first with Bernard. Breaking of protocol here? No, not at all. No, as Hernandez smiles for the crowd here. His first career Tour de France stage win. It's just about his first ever win. He did win the overall in the Tour of the Lorraine, I think.
Well, now we get a chance to meet the President of France. I think Sarkozy didn't want to climb up onto the top step of the podium then to respect protocol, congratulating the Colombian winner here this afternoon. And what a win for Colombia and Team Barlow World. Bernard Hinault bringing the rider over to be congratulated by everybody else.
His overall advantage down to 2:35 there over the favourites. Valverde now slots in 2nd. Mayo is in 3rd. Cadel Evans now up to 4th. And Alberto Contador, the new white jersey, 3:08.
Well, looking a little bit further down, Christophe Moreau lost himself a bit of time, but he's still best Frenchman in 6th place, 3:18 behind. Carlos Sastre hasn't really made a mistake or a move yet. He's in 7th. The big danger man to climb up higher, the great time trialist Andreas Kloden, and Levi Leipheimer now peeping inside the top 10 in 9th place, 3:53 behind.
A little bit further down there, Frank Schleck in 12th. And this Mircea Sola, by the way, up to 14th overall now to that great ride, 6 minutes 29. Those gaps don't look big anymore. Alexander Vinokourov, I haven't seen him go by yet. We should be getting close to him now, though. The top 20 here, completed by Valjevic at 7:45. And so I'm not sure we can show you anymore at the moment. Let's go down because he's come out. Michael Rasmussen has stepped onto the podium here, waves to the crowd. Another day in the Maillot Jaune for him tomorrow. And the president to the right applauding. A good man today. He was under pressure the whole day. The beauty here of the far south of France, the Mediterranean, the old port at Marseille. Very, very warm conditions indeed. Temperatures set to soar today just short of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the riders have a very long ride today, nearly 230 kilometres. This is a new challenge for the riders in the Tour de France after the battles in the mountains, because the heat is with us and it'll stay with us right through until the finish. These are their days, and Tom Bonan is the man in the hot seat.
Well, Tom Bonan has consistently moved ahead in this condition. He's looking to take this green jersey all the way up to Paris. Like all the sprinters, he dragged his body right over the mountains, just as he had to do. And look at that, Phil. He's got a big lead ahead of Eric Zabel.
Yes, but he fears Eric Zabel because he fears Zabel, and it might be today, you know, can get points on the undulating stages where he can't. Robbie Hunter's there in 3rd place. Hushov's had one stage win in 4th. He might come back into play well. Well, this is how it's all panned out today. The riders being flagged away a few minutes late at Tallard because 2 of the teams couldn't get through the traffic and the police had to go out and bring them in. That was Barlow World and Sonia Duval. So they waited for them, of course. They're all underway. And then out on the first climb at Châteauneuf at Val-Bonin, after just 57 kilometres had been run, Marcus Burkhardt was off on a little solo breakaway here, just getting in ahead of Florencio and Popovic in the sprint.
Well, it was important, but when they came to the next sprint point, the sprint bonus is for the green jersey. Cedric Vasseur took maximum points there, ahead of André Grifko and Paolo Bossoni. I think for Team Quickstep, they were trying to keep the points inside their camp.
But there was a development here. Burkhardt had been joined by 10 other riders. A breakaway now of 11, as Paul Sherwin said. There would be a breakaway today, and the latest time gap has just come to us, 10 minutes and 20 seconds. As we look out across the Booster Rhone here, this beautiful area which flattens out even more as we get down to the borders of the Mediterranean Sea at Marseille. Just look at that, 98 degrees. That's actually the finish line temperature at the moment. It might even be hotter out in the country itself. Very light winds, extremely hot today, and yet the average speed an absolute cracker. They are running on the fastest expected time of arrival. They did 48 kilometers or 30 miles in the first hour, slightly less in the second hour. They're really going to wrap up this second longest stage of the race quite quickly, Paul.
Well, they are. I think, of course, Team Rabobank are very happy with the situation because they put a man into that breakaway, Juan Antonio Fletcher, a rider who in the past has had a stage victory in the Tour de France, and that takes a lot of pressure on them. Of course, for Team CSC, they've got their man in the breakaway, the man that is always looking for a move like this, Jens Voigt. I thought Jens and Team CSC might have taken a little bit of a back seat because they have, after all, done an awful lot of work, Phil, in the first part of the race, especially with Fabian Cancellara being the lead. But, you know, that's discounting the knowledge that Jens Voigt is Mr. Aggressive.
189 started the Tour, the same number as yesterday survived. They all finished yesterday, 171. 8 of the 21 teams are still carrying all 9 men towards the Pyrenees. And Jens Voigt, there he is on the far side of our picture. We put our heart rate monitors on Sergio Paolino, Karlström, Christian Nies, Ralph Grabsch and Marcus Burkhardt. Good choice. He's in the breakaway and started the move. In fact, today he chased down, as did the field, an earlier move, and then somehow he went on it alone. They ignored him.
This is a very serious move. I think we probably won't see this breakaway because we won't see this breakaway again, Phil, because I think, you know, the big thing is it is a very long stage, very hot, as we've said, almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit on the open roads this afternoon, and all of the riders in the main field, I think, apart from Team Rabobank, are quite happy to have a rest day. They don't want to chase everything down because we had a seriously difficult race through the...
Well, we've got this breakaway. It's consolidating now. It started with Marcus Burkhardt, 57 kilometers in. At 78 kilometers, he was joined by 10 more. 11 riders now well clear of the field at the moment. I'll quickly give you all of the names. Burkhardt joined by Jens Voigt, Juan Antonio Fletcher, Paolo Bassoni of Lampre, Patrice Algon, Credit Agricole, Staff Shearlings, first-time Tour for Cofidis, Michael Albacini, Liquigas, along with Kuzinski, another first-timer, Sandy Cassar, and a little bit further down, Cedric Vasseur and Andrei Grivko. And between all these 11 riders in the break, they have ridden more than 40 Tours de France between them. So I think we can say this one is a pretty experienced. Again, you see, Jens Voigt wants someone. Now he's sat up and he's going to force them to go by him. And that's caused an attack by Patrice Algon. Algon has gone.
Algon has gone, as you said, but he's got a rider there from Liquigas right on his wheels, Sandy Cassar. This is a typical move by the French, and if one thing I could say to complain about the French is they will always chase down a Frenchman when he gets into a breakaway. That's probably why they don't win all that many races.
Well, Albacini, the Swiss rider, is the rider who's come up to the front here with him, and Algon and Sandy Cassar has got on as well. And now comes the counter moves from the group. Bassoni is trying to go across, followed by the other man from Liquigas, Kuzinski.
And the man making the big effort as well was your man in the orange jersey, Juan Antonio Fletcher. He knows that it's important to get himself across there, but these guys have got themselves a serious gap already, and Algon realizes a chance of winning for 3 riders is a lot better than winning from a group of 11.
Well, they're coming up towards the summit of the climb here, and this is where they've made the move. They've got to keep the pressure on. Algon is a very good rider on the small climbs, and he's worn the polka dot jersey because of it in the Tour de France. And the riders behind, I'm not so sure whether Fletcher's got it today. He's going to have a go now. He's going to try and reach that group at 1 kilometre to the summit.
Well, it's important for him. It looks like Jens Voigt has gone off the front and he's split away too. There's a panic on board, I think, the 11-man express here this afternoon because of that big acceleration. We're looking at about 1 kilometre to go to the summit of the climb, and the big casualty in this acceleration is Andrei Grivko here. He's really suffering. There's the split, and Fletcher has actually been completely and utterly caught out. Now his Staff Shearlings trying to pull them back into the fold, and Cassar here is really having a spot of bother, and you can see how difficult it is because Burkhardt's heart rate, Phil, had popped up to 179 beats a minute.
I'm not surprised. 3/4 of a kilometre to get to the top of the Bastide. This is Sandy Cassar. The public just recognised him and shouted his name. He's a man of the region, I think, Paul Sandy Cassar, as he now closes down here on the back of Albacini. Patrice Algon, the tip of Laurent Jalabert, the former king of the mountains of the Tour de France today, to win the stage. And he might well do that because he's carrying the pressure of France. No stage wins yet. And we're on, in effect, the 11th day of the race.
Well, this is a little bit sad there for our man Juan Antonio Fletcher. He'd done the least work in the breakaway, but when that acceleration came, he certainly didn't have the ability to respond. This should be the group with Jens Voigt in it, and there he is over on the right-hand side. He was the man who started all of the aggression. Sitting there nice and comfortably is Cedric Vasseur. The little flick of the arm there by Marcus Burkhardt said, come through, let's keep the pressure on. We've still got a chance of saving a stage here in the Tour. Over the summit of the climb, then, it's going to be first place there for Algon. He's not worried about the points, really, followed by Albacini, followed by Cassar.
And those three now have made the serious move, and as Jens Voigt goes off, he's going to try and nail them back before the next climb. Well, ever aggressive Jens Voigt refuses to take this line down. He needed time to recover from his earlier attack by himself. Algon, Albacini, Cassar over the top. Jens Voigt actually got a point in the King of the Mountains there because it's a third category climb. Doesn't matter to him. But he's worn the polka dot jersey for a day before now in the King of the Mountains over hills like this. Now it's a free-for-all down here now, and they've all got to help each other. There's no way they can dodge. You see that dangerous bottle lying in the road again? The riders clip that, they'll go down for sure. Well, Algon is hurting badly looking at his face, but he's going to give it another drive here. They can't relax now because they know that they're chasing behind. The split is on. 10 minutes, 22 seconds. Forget the peloton today, although we're going to have a good sprint for what will be for 12th place in the 5 of them. 3 Frenchmen, a German and a Swiss rider have slipped the group now and are heading for Marseille. As we race in now to Roquefort-le-Badoul, we're now looking at 5 riders. 1 Swiss rider, Albacini. The French riders are Cedric Vasseur, Sandy Cassar, Patrice Algon, and the ever-present German Jens Voigt. Slopes of the climb a moment ago. These are the leaders. The same men are all there. Jens Voigt, Cedric Vasseur, Patrice Algon, Albacini from Switzerland in the light lime green colours, and the white jersey of Sandy Cassar. And now this is do or die on today's stage of the Tour de France for the leaders. There goes the move, Paul Algon. He has started the move. He's being chased by the Swiss rider Albacini and Voigt. Well, the one casualty is Cassar at the moment. This is the climb now. They've got just about 7 kilometres to the summit. Then they'll dive down to the Mediterranean, and immediately an attack has formed. Jens Voigt and Vasseur on the defensive here.
Well, this is the move where Algon had to make the move, Phil, because it's steepest at the bottom of the climb here. They're trying to get all of the motorbikes out of the move. The steepness has really worked against Jens Voigt there, but look how he battles. He won't give up. He's struggling, clawing his way back, centimetre by centimetre, to the slipstream of the 2 riders in front of him. Algon and the Swiss rider there, Albacini, and Jens Voigt has done it.
He's clawed his way back. Albacini's never won a stage in the Tour de France before, by the way. This is his 3rd tour, but certainly Algon has, and so too has Jens Voigt. And there is Algon right now. That's one attack that has failed. He's going to have to try it again. You don't get many second attempts.
Look at big Jens here. I know a lot of people will be shouting for this man to win the stage here this afternoon because he is a battler. He's a fighter. He's a man who goes out on stages like this when everybody else is tired, and Algon goes again. He knows he's got to get rid of Jens Voigt in a situation like this. He wants the victory, but he's having a hard time actually getting rid of Albacini, who's responded to all of these moves. And Cedric Vasseur, Phil, watch out for him because Vasseur just keeps riding himself back into this group.
Well, talking of riding back in here, Sandy Cassar is taking his chances to try and claw his way back in as well. The gap is there, but he might get back, as again it's Albacini launching a move this time.
Albacini looking over his shoulder. He hasn't got the gap there. Looks at the man there from France, Patrice Algon, and that's not a bad place to watch the finish of the Tour from.
Well, I presume we're somewhere near the airfield. It looks like the control tower here at Marseille Airfield, high up on the mountain. Very nice view indeed. I wonder if they can actually see what's going on here.
Actually, that was a lookout post for the big forest fires they have in this area, because this area is really hit by forest fires in the summer, and that's basically what that was. Look at Jens Voigt. He said, right, guys, you've attacked me 2 or 3 times. I'm going to come and set the tempo now. I'm going to hurt your legs. I'm going to set a tempo just so hard that you can't attack. And Cassar now comfortably back in with the fold in there. We're looking over our shoulders. I know Jens Voigt, he's waiting. He knows that there's going to be another little move from Algon.
And Sandy Cassar's taken advantage of the shadow boxing and ridden back into this race. Might be a different man if he can get over the top of the climb. Michael Albacini, the Swiss rider in the breakaway, flicking his elbow there, saying to the next man, come on through and give me a hand. Well, thinking different tactics now. They're thinking how to outmaneuver, not help the other riders in the breakaway. Nasty little exposed climb this, as Algon goes left and Jens Voigt goes right. Vasseur doesn't know which wheel to follow, so he's chosen Algon, and Sandy Cassar has chosen Albacini's.
Well, big Jens there, he's just battling with this one. He wants to get to the top of this climb, and he's setting a tempo which is really uncomfortable for everybody else. He's discouraging them from making the move over the front, but Albacini says, I've still got a little bit in my legs. You won't get much help, I don't think, coming from Sandy Cassar, because he struggled at the bottom of the climb, and big Jens is leaving a slight gap there, I think, to try and force Algon to come in front of him.
At the moment, it appears between Algon and Jens Voigt, but you don't know. You must always get rid of your rivals, because they have a strange habit of recovery when they're in sight of the finish. Take, for example, Sandy Cassar. He's been left behind. He just hasn't been able to go into the red zone like the other riders. But once he's back, things change. The body changes. You see the finish. The hills are finished. You've got to get rid of him, because here he's got to try and crack him. And Sandy Cassar, the other Frenchman's latched on. And now the gaps are forming. They're fully committed. 2.5 kilometres to go. Vasseur comes back on. We are 5 again.
Well, look at that. Albacini straight onto the wheel of Jens Voigt. He knows who the strong man is. But I tell you what, Cedric Vasseur's getting himself ready for another little move here. He's in the ideal position to launch the surprise attack there from 5th place. He'll wait for a slowing and see if he can hit them really hard and get the gap.
Well, Albacini has melted into the group again, waiting to see who else is willing to attempt the sprint, because I think he packs the finish required today. 2 kilometres to go. Albacini swings wide and takes a good look at the riders. This could be a World Championship sprint final here on the velodrome now, as nobody knows quite what to do.
But what a fantastic run into the finish as well now, because it's pretty much straight all the way down towards the run-in. There's a couple of little roundabouts they have to negotiate, but from the final 2 kilometres, it's a straight crack at the line. It's straight from the final kilometre, straight from the final 2, but still, it's the cat and mouse tactics now. We're at 1.6 kilometres to go. Jens Voigt flicking his wrist, asking somebody to come by. Well, I'm sorry, Jens, at this stage of the game, nobody's interested in working anymore. They're all just trying to find the wheel of the man they want to follow in the sprint.
Vasseur won't sit there too long. We've got to be careful now. We're getting into 1.4 kilometres. They're looking for the red kite, which is the 1,000 metres to go. Whoever opens the sprint will surely lose the race, and they know that. Albacini wants the second wheel of whoever is in front, because he looks like the sprinter today. There it is, the bridge over the road, and look at that for a sprinter's finish. 1 kilometre. As far as you can see, the finishing line awaits.
Well, Jens Voigt now is going to be forced to lead out the sprint. Albacini knows who's the strongest man in the race. He wants Jens Voigt's wheel for the lead out. The Frenchmen lined up in 3rd, 4th and 5th place. They're dreaming for glory for France. And once again, they seem to be more worried about who's going to be the first Frenchman, because Cassar looks over his shoulder to see Algon. Vasseur is sitting pretty there in 5th place. But Jens Voigt, you watch him when he starts to wind up the sprint, because he is the big powerhouse of this breakaway.
And this could be a slow motion sprint here now. They've thrown everything at one another. That hasn't worked. Now it's down to a pure sprint. Albacini, the way he's riding, you see, tight on the right barrier. They can only pass him on the left. He knows that. He's letting Jens Voigt stay there at the front. The 3 Frenchmen have gone off on the right together.
Well, I think you're right. You know, Albacini seems to be the man who's got the explosive finish, but they're going to back it off. They've been away for so long. It's got to be a short sprint. They've got to wait. They're inside of 400 metres to go, and still they haven't started.
That's a short sprint.
Is very short. They haven't even started yet, but look at the Frenchman starting to get out of the saddle. Voigt is looking now to start winding it up.
Algon, he's missed Vasseur up the other side. Vasseur switched, and everybody is watching Algon. Now now. He's ripped away on the left of the picture, Vasseur. Albacini's come through the middle here now, taking on Cassar. He's got to reach Vasseur, and I don't think he's got it. This is going to be a very tight finish, and Vasseur made the move. Albacini looked at Algan, and Vasseur went up the inside.
Well, that's the second stage victory for Cedric Vasseur. Their great win for Team Quickstep. It was a brilliant move by them, and he waited till the last possible moment, and he went right up through the barriers. These are the next two riders on the road. This is Staff Shearlings from Team Cofidis and Paolo Bassoni. This should really be a formality for the little Italian sprinter there, because he really has got a great turn of speed. But Staff Shearlings wants this quite dramatically, but Bassoni, I think, has given up the ghost.
He tried, but he sat up. Shearling says, no, it's mine today. At least Shearling rides for a French team, and Bassoni coming in there in 6th place. But what a terrific win that was, and there's the victory margin. And France got first and second at the end of the day. You see, Cassar second, dropped on the climbs. If you don't get rid of them, they bite back.
Well, look at that. Algon getting 4th, and poor old Jens Voigt, the strong man of the breakaway, getting 5th place over the line. Look at this move here. You see Vasseur, he waited. He saw the open of the gap there, the opening of the door, and he got them on the jump, and that was the big surprise as he goes down the barriers there. He knows the only way they can pass him is on the right-hand side. This was a do-or-dive move. Cassar coming back just a little bit too late, dies alongside him, can't do it.
So he sits up and salutes the crowd. He last won, the only other time he's won in the Tour de France, 1997. Boy, a 10-year margin, and he's back again.
Well, that's a great win by this man, and this win is going to be very popular in the north of France. A lot of people have been asking Phil about the speeds of the sprints. Well, that was not a fast sprinter compared to some of the sprinters, of course, like Tom Boonen, but it was still 62 kilometers an hour, that sprint by this man, Cedric Vasseur.
Fabulous. The third win for Quickstep in this two on the inside. This is a bit quicker than the other finish, isn't it? As they now head up, and now Hushoff is trying to get through as well here now. This is going to be a battle of Hushoff, Bonen, Zabel and Hunter, and they're all behind Stegman, saying, when is he going to move over and free us up for the sprint? As Stegman's now can't go much further here now, as Hushoff grits his teeth. Look at the face of Zabel. Now Zabel kicks, and just behind him is Hunter. Hunter goes on the right. This is Sebastian Chavanel who's coming through here, and they're not going to get over him. Bonen is through on the inside. I'm not sure, Paul. Hunter, what do you reckon?
No, they were so close together. There were 5 riders in a line across the road. You had Eric Zabel and Robbie Hunter over on the right-hand side. Boonen panicking a little bit up on the inside there. They all threw their bikes at the line at almost the same time. That was an incredible finish, and hard to believe it was for 12th place and only 14 points. Let's have a look. Tom Boonen was in the ideal position here, but all of a sudden, watch this acceleration. This is a nice young move here by Sebastian Chavanel, a young rider, then all of a sudden, bit of panic. Tom Boonen really should have come up through the inside. Robbie Hunter there in the red is alongside him. At this point, Boonen is blocked in. He hasn't got anywhere to go. Look at Zabel. He's got to go right the way round through the long side. And on the line, in fact, you can see that Boonen, although he didn't beat Chavanel, he beat Hunter and Zabel, and that's important for Tom Boonen, and he's not really happy.
No, all the sprinters that are left in the race, neither one. Ventosa was the guy from in the yellow there, from Sonia Duval, but meanwhile, this is the view from the other end. At least Quickstep won this sprint for Cedric Vasseur, and he won it well. Albacini was watching the move of Algon, and I think Vasseur saw that and took the gap on the inside. See the young lady step up and meet Cedric Vasseur, the first French stage winner of this year's Tour de France.
Well, what I find amazing in this Tour de France of rejuvenation, with so many young riders participating, it's the old boys that are actually doing rather well, because in August, Cedric Vasseur, with his win today, Phil, is going to turn 37 years of age.
But into retirement, this will be his last Tour de France. You probably heard him say it a little bit earlier when he was interviewed. We're looking now at the crowd applauding here. A well-taken win. He wasn't the favourite of that breakaway, but he certainly was the shrewdest. He saw the door open, and he went through that gap on the inside, and he just got that quick jump on them. It sorted the problem.
Well covered there as well, but this man now must turn his mind around to get through the next few hot days in the southern part of France, Phil, because his nemesis is about to loom on the horizon, and that is the individual time trial.
And we see that Kim Anderson who is the manager of the team CSC, has said CSC today will not defend the lead of the yellow jersey, and that's become evident, Paul, because the team is not riding at the front.
Well, I think you have to be fairly logical when you're a team manager and you think about the tactics on a day like this. Fabian Cancellara was able to conserve the yellow jersey on the flat stages. However, now, Phil, we're starting to look at a very difficult stage. There's a lot of climbs along the route with a second category climb at about 40 kilometers to go, and I think that climb will be just a little bit too much for Fabian Cancellara. So what's happening is, because that breakaway got themselves a 14.5-minute lead, they're going to have to see themselves get chased by other riders. It's a great day of racing today, 64 degrees Fahrenheit. It's mostly sunny. There are a few clouds in the sky, and the wind today is actually swung around a fraction to become an easterly wind at 12 miles an hour. So that, on the majority of this course today, Phil, will actually be a crosswind.
Perfect condition today. The riders know as we get into the stage, the hills get right up to them, and this is going to be a very difficult day of racing. You can see also the peloton is racing pretty hard down there today. There's an echelon forming at the front indicating the wind direction. As always, we sort out our riders to put on the heart rate monitors. Grabsch, De Berghardt, Martinez, Grabsch and Axel Merckx are wearing. We'll see how the hearts cope with the climbs today, because after nearly a week of flat riding, it's often the case that when you get onto these hills, the tempo and the body objects.
This is work at the back here. You can see one of the riders from Barlow World having to drive up to the front. But I tell you one thing, it'll be interesting to watch Axel Merckx's heart rate today, because when Eddie Merckx was racing, he actually had a resting heart rate of 32.
Peloton at 10 minutes 30 seconds. It's been a very fast start to the day, the sort of start we like to see. Sadly, without Remy Di Gregorio today, the rider who was a real hero yesterday in his first Tour de France, involved in the crash which took out Xavier Zandio, and in fact then Di Gregorio plugged on, held onto the peloton to the last 10 or 15k, came in last on the day, but then it was found he'd actually broken his elbow and is now out of the race. This is quite a route today though, Paul. Plenty of climbs. We've done 3 of them, but we still have 5 to come on the road, plus a couple of sprints. And the interest towards the end, a second category climb at Haute-Follin, and at the Croix de Libération, that's a third category climb, before what we've known now is a very tricky drop in towards the town in Autun.
Well, a number of our commentators on different channels have actually been out to have a look at the run in towards the finish line. Riders like Rolf Sorensen, who himself was a stage winner and aware of the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, he thought that it was a very tricky run down to the finish line, and with about 500 meters to go, there is a very dodgy corner.
Yes, it's going to be a most interesting ride today. As we see, the skies are lovely. It's actually quite warm at the finishing line right now. Brilliant sunshine, just what we want on the Tour de France. As the riders now settle in, and we now know that the CSC may still be in yellow tonight with Cancellara, but they're making other teams do the work here at the main field, and that they've started a chase very early on today. At one stage, these leaders were 14 minutes 40 seconds up. It's already down to 9:28. You see the little icons, yellow-green. That's the location of the 2 principal leaders of the Tour. They're both in the peloton at 9:27. We're looking at the 4 leaders here with Gianpaolo Sciulla at the back for the moment. Chance to look at 109.4 kilometers to go. A lot of the work is being done by the rider in green, according to the statistics. 30% of the work, in fact, to 25% of Sylvain Chavanel. Chavanel played the true gentleman teammate yesterday, and that's how he was referred to in all of the papers. He wouldn't win the final climb in the breakaway yesterday because he would have taken the jersey off his teammate Ogier, and Ogier appreciated that.
Well, actually, the funny story is, in fact, he went back to his team manager in the car behind and said to his team manager, I'm going to take this sprint and I'm going to take the points and steal the jersey away from my teammate, but he was only joking at the time.
Okay, well done. But today's a different matter. Today's another day. He's got into the move again. Ogier himself tried to get away right from the gun. They were on him immediately, and yet when Chavanel went, he was able to move away. That's the way it goes, but now he's free, and he's now the new leader of the King of the Mountains at the moment. He scored 17 points overall now, so that's a good score at this stage on the second category climb of the Haute-Follin. 4 riders still clear. I thought they would have been wiped out, but all of a sudden, a little bit of a distraction back in the field with the odd tumble. and the result is they're holding their own on the climb just now. 10 points for the top of the climb, so they would desperately like to stay away. These forests here creating a beautiful area of France as they steadily make progress uphill, but it's gradual. The gap coming down, the higher tempo of the peloton inside 2 minutes, 1:47 now we're being told, as they continue to keep a high tempo. And Schuler preparing now to do quite a bit of work. I'd like to have another look at the peloton just now and see what's going on there, but there we are. It is still Schuler. That's the official start of the King of the Mountains. 5 kilometers to the top.
Well, that's not a lot of fun. These riders in this leading group would be a much happier group of riders if that banner had indicated 1 kilometer to go to the summit. Acceleration there coming from Sylvain Chavanel, and Bonnet not too happy with this gradient.
He's just hooked onto the back wheel here of Chavanel, who now is getting very tired. And he's being outpaced by a pure climber here in Schuler, and Schuler is ripping off the King of the Mountains and losing him. He's won every climb today. Oh, no, this is Schuler. This is Schuler here at the back. It is Chavanel who started to push away and decided he wants to hold on for those 10 points. Well, there's a turn up, and Bonnet can't complete with this. He also is losing contact with Schuler.
Well, Bonnet is a little bit of a sprinter, really, so he won't be at home on the slopes of a climb like this. Sylvain Chavanel is a man who is capable of riding high in the overall standings of the Tour, so he has the ability to climb as well as ride a very good individual time trial. These guys now, Phil, they'll just have to find their own rhythm, try and stay as comfortable as possible, and wait for the return of the main field.
There's a typical picture of the Tour de France, the race directors, the referees watching, all the press motorcyclists, the photographers. He wants them all out the way because there's a big split on now. And there'll be nobody allowed in that gap for a moment as the Bolo World rider and Crédit Agricole rider lose contact with the 2 French riders at the front. A little bit surprised that Schuler has been unhitched, but he has been seen to be tired ever since he caught up the leaders, and the gap has opened quite quickly at 1:25 the spread now.
Well, 1:25 is not very much at all, and you can be absolutely certain that the main field will be charging up this climb. Philippe Gilbert has found himself a brand new set of legs, and he's decided he wants to try and keep this breakaway clear for as long as possible, because Gilbert is actually a very good sprinter. Now, his thinking about this at the moment, as we see the sprinters now coming off the back of the Group Tour, Husov, the winner of yesterday, not going to be disputing the sprint at the finish this afternoon. But for Gilbert, the reason he's forcing at the front is he wants to stay clear and maybe stay in the front group, because if he can survive the 3rd category climb towards the end, he could win the stage.
Well, Husov complains daily of problems with his sciatic nerve. It didn't seem to affect his sprint yesterday, but as soon as he's on the climb, he's now slipped off the back here, and not with a group, but on his own. That doesn't look good. There's the team car saying, how are you? What do you want? Do you want to leave some water with your ending? Because we're going to have to leave you and go up to the leader.
After this one, because there's a final 3rd category of the climb of the day, which is the Croix de la Libération, and that is a pretty nasty little climb, which is situated a step just about 15 kilometers to go, and I think that's an ideal launch pad for somebody to try and surprise the whole field and try and get themselves a win, because that then is almost completely downhill towards the finish.
Well, the peloton showed every sign of wiping out this breakaway 50 kilometers ago, and then they gradually turned off the chase and just kept tempo. They never shut this door at all, and who knows, we may be looking at the day's winners here, the way that the chase is not yet consolidated at the back. Coming up to the final run into the finishing now. Now, is Gilbert going to finally say, I'm sorry, but I want this one? The rider leaving is Sylvain Chavanel, the face of concentration of Philippe Gilbert. And probably the finish is just around that top corner. Big crowd up here as well.
Big crowd have turned out to see this high spot of the early part of the Tour de France, almost 900 meters in altitude. And it's Gilbert who's setting the pace on the front, the French-speaking Belgian rider on the FDJ team. Chavanel very happy, I think, to have an ally like Gilbert, because these are 2 strong bike riders, and they have got a very good chance of creating a little bit of a surprise. Chavanel goes through the inside there. He's waiting and looking to see if he can spot where the banner is, and there it is, just around the corner. He's making his way forward, and again, he's going to get himself maximum points, and he will, at the end of the day now, Phil, have a very serious advantage and a very serious lead in the King of the Mountains classification.
Well, he's now got 37, and Gilbert has got himself a 23, so they are well clear now of everybody.
By the front end of the main field, William Bonnet on the left-hand side in the green and white, and Gianpaolo Ciulla on the right-hand side as he keeps changing around in the red and white of Team Barlow World. Back in the main field and allowing the main field to pass safely.
And it looks as though it will be a tricky way in today. These are the two leaders as the...